Note: Project Gutenberg also has an HTML version of this file, which includes the original illustrations. See 44608H. HTM or 44608H zip. http://www.gutenberg.org/files/44608H/44608H. HTM or http://www.gutenberg.org/files/44608/44608H. Zip. Transcriber's note: many Turkey, Arabic, and Persian names have various spellings in the text. There are about 700 occurrences of hyphenated, unhyphenated, and spaced words. Correcting those for the sake of consistency would be risky in many cases and would mean a major change in the printed text, which already has many typographical errors. Two wide tables have been split into narrower sections. The Babur-nama in English. Memoirs of Bābur. Translated from the original Turkey text of Zahruddin, Mu letter 125, A.M.M. A.D. Babur Pacha Ghazi. By Annette Susanna Beveridge. First printed 1922. Illustration. This work is dedicated to Babur's fame. Table of contents. Preface introductory. Cap. I. Babur's exemplars in the arts of peace, P. Roman 27. Cap. Roman 2. Problems of the mutilated Babur-nama, P. Roman 31. Cap. Roman 3. The Turkey MSS, and work connecting with them, P. Roman 38. Cap. Roman 4. The Leyden and Erskine Memoirs of Bābur, P. Lvi. Postscript of thanks, P. Lx. Sect 1 on 1, Fargana A. Oct. 12th 1493 to Oct. 2nd 1494 ad. Babur's age at the date of his accession, plus description of Fargana plus, pp. 1-12, Death and Biography of Umar Sheikh, 13-19 and 24-28. Biography of Yunus Chagatai, 18-24. Babur's uncles a letter 1E25 M.A.D. Muran Shahai and M. a letter 1E25 M.U.D. Chagatai. The Khan invade Fargana. Death and biography of a letter 1E25 M.A.D. Misdoings of his successor. His brother M. a letter 1E25 M.U.D. 42a. Oct. 2nd 1494 to Sep. 21st 1495 ad. Invasion of Fargana continued. Babur's adoption of orthodox observance. Death and biography of M. a letter 1E25 M.U.D. Muran Shahai. Samarkand affairs. Revolt of Ibrahim Saru defeated. Babur visits the Khan in Tashkent. Tribute collected from the Jigrak tribe. Expedition into Oratipa 56a. Sep. 21st 1495 to Sep. 9th 1496 ad. Letter 1E25 USAIN Bukhara's campaign against Khusrau Shah. Babur receives Ozbeg Sul letter 1E6F ANS. Revolt of the Tarkins in Samarkand. Babur's first move for Samarkand 64a. Sep. 9th 1496 to Aug. 30th 1497 ad. Babur's second move for Samarkand. Dissensions of letter 1E25 USAIN Bukhara and his sons. Dissensions between Khusrau Shah and Mas-ud Muran Shahai 71a. Aug. 30th 1497 to Aug. 19th 1498 ad. Babur's second attempt on Samarkand is successful, plus description of Samarkand plus, pp. 74-86. His action there, Mughal's demand and besiege Andijan for Babur's half-brother Jahangir. His mother and friends entreat his help. He leaves Samarkand in his cousin Ali's hands, has a relapse of illness on the road, and is believed dying. On the news, Andijan is surrendered by a Mughal to the Mughal faction. Having lost Samarkand and Andijan, Babur is hospitably entertained by the Khujandis. He is forced to dismiss Khalifa. The Khan, his uncle, moves to help him but is persuaded to retire. Many followers go to Andijan where were their families. He is left with 200-300 men, his mother and grandmother and the families of his men sent to him in Khujand. He is distressed to tears. The Khan gives help against Samarkand, but his troops turn back on news of Shaybani. Babur returns to Khujand, speaks of his ambition to rule, goes in person to ask the Khan's help to regain Andijan, his force being insufficient. He goes back to Khujand, affairs of Khusrau Shah and the Timurid Mirzas, affairs of letter 1E25 USAIN Bukhara and his sons. Khusrau Shah blinds Babur's cousin Mas-ud, Babur curses the criminal 96 Aug. 19th 1498 to Aug. 8th 1499 ad. Babur borrows Pashakar for the winter and leaves Qujand, rides 70-80 miles with fever. A winter's tug-of-war with Samarkand, his force insufficient, he goes back to Qujand, unwilling to burthen it longer, goes into the summer pastures of Auratipa, invited to Marganan by his mother's uncle Ali Dust. A joyful rush over some 145 miles. Near Marganan, prudent anxieties arise and are stilled. He is admitted to Marganan on terms. Is attacked vainly by the Mughal faction, accretions to his force. Helped by the Khan, the Mughals defeated near Aksi. Andijan recovered, Mughals renew revolt. Babur's troops beaten by Mughals. A letter 1E43B Al attempts Andijan 107 Aug. 8th 1499 to July 28th 1500 ad. Babur's campaign against Ahmed and the Mughal faction. He takes Mazu. Khusrau Shah murders Baisunghar Muran Shahi. Biography of the Mirza. Babur wins his first ranged battle. From a letter 1E43B Al supporting Jahangir. At Cuban. Winter quarters. Minor successes. The winter camp broken up by a letter 1E43B Ari Ali's taking leave. Babur returns to Andijan. The Khan persuaded by a letter 1E43B Al's kinsmen in his service to support Jahangir. His troops retire before Babur. Babur and a letter 1E43B Al again opposed. A letter 1E43B Ari Ali again gives trouble, minor action and an accommodation made without Babur's wish, terms of the accommodation. The self-aggrandizement of Ali Dust Mughal, Babur's first marriage. A personal episode. Samarkand affairs, Ali quarrels with the Tarkans. The Khan sends troops against Samarkand. Mirza Khan invited there by a Tarkan. Ali defeats the Khan's Mughals. Babur invited to Samarkand. Prepares to start and gives Jahangir rendezvous for the attempt. A letter 1E43B Al's brother takes Osh. Babur leaves this lesser matter aside and marches for Samarkand. A letter 1E43B Ari Ali punishes himself. Shaibani reported to be moving on Bukhara. Samarkand begs wait on Babur. The end of Ali Dust. Babur has news of Shaibani's approach to Samarkand and goes to Kesh. Hears there that Ali's Ozbeg mother had given Samarkand to Shaibani on condition of his marriage with herself 126 July 28, 1500 to July 17, 1501 ad. Shaibani murders. Ali, a son and two grandsons of a letter 1E25 RIS murdered. Babur leaves Kesh with a number of the Samarkand begs, is landless and isolated. Takes a perilous mountain journey back into Auratipa, comments on the stinginess shewn to himself by Khusrau Shah and another, consultation and resolve to attempt Samarkand, Babur's dream vision of success. He takes the town by a surprise attack, compares this capture with letter 1E25 US in Baikaras of Harry, his affairs in good position, birth of his first child, his summons for help to keep the Ozbeg down, literary matters. His force of 240 grows to allow him to face Shaibani at Saraipul. The battle and his defeat, Mughals help his losses. He is besieged in Samarkand, a long blockade, great privation, no help from any quarter, feudal proceedings of a letter 1E43B Al and the Khan 145 July 17, 1501 to July 7, 1502 ad. Babur surrenders Samarkand. His sister Khanzada is married by Shaibani, incidents of his escape to Dizak. His 4 or 5 escapes from peril to safety and ease, goes to Dikkat in Auratipa, incidents of his stay there, his wanderings barehead, barefoot, sends gifts to Jahangir, and to a letter 1E43B Al a sword which later wounds himself. Arrival from Samarkand of the families and a few hungry followers. Shaibani Khan raids in the Khan's country. Babur rides after him fruitlessly. Death of Nuyan Kukuldash, Babur's grief for his friend. He retires to the Zarafshan Valley before Shaibani. Reflects on the futility of his wanderings and goes to the Khan in Tashkent. Mughal conspiracy against a letter 1E43B Al Mughal. Babur submits verses to the Khan and comments on his uncle's scant study of poetic idiom. The Khan rides out against a letter 1E43B Al. His standards acclaimed and his army numbered, of the Chingiz-Tura, quarrel of Kairas and Begshik chiefs for the post of danger. Hunting. Qujand River reached 156 July 7, 1502 to June 26, 1503 ad. Babur comments on the Khan's unprofitable move, his poverty and despair in Tashkent, His resolve to go to Chagatai and ruse for getting away, his thought for his mother, his plan not accepted by the Khan and Shah Bajim. The younger Khan, a letter 125 MAD, arrives from Kashgar, is met by Babur, a half-night's family talk, gifts to Babur, the meeting of the two Khans. Letter 125 MAD's characteristics and his opinion of various weapons. The Khans march into Fargana against Jahangir's supporter a letter 143 BAL. They number their force. Babur detached against Osh, takes it and has great accretions of following. An attempt to take Andijan frustrated by mistake in a password. Author's note on passwords. A second attempt foiled by the overcaution of experienced begs, is surprised in his bivouac by a letter 143 BAL. Face to face with a letter 143 BAL, his new Goshagar, his dwindling company, wounded, left alone, is struck by his gift sword, escapes to Osh. The Khan moves from Kassan against Andijan, his disposition of Babur's lands. QA letter 143 Bari Ali's counsel to Babur rejected. Babur is treated by the younger Khan's surgeon tales of Mughal surgery. QA letter 143 Bari Ali flees to a letter 143 BAL in fear through his unacceptable counsel. Babur moves for Aksi. A lost chance, minor actions, an episode of Pap. The Khans do not take Andijan. Babur invited into Aksi a letter 143 B. Al's brother Bayezid joins him with Nasir Muran Shahai a letter 143 B. Al asks help from Shaibani. On news of Shaibani's consent, the Khans retire from Andijan. Babur's affairs in Aksi. He attempts to defend it, incidents of the defense. Babur wounded, unequal strength of the opponents. He flees with 20-30 men, incidents of the flight. Babur left alone is overtaken by two foes, his perilous position. A messenger arrives from a letter 143 B. Al's brother Bayezid. Babur expecting death, quotes Nizami. The narrative breaks off in the middle of the verse, -182. Plus translator's note, plus 908 to 909 1503 to 1504 add. Babur will have been rescued, is with the Khans in the battle and defeat by Shaibani at Arkian, takes refuge in the Asfara hills. There spends a year in misery and poverty. Events in Fargana and Tashkent, Shaibani sends the Mughal horde back to Kashgar. His disposition of the women of the Khan's family. Babur plans to go to letter 125 USAIN Bukhara in Khorasan. Changes his aim for Kabul 185. Section 2, Kabul A. June 14, 1504 to June 4, 1505 add. Babur halts on an alp of letter 125 ISAR, enters his 22nd lunar year, delays his march in hope of adherence, writes a second time of the stinginess of Khusrau Shah to himself, recalls Sharim Taghai Mughal's earlier waverings in support, is joined by Khusrau Shah's brother Baki Beg. They start for Kabul, accretions of force. Their families left in Fortijar, Kamard. Jahangir marries a cousin. Baki advises his dismissal to Khorasan. Babur is loyal to his half-brother. Jahangir is seduced, later, by disloyal Begshik chiefs. Letter 125 USAIN Bukhara summons help against Shaibani. Despair in Babur's party at letter 125 USAIN's plan of defense, not attack. QA letter 143 Bari Ali dismissed to please Baki. Khusrau makes abject submission to Babur. Mirza Khan demands vengeance on him, Khusrau's submission having been on terms. He is let go free. Babur resumes his march, first sees Canopus, is joined by tribesmen. Khusrau's brother Wali flees to the Ozbegs and is executed. Risks run by the families now fetched from Kamard. Kabul surrendered to Babur by Mukim. Mukim's family protected. Plus description of Kabul plus, pp. To 277. Mukim leaves for Kandahar. Allotment of fiefs. Excess levy in grain foray on the Sul letter 126F a en Masudi Hazara. Babur's first move for Hindustan, Khybar traversed, Bigram visited, Baki Beg prevents crossing the Sindh, and persuades for Kohat. A plan for Bangesh, Banu and thence return to Kabul. Yarai letter 125 USIN Dariakhani asks for permission to raise a force for Babur, east of the Sindh. Move to Thal, Banu. And the dashed return route varied without consulting Babur. Pir Kanu's tomb visited, through the Pawat Pass into Duki, horse food fails, baggage left behind. Men of all conditions walk to Ghazni, spectacle of the Abastata, mirage and birds. Jahangir is Babur's host in Ghazni, heavy floods. Kabul reached after a disastrous expedition of 4 months. Nasir's misconduct abetted by two Begshik chiefs. He and they flee into bad action. Khusrau Shah's schemes fail in Herat. Imbroglio between him and Nasir. Shaibani attempts letter 1225 ISAR, but abandons the siege on his brother's death. Khusrau attempts letter 1225 ISAR and is there killed. His followers revolt against Babur. His death quenches the fire of sedition 188-245 AH. June 4, 1505 to May 24, 1506 Ad. Death of Babur's mother. Babur's illness stops a move for Kandahar, an earthquake, campaign against and capture of Chagatai Gils. Baki Beg dismissed towards Hindustan, murdered in the Khyber. Turkmen Hazara raided, Nehru tribute collected. Jahangir misbehaves and runs away. Babur summoned by letter 1225 US in Bukhara against Shaibani. Shaibani takes KAHJune, and Chin letter 1263 UFI is killed. Death and biography of letter 1225 US in Bukhara. 256-2. His burial and joint successors 293 AH. May 24, 1506 to May 13, 1507 Ad. Babur, without news of letter 1225 US in Bukhara's death, obeys his summons and leaves Kabul. Jahangir flees from Babur's route. Nasir defeats Shaibani's men in bad action. Babur, while in Kamard, hears of letter 1225 US IN's death. Continues his march with anxious thought for the Timurid dynasty. Jahangir waits on him and accompanies him to Herat. Coalition of Ḥusain Mirzas against Shaibani. Their meeting with Babur, etiquette of Babur's reception. An entertainment to him of the Chingis-Tura. Babur claims the ceremonial observance due to his military achievements. Entertainments and Babur's obedience to MU letter 1225, a D a N law against wine, his reflections on the Mirzas. Difficulties of winter plans, 307. He sees the sights of Harry, visits the Bijims. The ceremonies observed tells of his hitherto abstention from wine and of his present inclination to drink it. Qasim begs interference with those pressing Babur to break the law. Babur's poor carving, engages Masuma in marriage, leaves for Kabul, certain retainers stay behind. A perilous journey through snow to a wrong pass out of the Harared Valley, arrival of the party in Yakayaleng. Joy in their safety and comfort. Shibirtu traversed into Gurbund, Turkmen Hazara raided, news reaches Babur of conspiracy in Kabul to put Mirza Khan in his place. Babur concerts plans with the loyal Kabul garrison, moves on through snow and in terrible cold, attacks and defeats the rebels, narrowly escaped death, attributes his safety to prayer, deals mercifully, from family considerations, with the rebel chiefs, reflects on their behavior to him who has protected them. Asserts that his only aim is to write the truth, letters of victory sent out, MU letter 1225. Letter 1225 US in Duglet and Mirza Khan banished, spring excursion to Kodaman. Nasir, driven from bad action, takes refuge with Babur 322 AH. May 13, 1507 to May 2, 1508 Ad. Raid on the Gilji Afghans, separation of the 5th Khams, wild ass, hunting, Shaibani moves against Ḥusain, irresolution of the Timurid Mirzas, infatuation of letter 1E95 UN Nun Argun, Shaibani takes Harry, his doings there. Defeat and death of two Bukharas, the Arguns in Kandahar make overtures to Babur. He starts to join them against Shaibani, meets Masuma in Ghazni on her way to Kabul, spares Hindustan traders, meets Jahangir's widow and infant son coming from Herat. The Argun chiefs provoke attack on Kandahar, Babur's army, organization and terminology, wins the Battle of Kandahar and enters the fort. Its spoils, Nasir put in command. Babur returns to Kabul rich in goods and fame, marries Masuma. Shaibani lays siege to Kandahar, alarm in Kabul at his approach. Mirza Khan and Shah Bajim betake themselves to bad action. Babur sets out for Hindustan, leaving Abdur Razak in Kabul, Afghan highwaymen. A raid for food, Machachak's marriage. Hindustan plan abandoned, Nurgal and Kunar visited, news of Shaibani's withdrawal from Kandahar. Babur returns to Kabul, gives Ghazni to Nasir, assumes the title of Padshah, birth of Humayun. Feast and chronogram 344 AH. May 2, 1508 to April 21, 1509 Ad. Raid on the Mahmud Afghans, seditious offenders reprieved. Khusrau Shah's former retainers march off from Kabul. Abdur Razak comes from his district to near Kabul, not known to have joined the rebels. Earlier hints to Babur of this incredible rebellion, later warnings of an immediate rising 346. Plus translator's note. plus 914 to 925 AH, 1508 to 1519 add. Date of composition of preceding narrative, loss of matter here seems partly or wholly due to Babur's death, sources helping to fill the gap, events of the remainder of 914 AH. The mutiny swiftly quelled, Babur's five-fold victory over hostile champions. Sa'id Chagatai takes refuge with him in a quiet Kabul. Shaibani's murders of Chagatai and Duglat chiefs, 366 AH. April 21, 1509 to April 11, 1510 add. Beginning of hostilities between Isma-il letter 163, a F, a W, I, and Shaibani. Letter 125, a ID, a R. Duglat takes refuge with Babur. April 11, 1510 to March 31, 1511 add. Ismail defeats the Ozbegs near Merv, Shaibani is killed, 20,000 Mughals he had migrated to Khurasan, returned to near Qunduz. Mirza Khan invites Babur to join him against the Ozbegs. Babur goes to Qunduz. The 20,000 Mughals proffer allegiance to their hereditary Khan Sa'id. They propose to set Babur aside. Sa'id's worthy rejection of the proposal. Babur makes Sa'id the Khan of the Mughals and sends him and his Mughals into Fargana. Significance of Babur's words. I made him Khan. Babur's first attempt on letter 125 is a R where were letter 125 a mz are in Mahdi Ozbeg. Beginning of his disastrous intercourse with Isma-il letter 163, a F a W-I, Isma-il sends Khanzada Bajim back to him. With thanks for the courtesy, Babur asks help against the Ozbeg. It is promised under dangerous conditions. March 31, 1511 to March 19, 1512 add. Babur's second attempt on letter 125 ISAR wins the Battle of Palai-Sangan, puts letter 125 a MZ and Mahdi to death, his Persian reinforcement and its perilous cost. The Ozbegs are swept across the Tsar of Shan. The Persians are dismissed from Bukhara. Babur occupies Samarkand after a 9 years absence. He gives Kabul to Nasir, his difficult position in relation to the Shia Ismail. Ismail sends Najm Sani to bring him to order. March 19, 1512 to March 9, 1513 add. The Ozbegs return to the attack. Ubaids vow his defeat of Babur at Kalai Malik. Babur flees from Samarkand to letter 125 ISAR. His pursuers retire. Najm Sani from Balkh gives him rendezvous at TIRMI letter 195. The two move for Bukhara. Najm perpetrates the massacre of Karshi. Babur is helpless to prevent it. Najm crosses the Tsar of Shan to a disadvantageous position, is defeated and slain. Babur, his reserve, does not fight. His abstention made a reproach at the Persian court against his son Humayun, 1544 add. His arrow-sped message to the Ozbeg camp, in letter 125 ISAR, he is attacked suddenly by Mughals. He escapes to Qunduz. The retributive misfortunes of letter 125 ISAR, letter 125 AIDAR on Mughals. Ayub Begshik's deathbed repentance for his treachery to Babur. Letter 125 AIDAR returns to his kinsfolk in Kashgar. March 9, 1513 to Feb. 26, 1514 add. Babur may have spent the year in Kishim. Ismail takes Balkh from the Ozbegs, surmised bearing of the capture on his later action. Feb. 26, 1514 to Feb. 15th, 1515 add. Letter 125 AIDAR's account of Babur's misery, patience, and courtesy this year in Qunduz. Babur returns to Kabul. His daughter Gulrang is born in KHWast. He is welcomed by Nasir, who goes back to Ghazni. Feb. 15th, 1515 to Feb. 5th, 1516 add. Death of Nasir, riot in Ghazni led by Sharam Taghai Mughal. Quiet restored many rebels flee to Kashgar. Sharam refused harborage by Sa'id Khan and seeks Babur's protection. Letter 125 AIDAR's comment on Babur's benevolence. Feb. 5th, 1516 to Jan. 24th, 1517 add. A quiet year in Kabul apparently, birth of Askari. Jan. 24th, 1517 to Jan. 13th, 1518 add. Babur visits Balkh. KHJune Damir's account of the affairs of Muhammad Zaman Mirza Bukhara. Babur pursues the Mirza, has him brought to Kabul, gives him his daughter Masuma in marriage. An expedition to Kandahar returns fruitless, on account of his illness. Shah Beg's views on Babur's persistent attempts on Kandahar. Shah Beg's imprisonment and release by his slave a letter 143b a ls means. Jan. 13th, 1518 to Jan. 3rd 1519 ad. Shaibaq's son letter 1E25 a n flees to Babur, stays 2 years date of his return to his father. Babur begins a campaign in Bajor against letter 1E25, Aidari Ali Bajori, takes 2 forts. Jan. 3rd to Dec. 23rd 1519 ad. Babur takes the fort of Bajor, massacres its people as false to Islam. KAHJune Khan made its commandant, an excessive impost in grain, a raid for Corn Mahim's adoption of Dildar's unborn child. Babur marries Bibi Mubaraka, repopulation of the fort of Bajor, expedition against Afghan tribesmen, destruction of the tomb of a heretic Kalendar. Babur first crosses the Sindh, his long-cherished desire for Hindustan, the ford of the Sindh. The Khoijud, Salt Range. His regard for Beera, Kashab, Chinab and Chiniot as earlier possessions of the Turk, now therefore his own. The Kaldakahar Lake and subsequent location on it of the Bagai Safa, assurance of safety sent to Beera as a Turk possession, history of Beera etc. as Turk possessions, author's note on Tatar Khan Yusufkhail, envoys sent to Baluchis in Beera, heavy floods in camp offenders against Beera people punished, agreed tribute collected. Envoy sent to ask from Ibrahim Ludi, the lands once dependent on the Turk. Daulat Khan arrests and keeps the envoy who goes back later to Babur Infecta, news of Heindal's birth and cause of his name, description of a drinking party. Tatar Khan Kakar compels Minichihar Khan Turk, going to wait on Babur, to become his son-in-law, account of the Kakars, excursions and drinking parties, Beera appointments, action taken against Hadi Khan Kakar, description and capture of Parhala. Babur sees the a letter 1E43 Bal plant. A tiger killed, Gurkhatri visited, loss of a clever hawk. Khyber traversed, midday halt in the Bagai Wafa. Karatu garden visited, news of Shaibaq's capture of Kahan. Babur's boys carried out in haste to meet him, wine parties. Death and biography of Dustbeg, arrival of Sul letter 1E6F, a Nim Baikara, and ceremonies observed on meeting her. A long-imprisoned traitor released. Excursion to Kodaman. Hindu Beg abandons Beera. Babur has intermittent fever visitors from Wast. Yusufzai chiefs wait on Babur. Khalifa's son sends a wedding gift. Babur's amusement when illness keeps him from an entertainment. Treatment of his illness. A Thursday reading of theology. See ad. Note P401. Swimming envoy from Mirza Khan. Tribesmen allowed to leave Kabul for wider grazing grounds. Babur sends his first diwan to Puled Ozbeg in Samarkand. Arrivals and departures. Punitive expedition against the Abdur-Rahman Afghans, punishment threatened and inflicted, P405, on defaulters in help to an outmatched man, description of the Rustam maiden, return to Kabul, excursion to Kodaman, snake incident, Tramontane begs warned for service, fish drugging. Babur's non-pressure to drink, on an abstainer, wine party, misadventure on a raft, toothpicks gathered, a new retainer, Babur shaves his head. Heindal's guardian appointed, Ozbeg raiders defeated in bad action, various arrivals. Yusufzai campaign, Babur dislocates his wrist. Varia Dilizak chiefs wait on him. Plan to store corn in Hashnagar, incidents of the road. Khyber traversed. Bara urged on Babur as a place for corn. Kabul River forded at Bara. Little corn found and the Hashnagar plan foiled. Plan to store Peshawar fort. Return to Ali Masjid. News of an invasion of bad action hurries Babur back through the Khyber. The KHI letter 1E93 Arkyle Afghans punished. Babur first writes since dislocating his wrist. The beauty and fruits of the Bagai Wafa, incidents of the return march to Kabul, excursion to the Kodaman, beauty of its harvest crops and autumnal trees. A line offensive to Khalifa, see ad. Note P. Humayun makes a good shot, beauty of the harvest near Istalif and in the Bagai Padshahi. Return to Kabul, Babur receives a white falcon in gift. Pays a visit of consolation to an ashamed drinker. Arrivals various. He finishes copying Ali Shir's 4 diwans, an order to exclude from future parties those who become drunk. Babur starts for Lamgan 419 Dec. 23rd 1519 to Dec. 12th 1520 ad. Excursion to Kodaman and Kohistan, incidents of the road. Babur shoots with an easy bow. For the first time after the dislocation of his wrist, Nairo tribute fixed. Excursions in Lamgan. Kafir headmen bring goat skins of wine, halt in the Bagai Wafa, its oranges, beauty and charm. Babur records his wish and intention to return to obedience in his 40th year, and his consequent excess in wine as the end approached. Composes an air, visits Nur Valley, relieves Khwaja Kalin in Bajor, teaches a talisman to stop rain, his opinion of the ill taste and disgusting intoxication of beer, his reason for summoning KAHJune Khan, and trenchant words to Shah Hassan relieving him, an old beggar loaded with gifts. The raft strikes a rock, description of the Kindir spring, fish taken from fish ponds, hunting, accident to a tooth, fishing with a net, a murderer made over to the avengers of blood. A Quran chapter read and start made for KABUL. Here the diary breaks off, -425. Plus translator's note, plus 926 to 932 ah, 1520 to 1525 add. Babur's activities in the gap, missing matter less interesting than that lost in the previous one. Its distinctive mark is biographical, dramatis personae, sources of information 426 440 for ah, dec. 23rd 1519 to dec. 12th 1520 add. Babur's 5 expeditions into Hindustan, this year's cut short by menace from Kandahar, Shah Beg's position, particulars of his menace not ascertained, plus description of Kandahar fort plus, Babur's various sieges, this year's raised because of pestilence within the walls, Shah Beg pushes out into Sindh. Ah, dec. 12th 1520 to dec. 1st 1521 add. 2 accounts of this year's siege of Kandahar, that of the letter 1025 ABIBUSCR, Roman 2, that of the Tariq-i Sindh, concerning the dates involved, Mirza Khan's death. Ah, dec. 1st 1521 to Nav. 20th 1522 add. Babur and Mahim visit Humayun in bad action, expedition to Kandahar of the duel between Babur and Shah Beg, the Chihilzina monument of victory, death of Shah Beg and its date, Babur's literary work down to this year. Ah, Nav. 20th 1522 to Nav. 10th 1523 add. Hindustan affairs, Daulat Khan Ludi, Ibrahim Ludi and Babur, Dilawar, son of Daulat Khan, goes to Kabul and asks help against Ibrahim. Babur prays for a sign of victory, prepares for the expedition. Alam Khan Ludi, apparently in this year, goes to Kabul and asks Babur's help against his nephew Ibrahim, birth of Gulbadan. Ah, Nav. 10th 1523 to Oct. 27th 1524 add. Babur's 4th expedition into Hindustan differs from earlier ones by its concert with malcontents in the country. Babur defeats Bahar Khan Ludi near Lahore, Lahore occupied, Dibalpur stormed, plundered and its people massacred. Babur moves onward from Sirhind but returns on news of Daulat Khan's doings. There may have been also news of Ozbeg threat to Balkh, the Panjab garrison, death of Isma-il letter 1063 a F a WI, and of Shah Beg. Babur turns for Kabul, plants bananas in the Bagai Wafa. Ah, Oct. 29th 1524 to Oct. 18th 1525 add. Daulat Khan's large resources, he defeats Alam Khan at Dibalpur. Alam Khan flees to Kabul and again asks help. Babur's conditions of reinforcement. Alam Khan's subsequent proceedings detailed S.A. 932 ah. Babur promises to follow him speedily, is summoned to Balkh by its Ozbeg menace. His arrival raises the siege. He returns to Kabul in time for his start to Hindustan in 932 444. Section 3, Hindustan Oct. 18th 1525 to Oct. 8th 1526 add. Babur starts on his 5th expedition into Hindustan, is attacked by illness at Gandamak. Humayun is late in coming in from Badakhshan, verse-making on the Kabul River. Babur makes a satirical verse such as he had forsworn when writing the Mubin, attributes a relapse of illness to his breach of vow, renews his oath, fine spectacle of the lighted camp at Ali Masjid, hunting near Bagram, preparations for ferrying the Sindh, order to make a list of all with the army. And to count them up, continuation of illness, orders sent to the Lahore Begs to delay engagement till Babur arrived. The Sindh ferried for the first time, and the army tale declared as 12,000 good and bad, the eastward march unexpected ice, rendezvous made with the Lahore Begs, Jat and Gujar thieves. A courier sent again to the Begs, news that Alam Khan had let Ibrahim Ludi defeat him near Delhi, particulars of the engagement. He takes refuge with Babur. The Lahore Begs announce their arrival close at hand. Ibrahim's troops retire before Babur's march. Daulat Khan Ludi surrenders Milwat Malat. Waits on Babur and is reproached. Ghazi Khan's abandonment of his family censured. Jaswin Valley, Ghazi Khan pursued. Babur advances against Ibrahim Ludi. His estimate of his adversary's strength. Alam Khan's return destitute to Babur. Babur's march leads towards Panipat. Humayun's first affair succeeds. Reiterated news of Ibrahim's approach. Babur's success in a minor encounter. He arrays and counts his effective force, finds it under the estimate, orders that every man in the army shall collect carts towards roomy defense, 700 carts brought in, account of the defenses of the camp close to the village of Panipat, Babur on the futility of fear. His excuses for the fearful in his army, his estimate of Ibrahim's army and of its higher possible numbers. Author's note on the Ozbeg chiefs in letter 1225, ISAR 918A. 1512 ad. Preliminary encounters, battle and victory of Panipat, Ibrahim's body found, Delhi and Agra occupied by Babur. He makes the circuit of a Fargana-born ruler in Delhi, visits other tombs and sees sites, halts opposite Tughlukabad. The KHU letter 1E6F be a read for him in Delhi. He goes to Agra, author's note on rulers in Gwalior. The Kohinoor, diamond given by the Gwalior family to Humayun. Babur's dealings with Ibrahim's mother and her entourage, plus description of Hindustan plus pp. 478 to 521. Revenues of Hind, p. 521. Agra treasure distributed, local disaffection to Babur, discontent in his army at remaining in Hindustan. He sets the position forth to his council. Khwaja Khan decides to leave, his and Babur's verses on his desertion. Babur's force grows locally. Action begun against rebels to Ibrahim in the east, gifts made to officers, and postings various. Bibin Jalwani revolts and is beat. The Mir of Biana warned, mention of Rana Sanga's failure in his promise to act with Babur, Sanga's present action, decision in council to leave Sanga aside and to march to the east. Humayun leads out the army. Babur makes garden, well and mosque near Agra. Progress of Humayun's campaign, news of the Ozbegs in Balkh and Khurasan, affairs of Gujarat 535 Oct. 8th 1526 to Sep. 27th 1527 ad. Birth announced of Babur's son Farrukh, incomplete success in casting a large mortar Varia. Humayun summoned from the east to act against Sanga. Plundering expedition towards Biana, Tahangar, Gwalior and Dulpur obtained. Letter 1225 a Mid Khan Sarangkhani defeated. Arrival of a Persian embassy. Ibrahim's mother tries to poison Babur, plus copy of Babur's letter detailing the affair plus his dealings with the poisoner and her agents. Humayun's return to Agra, KHW. Dostai Khan's arrival from Kabul reiterated news of the approach of Rana Sanga. Babur sends an advance force to Biana. Letter 1225 a S a N Khan Miwadi. Tramontane matters disloyal to Babur. Trial test of the large mortar, p. 536. Babur leaves Agra to oppose Sanga. Adverse encounter with Sanga by Biana garrison. Alarming reports of Rajput prowess. Spadesmen sent ahead to dig wells in Madhakar Pargana. Babur halts there, arrays and moves to Sikri. Various joinings and scoutings. Discomfiture of a party reconnoitering from Sikri. The reinforcement also overcome. The enemy retires at sight of a larger troop from Babur. Defense of the Sikri camp roomy fashion, with ditch besides. Continued praise of Rajput prowess, further defense of the camp made to hearten Babur's men, 20-25 days spent in the above preparations, arrival of 500 men from Kabul, also of MU letter 1225. Sharif, an astrologer who augurs ill for Babur's success, archers collected and Mewat overrun. Babur reflects that he had always wished to cease from the sin of wine, verses about his then position, resolves to renounce wine, details of the destruction of wine and precious vessels, and of the building of a commemorative well and almshouse. His oath to remit a tax if victorious is recalled to him. He remits the tamga. Sheikh Zain writes the Farman announcing the 2 acts, copy of the Farman, great fear in Babur's army. He adjures the Ghazi spirit in his men who vow to stand fast, his perilous position. He moves forward in considerable array. His camp is laid out and protected by ditch and carts. An omen is taken and gives hope. Khalifa advising, the camp is moved. While tents were being set up, the enemy appears, the battle and victory of Kanwa, described in a copy of the letter of victory. Babur inserts this because of its full particulars, pp. 559 to 574. Assumes the title of Ghazi Chronograms of the Victory and also of that in Dibalpur, 930 Pursuit of the fugitive foe, escape of Sanga, the falsely auguring astrologer banished with a gift, a small revolt crushed, a pillar of heads set up, Babur visits Biana, little water and much heat set aside plan to invade Sanga's territory. Babur visits Mewat, gives some historical account of it, commanders rewarded, all were visited. Humayun and others allowed to leave Hindustan, dispatch of the letter of victory, various excursions. Humayun bidden farewell, Chandwar and Rapri recovered, apportionment of fiefs. Bibin flees before Babur's men, dispersion of troops for the rains, misconduct of Humayun and Babur's grief, embassy to Iraq, tardy Beg Koksar allowed to return to the Darwish life, Babur's lines to departing friends, the RAM letter 1E93AN feast, playing cards. Babur ill, seemingly with fever. Visits Dulpur and orders a house excavated, visits Bari and sees the ebony tree, has doubt of Bayezid Farmulai's loyalty, his remedial and metrical exercises, his treatise on prosody composed, a relapse of illness, starts on an excursion to Kull and S a letter 1E43B a L586A. Sep. 27th 1527 to Sep. 15th 1528 ad. Babur visits Kull and S a letter 1E43B a L and returns to Agra, has fever and ague intermittently for 20-25 days, goes out to welcome kinswomen. A large mortar bursts with fatal result. He visits Sikri, starts for holy war against Shandiri, sends troops against Bayezid Farmulai, incidents of the march to Shandiri, account of Kachwa, account of Shandiri, its siege. Meantime bad news arrives from the east, Babur keeping this quiet. Accomplishes the work in hand, Shandiri taken, change of plans enforced by defeat in the east, return northwards. Further losses in the east, rebels take post to dispute Babur's passage of the Ganges. He orders a pontoon bridge. His artillery is used with effect. The bridge finished and crossed, and the Afghans worsted. Tuktabugha Chagatai arrives from Kashgar. Babur visits Lakhano, suffers from earache, reinforces Chin Timur against the rebels. Chin Timur gets the better of Bayezid Farmulai. Babur settles the affairs of Aud Aud and plans to hunt near 602. Plus translators note plus part of 934a. On the Sir. Half year's missing matter, known events of the gap. Continued campaign against Bibin and Bayezid, Babur at Junpur, Chausa and Baksara, swims the Ganges, bestows Saran on a Farmulai, orders a charbagh maid, is ill for 40 days, is inferred to have visited Dulpur, recalled Askari from Multan, sent KHW. Dastai Kawand to Kabul on family affairs, which were causing him much concern, remarks on the gap, and, incidentally, on the Rampur Diwan and verses in it suiting Babur's illnesses of 934a. Sep. 15th 1528 to Sep. 5th 1529 ad. Askari reaches Agra from Multan, KHJune Damir and others arrive from Khurasan. Babur prepares to visit Gwalior, bids farewell to kinswomen who are returning to Kabul, marches out, is given an unsavory medicament, inspects construction work in Dulpur, reaches Gwalior, plus description of Gwalior plus, p. 607 to p. Returns to Dulpur, suffers from earache, inspects work in Sikri and reaches Agra, visit and welcomes to kinswomen. Sends an envoy to take charge of Rantanpur, makes a levy on stipendiaries, sends letters to kinsfolk in Khurasan. News arrives of Kamran and Dastai Kawand in Kabul, of Thomas Safawi's defeat at Jam, of Ubidullah Ozbeg of the birth of a son to Humayun, and of a marriage by Kamran. He rewards an artificer, is strongly attacked by fever. For his healing translates a letter 1E25R a RIS Walidir Rizala, account of the task, troops warned for service. A long-detained messenger returns from Humayun. Accredited messengers of good tidings bring the news of Humayun's son's birth, an instance of rapid travel, further particulars of the Battle of Jam, letters written and summarized, plus copy of one to Humayun inserted here plus, plans for an eastern campaign under Askari, royal insignia given to him, orders for the measurement, stations and upkeep of the Agra-Kabul road, the Mubin quoted, a feast described, Askari bids his father farewell. Babur visits Dulpur and inspects his constructions, Persian account of the Battle of Jam. Babur decides contingently to go to the east, Balochi incursions. News reaches Dulpur of the loss of Bihar town, and decides Babur to go east, news of Humayun's action in Badakhshan. Babur starts from Agra, honored arrivals in the assembly camp, incidents of the march, congratulations and gifts sent to Kamran, Humayun and others, also specimens of the Baburi script. And copies of the translation of the Walidir Rizala and the Hindustan poems, commends his building work to his workmen, makes a new ruler for the better copying of the Walidir Rizala translation. Letters written, plus copy of one to KHJune Kalin inserted here plus. Complaints from Kitinkara Ozbeg of Babur's begs on the Balkh frontier. Babur shaves his head. Mahim, using his style, orders her own escort from Kabul to Agra. Babur watches wrestling, leaves the Jumna, disembarks his guns, and goes across country to Dugjugi on the Ganges, travels by litter. Askari and other commanders meet him, news of Bibin, Bayezid and other Afghans, letters dispatched to meet Mahim on her road. Babur sends a copy of his writings to Samarkand, watches wrestling, hears news of the Afghans. Here a surmised survival of record displaced from 934 AH. Fall of a riverbank under his horse, swims the Ganges, crosses the Jumna at Allahabad Payag, and re-embarks his guns. Wrestling watched, the evil tons, he is attacked by boils, a roomy remedy applied, a futile attempt to hunt. He sends money, drafts to the travelers from Kabul, visits places on the Ganges he had seen last year, receives various letters below Ghazipur, has news that the ladies are actually on their way from Kabul. Last year's eclipse recalled, Hindu dread of the Karmanasar River, wrestling watched. Roomy remedy for boils used again with much discomfort, fall of last year's landing steps at Baksara, wrestling. Negotiations with an envoy of Nasrat Shah of Bengal, examination into MU Letter 1225, AMMADI Zaman's objections to a Bihar appointment, dispatch of troops to Bihar town. MU Letter 1225, AMMADI Zaman submits requests which are granted, a small success against Afghans, royal insignia given to MU Letter 1225, AMMADI Zaman, with leave to start for Bihar. Babur's boats, news of the Bengal army. MU Letter 1225, AMMADI Zaman recalled because fighting was probable. Dudu Bibai and her son Jalal escape from Bengal to come to Babur. Further discussions with the Bengal envoy. Favorable news from Bihar. Babur in a raw position of the Bengal army near the confluence of Gang and Saru, Ganges and Gagra. Babur making further effort for peace, sends an envoy to Nasrat Shah, gives Nasrat's envoy leave to go conveying an ultimatum. Arrival of a servant from Mahim west of the Bagai Safa. Babur visits lotus beds near Ara, also Munir, and the sun, distance measured by counting a horse's paces. Care for tired horses. Babur angered by Junaid Barla's belated arrival, consultation and plans made for the coming battle, the Ganges crossed by the Barganga channel, and move made to near the confluence. Babur watches Ali Quli's stone discharge, his boat entered by night, battle and victory of the Gagra. Babur praises and thanks his Chagatai cousins for their great services, crosses into the Nurhan Pargana. His favors to a Farmuli, news of Bibin and Bayezid, and of the strange deaths in a letter 1043b L. Chintimur sends news from the west of inconveniences caused by the ladies' delay to leave Kabul, and of success against the Baluchi. He is ordered to Agra. Settlement made with the NU Letter 1225 NI Afghans. Peace made with Nasrat Shah. Submissions and various Gurdon. Bibin and Bayezid pursued. Babur's papers damaged in a storm. News of the rebel pair as taking Lucknow. Disposition of Babur's boats. Move along the Saru. A surmised survival of the record of 934 AH. Account of the capture of Lucknow. Dispositions against the rebel pair. Fish caught by help of a lamp. Incidents of the march to Adampur on the Jumna. Bibin and Bayezid flee to Mahuba. Eastern campaign wound up. Babur's rapid ride to Agra, p. 686. Visits kinswomen, is pleased with Indian-grown fruits. Mahim arrives, her gifts and Humayun set before Babur. Porters sent off for Kabul to fetch fruits. Account of the deaths in a letter 1043b L brought in sedition in Lahore. Wrestling watched. Sedition of R.A. letter 1225 I Mdad in Gwalior. Mahdi KHJune comes to Agra 689 AH. Sep. 5th 1529 to Aug. 25th 1530 Ad. Sheikh Gauss comes from Gwalior to intercede for R.A. letter 1225 I Mdad, Gwalior taken over. Plus translator's note, plus 936 and 937 AH, 1529 and 1530 Ad. Sources from which to fill the gap down to Babur's death, December 1530. Humayun's proceedings in bad action, letter 1225 a ID a R. Douglat's narrative of them. Humayun deserts his post, goes to Kabul, and arranging with Cameron, sends Heindal to bad action. Goes on to Agra and there arrives unexpected by his father. As he is unwilling to return, Sulayman Murranshahai is appointed under Babur's suzerainty. Sa'idi Khan is warned to leave Sulayman in possession. Babur moves westward to support him and visits Lahore, waited on in Sirhind by the Raja of Kalar, received in Lahore by Cameron and there visited from Kabul by Heindal, leaves Lahore, March 4, 1530 Ad. From Sirhind sends a punitive force against Mundahir Rajputs, hunts near Delhi. appears to have started off an expedition to Kashmir. Family matters fill the rest of the year. Humayun falls ill in a letter 1E43 Bal and is brought to Agra. His disease not yielding to treatment, Babur resolves to practice the rite of intercession and self-surrender to save his life, is urged rather to devote the great diamond, Kohinoor, to pious uses, refuses the substitution of the jewel for his own life, performs the rite. Humayun recovers. Babur falls ill and is bedridden till death, his faith in the rite unquestionable, belief in its efficacy general in the East, plan to set Babur's sons aside from the succession. The Chagatai Akbari story discussed, p. 702 to 708, suggested basis of the story, p. Babur's death, Jumada I 5th 937 A. Dec. 26th 1530 ad. And burial first near Agra, later near Kabul. Shah Jahan's epitaph inscribed on a tablet near the grave, Babur's wives and children. Mr. Erskine's estimate of his character, 716. Appendices. A sight and disappearance of Old Aksi, b. The birds Kilqueerug and Bagrikara, c. On the Goshagar, d. The rescue passage, e. Nagarahar and Ningnahar, f. The name Dara Einar, g. On the names of 2 Dara Einar wines, h. On the countermark Bibud of coins, I. The weeping willows of f. 190b, j. Babur's excavated chamber at Kandahar, k. An Afghan legend, l. Mahim's adoption of Hindal. M. On the term Bari Q letter 1E6 fs. N. Notes on a few birds, o. Notes by Humayun on some Hindustan fruits, p. Remarks on Babur's revenue list, q. On the Rampur Diwan, r. Plans of Chandiri and Gwalior, s. The Babur-nama dating of 935 AT, on L. New Lakhnow and L. Nur, Lakhnow i.e. Shahabad and Rampur, u. The inscriptions in Babur's mosque at Ajdia Oud, v. Babur's gardens in and near Kabul. Indices, I. Personal Roman 2. Geographical Roman 3. General p. 717 et sec. Omissions, Corrigenda, additional notes. List of illustrations. Plaintree Avenue in Baburs, later, burial garden facing p. Roman 27. View from above his grave, and Shah Jahan's mosque facing p. 367. His grave facing p. 445. Babur and prayer facing p. 702. His signature app, q. LXI. Plans of Chandiri and Gwalior app, r. LXV. Illustration, Plaintree Avenue in Babur's later burial garden. Preface. O spring of work, O source of power to be, each line, each thought I dedicate to thee each time I fail, the failure is my own, but each success, a jewel in thy throne. Jesse E. Cadle. Introductory. This book is a translation of Babur Padshah's autobiography, made from the original Turkey text. It was undertaken after a purely Turkey manuscript had become accessible in England, the Hyderabad Codex, 1915, which, being in Babur's ipsissima verba, left to him the control of his translator's diction. A control that had been impracticable from the time when, under Akbar, 1589, his book was translated into Persian. What has come down to us of pure text is, in its shrunken amount, what was translated in 1589. It is difficult, here and there, to interpret owing to its numerous and in some places extensive lacunae, and presents more problems than one the solution of which has real importance, because they have favored suggestions of malfeasance by Babur. My translation has been produced under considerable drawback, having been issued in 4 fasciculi, at long intervals, respectively in June 1912, May 1914, October 1917, and September 1921. I have put with it of supplementary matter what may be of service to those readers whom Babur's personality attracts, and to those who study Turkey as a linguistic entertainment, but owing to delays in production, am unable to include the desiderata of maps. Chapter 1. Babur's exemplars in the arts of peace. Babur's civilian aptitudes, whether of the author and penman, the maker of gardens, the artist, craftsman, or sportsman, were nourished in a fertile soil of family tradition and example. Little about his teaching and training is now with his mutilated book, little indeed of any kind about his pre-accession years, not the date of his birth even, having escaped destruction. Happily Haydar Mirza, QV, possessed a more complete codex than has come down to us through the Timurid libraries, and from it he translated many episodes of Babur-nāma that help to bridge gaps and are of special service here where the personalities of Babur's early environment are being named. Babur's home milieu favored excellence in the quiet arts and set before its children high standard and example of proficiency. Moreover, by schooling him in obedience to the law, it planted in him some of art's essentials: self-restraint and close attention. Amongst primal influences on him, his mother Quitluk-Niggers ranked high. She, well-born and a scholar's daughter, would certainly be educated in Turkey and Persian and in the home accomplishments her governess possessed, at and qv. From her and her mother Asin-Daulat, the child would learn respect for the attainments of his wise old grandfather Yunus Khan. Asin-Daulat herself brought to her grandson much that goes to the making of a man. Nomad-born and sternly bred, she was brave to obey her opinion of right, and was practically the boy's ruling counselor through his early struggle to hold Fargana. With these two in fine influence must be counted Khanzada, his 5 years elder sister, who from his birth to his death proved her devotion to him. Her life story tempts, but is too long to tell. Her girlish promise is seen fulfilled in Gulbadan's pages. Umar Sheikh's own mother Shah Sultan Bijim brought in a type of merit widely differing from that of Asin-Daulat Bijim. As a town lady of high Tarkhan birth, used to the amenities of life in a wealthy house of Samarkand, she was, doubtless, an accomplished and cultured woman. Umar Sheikh's environment was dominated for many years by two great men: the scholar and lover of town life Yunus Khan and the saintly Arari, i.e. KAHJune, Ubaydullah, who were frequently with him in company, came at Babur's birth and assisted at his naming. Arari died in 895-1491 when the child was about 7 years old, but his influence was lifelong. In 930-515-29, he was invoked as a spiritual helper by the fever-stricken Babur, and his mediation believed efficacious for recovery. pp. 619-648. For the babe or boy to be where the three friends held social session in high converse would be thought to draw blessing on him. His hushed silence in the presence would sow the seed of reverence for wisdom and virtue, such, for example, as he felt for Jami, qv. It is worthwhile to tell some part at least of Yuna's attainments in the gentler arts, because the biography from which they are quoted may well have been written on the information of his wife Asin-Daulat, and it indicates the breadth of his exemplary influence. Yunus was many things: penman, painter, singer, instrumentalist, and a past master in the crafts. He was an expert in good companionship, having even temper and perfect manners, quick perception, and conversational charm. His intellectual distinction was attributed to his 12 years of wardship under the learned and highly honored Yazdi, Sharafuddin Ali, the author of the Zafarnama. That book was in hand during 4 years of Yuna's education. He will thus have known it and its main basis Timur's Turkey Malfuzet annals. What he learned of either book he would carry with him into Umar Sheikh's environment, thus magnifying the family stock of Timuriya influence. He lived to be some 74 years old, a length of days which fairly bridged the gap between Timur's death and Babur's birth, 888-1483. It is said that no previous Khan of his Chagatai line had survived his 40th year. His exceptional age earned him great respect and would deepen his influence on his restless young son-in-law, Umar Sheikh. It appears to have been in Umar's 20th year, sir, that Yunus Khan began the friendly association with him that lasted till Yuna's death, 892-1483, a friendship which, as disparate ages would dictate, was rather that of father and son than of equal companionship. One matter mentioned in the Khan's biography would come to Babur's remembrance in the future days when he, like Yunus, broke the law against intoxicants and, like him, repented and returned. That two men of the caliber and high repute of Arari and Yunus maintained friendly guidance so long over, Umar cannot but be held in accreditment and give fragrance of goodness to his name. Apart from the high justice and generosity his son ascribes to him, he could set other example, for he was a reader of great books, the Koran and the Masnawi being amongst his favorites. This choice, it may be, led a Bullefaletter 1E93L to say he had the Darwish mind. Babur was old enough before Umar's death to profit by the sight of his father enjoying the perusal of such books. As with other parents and other children, there would follow the happy stilling to a quiet mood, the piquing of curiosity as to what was in the book, the site of refuge taken as in a haven from self and care, and perhaps, Babur being intelligent and of inquiring mind and humor a skilled reciter, the boy would marvel at the perennial miracle that a lifeless page can become eloquent. Gentle hints all, pointers of the way to literary creation. Few who are at home in Babur-nāma, but will take Timur as Babur's great exemplar not only as a soldier, but as a chronicler. Timur cannot have seemed remote from that group of people, so well informed about him and his civilian doings. His Shahrukhi grandchildren in Samarkand had carried on his author tradition. The 74 years of Yunus Khan's life had bridged the gap between Timur's death in 807-1405 and Babur's birth in 888-1483. To Babur, Timur will have been exemplary through his grandson Ulugh Beg, who has two productions to his credit, the Charulus, Four Hordes, and the Kirkani astronomical tables. His sons, again, Babur, Kalandar, and Ibrahim carried on the family torch of letters, the first in verse and the second by initiating and fostering Yazdi's labors on the Zafarnama. Wide-radiating and potent influence for the arts of peace came forth from Herat during the reign of that Sultan Ḥusain Mirzas, whose court Babur describes in one of the best supplements to his autobiography. Ḥusain was a Timurid of the elder branch of Bukhara, an author himself but far more effective as a machinas. One man of the shining galaxy of competence that gave him fame set pertinent example for Babur the author, namely, the Andijani of noble Chagatai family. Ali Shir Nawawi, who, in classic Turkey verse, was the master Babur was to become in its prose. That the standard of effort was high in Herat is clear from Babur's dictum, p. 233, that whatever work a man took up, he aspired to bring it to perfection. Elphinstone varies the same theme to the tune of equality of excellence apart from social status, writing to Erskine, August, 1826, that it gives a high notion of the time to find, in Babur's account of Hussein's court, artists, musicians, and others described along with the learned and great of the age. My meager summary of Babur's exemplars would be noticeably incomplete if it omitted mention of two of his lifelong helpers in the gentler arts, his love of nature and his admiration for great architectural creations. The first makes joyous accompaniment throughout his book. The second is specially called forth by Timur's ennoblement of Samarkand. Timur had built magnificently and laid out stately gardens. Babur made many a fruitful pleasaunce and gladdened many an arid halting place. He built a little, but had small chance to test his capacity for building greatly. Never rich, he was poor in KABUL and several times destitute in his homelands. But his sword won what gave wealth to his Indian dynasty, and he passed on to it the builder's unused dower, so that Samarkand was surpassed in Hindustan, and the spiritual conception Timur's creations embodied took perfect form at Sikandra, where Akbar lies entombed. Chapter 2. Problems of the mutilated Babur-nama. Losses from the text of Babur's book are the more disastrous because it truly embodies his career. For it has the rare distinction of being contemporary with the events it describes, is boyish in his boyhood, grows with his growth, matures as he matured. Undulled by retrospect, it is a fresh and spontaneous recital of things just seen, heard, or done. It has the further rare distinction of showing a boy who, setting a future task before him, in his case, the revival of Timurid power, began to chronicle his adventure in the book which through some 37 years was his twinned comrade, which by its special distinctions has attracted readers for nearly a half-millennium, still attracts and still is a thing apart from autobiographies which look back to recall dead years. Much circumstance makes for the opinion that Babur left his life record complete, perhaps repaired in places and recently supplemented, but continuous, orderly, and lucid. This it is not now, nor has been since it was translated into Persian in 1589. For it is fissured by Lacony, has neither preface nor epilogue, opens in an oddly abrupt and incongruous fashion, and consists of a series of fragments so disconnected as to demand considerable preliminary explanation. Needless to say, its dwindled condition notwithstanding, it has place amongst great autobiographies, still revealing its author playing a man's part in a drama of much historic and personal interest. Its revelation is, however, now like a portrait out of drawing, because it has not kept the record of certain years of his manhood in which he took momentous decisions. 1. Those of 1511-12-918, in which he accepted reinforcement, at a great price, from Ismail the Shia Shah of Persia, and in which, if my reading be correct, he first, 1512, broke the law against the use of wine. 2. Those of 1519-1525, in which his literary occupations with orthodox law, see Mubin, associated with cognate matters of 932 indicate that his return to obedience had begun, in which too was taken the decision that worked out for his 5th expedition across the Indus with its sequel of the conquest of Hind. The loss of matter so weighty cannot but destroy the balance of his record and falsify the drawing of his portrait. A problem of titles. As nothing survives to decide what was Babur's chosen title for his autobiography, a modern assignment of names to distinguish it from its various descendants is desirable, particularly so since the revival of interest in it towards which the facsimile of its Hyderabad Codex has contributed. Babur-nama, History of Babur, is a well-warranted name by which to distinguish the original Turkey text, because long associated with this and rarely if ever applied to its Persian translation. It is not comprehensive because not covering supplementary matter of biography and description, but it has use for modern readers of classing Baburs with other Timuriya and Timurid histories, such as the Zafar Humayun Akbar namas. Waki Adtai Baburi, Babur's Acts, being descriptive of the book and in common use for naming both the Turkey and Persian texts, might usefully be reserved as a title for the latter alone. Amongst European versions of the book Memoirs of Bābur is Erskine's peculium for the Leyden and Erskine Perso-English translation. Memoirs de Bābur is Pavet de Courtay's title for his French version of the Bukhara compilation. Babur-nama in English links the translation these volumes contain with its purely Turkey source. B. Problems of the constituents of the books. Intact or mutilated, Babur's material falls naturally into 3 territorial divisions, those of the lands of his successive rule, Fargana, with Samarkand, Kabul, and Hindustan. With these are distinct subsections of description of places and of obituaries of kinsmen. The book might be described as consisting of annals and diary, which once met within what is now the gap of 1508-19, 914-925. Round this gap, amongst others, bristle problems of which this change of literary style is one. Some are small and concern the mutilation alone, others are larger, but all are too intricate for terse statement, and all might be resolved by the help of a second Ms. e.g., one of the same strain as Haydar's. Without fantasy, another constituent might be counted in with the 3 territorial divisions, namely, the grouped lacony which by their engulfment of text are an untoward factor in an estimate either of Babur or of his book. They are actually the cardinal difficulty of the book as it now is. They foreshorten purview of his career and character and detract from its merits. They lose its perspective and distort its proportions. That this must be so is clear both from the value and the preponderating amount of the lost text. It is no exaggeration to say that while working on what survives, what is lost becomes like a haunting presence warning that it must be remembered always as an integral and the dominant part of the book. The relative proportions of saved and lost text are highly significant. Babur's commemorable years are about 47 and 10 months, i.e., from his birth on Feb. 14th, 1483 to near his death on Dec. 26th, 1530, but the aggregate of surviving text records some 18 years only, and this not continuously, but broken through by numerous gaps. That these gaps result from loss of pages is frequently shewn by a broken sentence, an unfinished episode. The fragments, as they truly may be called, are divided by gaps sometimes seeming to remove a few pages only, cf. Essay 935 sometimes losing the record of 6 and Sir. 18 months, sometimes of 6 and 11 years. Besides these actual clefts in the narrative, there are losses of some 12 years from its beginning and some 16 months from its end. Briefly put, we now have the record of Sir. 18 years where that of over 47 could have been. See causes of the gaps. Various causes have been surmised to explain the lacony. On the plea of long intimacy with Babur's and Haydar's writings, I venture to say that one and all appear to me the result of accident. This opinion rests on observed correlations between the surviving and the lost record, which demand complement, on the testimony of Haydar's extracts, and firmly on Babur's orderly and persistent bias of mind, and on the prideful character of much of the lost record. Moreover, occasions of risk to Babur's papers are known. Of these occasions, the first was the destruction of his camp near Hisar in 1512, 918, p. 357, but no information about his papers survives. They may not have been in his tent, but in the fort. The second was a case of recorded damage to book and sections, p. 679, occurring in 1529, 935. From signs of work done to the Fargana section in Hindustan, the damage may be understood made good at the later date. To the third exposure to damage, namely, the attrition of hard travel and unsettled life during Humayun's 14 years of exile from rule in Hindustan, 1441–1555, it is reasonable to attribute even the whole loss of text. For assuming, as may well be done, that Babur left 1530 a complete autobiography, its volume would be safe so long as Humayun was in power. But after the Timurid exodus, 1441, his library would be exposed to the risks detailed in the admirable chronicles of Gulbadan, Jauhar, and Bayazid, QV. He is known to have annotated his father's book in 1555, p. 466–1, just before marching from Kabul to attempt the reconquest of Hindustan. His codex would return to Delhi, which he entered in July 1555, and there would be safe from risk of further mutilation. Its condition in 1555 is likely to have remained what it was found when Abdur-Rahim translated it into Persian by Akbar's orders, 1589, for a Bullefaletter 1E93 LLS use in the Akbar-Nama. That Persian translation with its descendant the Memoirs of Bābur, and the purely Turkey Hyderabad Codex with its descendant the Babur-nama in English, contain identical contents and, so doing, carry the date of the mutilation of Babur's Turkey text back through its years of safety, 1589 to 1555, to the period of Humayun's exile and its dangers for camel-borne or deserted libraries. D2. Misinterpretations of Lacony. Not unnaturally, the frequent interruptions of narrative caused by Lacony have been misinterpreted occasionally, and sometimes detractory comment has followed on Babur, ranking him below the accomplished and lettered, steadfast, and honest man he was. I select two examples of this comment, neither of which has a casual origin. The first is from the B.M. Cat of Coins of the Shahs of Persia p. Roman 24, where after identifying a certain gold coin as showing vassalage by Babur to Isma-il Safawi, the compiler of the catalogue notes, we can now understand the omission from Babur's Memoirs of the occurrences between 914H and 925H. Can these words imply other than that Babur suppressed mention of minting of the coins showing acknowledgement of Shi'a suzerainty? Leaving aside the delicate topic of the detraction the quoted words imply, much negatives the surmise that the gap is a deliberate omission of text. 1. The duration of the Shi'a alliance was 1920 months of 917–918 Ah. p. 355. Why omit the peaceful or prideful and victorious record of some 9–10 years on its either verge? 2. Babur's Transoxus campaign was an episode in the struggle between Shaibaq Khan, Shaybani, Ozbeg, and Shah Ismail, between Sunni and Shi'a. How could omission from his book, always a rare one, hide what multitudes knew already? Omission would have proved a fiasco in another region than Central Asia, because the Babur-Haidar story of the campaign, vassal coinage included, has been brought into English literature by the English translation of the Tariq-i-Rashidi. Babur's frank and self-judging habit of mind would, I think, lead him to write fully of the difficulties which compelled the hated alliance, and certainly he would tell of his own anger at the conduct of the campaign by Ismail's commanders. The alliance was a tactical mistake. It would have served Babur better to narrate its failure. The second misinterpretation, perhaps a mere surmising gloss, is Erskine's Memoirs Sup. p. 289, who, in connection with Alam Khan's request to Babur for reinforcement in order to oust his nephew Ibrahim, observes that Babur probably flattered Alam Khan with the hope of succession to the Empire of Hindustan. This idea does not fit the record of either man. Elphinstone was angered by Erskine's remark, which he wrote Aug. 26, 1826, had a bad effect on the narrative by weakening the implicit confidence in Babur's candor and veracity, which his frank way of writing is so well calculated to command. Elphinstone's opinion of Babur is not that of a reader, but of a student of his book. He was also one of Erskine's staunchest helpers in its production. From Erskine's surmise, others have advanced on the detractor's path, saying that Babur used and threw over Alam Khan, QV. Reconstruction. Amongst the problems mutilation has created, an important one is that of the condition of the beginning of the book, P1 to P30, with its plunge into Babur's doings in his 12th year without previous mention of even his day and place of birth, the names and status of his parents, or any occurrences of his pre-accession years. Within those years should be entered the death of Yunus Khan, 1487, with its sequent obituary notice, and the death of Arari, 1491. Not only are these customary entries absent, but the very introductions of the two great men are wanting, probably with the also missing account of their naming of the babe Babur. That these routine matters are a part of an autobiography planned as Babur's was, makes for assured opinion that the record of more than his first decade of life has been lost, perhaps by the attrition to which its position in the volume exposed it. Useful reconstruction, if merely in tabulated form, might be effected in a future edition. It would save at least two surprises for readers. One, the oddly abrupt first sentence telling of Babur's age when he became ruler in Fargana, P1, which is a misfit in time and order. Another, that of the sudden interruption of Umar Sheikh's obituary by a fragment of Yunus Khan's, P19, which there hangs on a mere name peg, whereas its place according to Babur's elsewhere unbroken practice is directly following the death. The record of the missing pre-accession years will have included at the least as follows: day of birth and its place, names and status of parents, naming and the ceremonial observances proper for Muhammadan children, visits to kinsfolk in Tashkent and to Samarkand, Eat. 5 P35, where he was betrothed, his initiation in school subjects, in sport, the use of arms, names of teachers, education in the rules of his faith, P44, appointment to the Andijan command, etc., etc. There is now no fit beginning to the book. The present first sentence and its pendant description of Fargana should be removed to the position Babur's practice dictates of entering the description of a territory at once on obtaining it, cf. Samarkand, Kabul, Hindustan. It might come in on P30 at the end of the topic, partly omitted on P29, where no ground is given for the manifest anxiety about Babur's safety, of the disputed succession, Haidar, TRS. P135. Babur's partisan begs having the better of Jahangir's, QV, and having testified obeisance, he became ruler in Fargana. His statement of age, 12 years, comes in naturally, and the description of his newly acquired territory follows according to rule. This removal of text to a later position has the advantage of allowing the accession to follow and not precede Babur's father's death. By the removal, there is left to consider the historical matter of pp. 12-13. The first paragraph concerns matter of much earlier date than Umar's death in 1494, P13. It may be part of an obituary notice, perhaps that of Yunus Khan. What follows of the advance of displeased kinsmen against Umar Sheikh would fall into place as part of Babur's record of his boyhood and lead on to that of his father's death. The above is a bald sketch of what might be effected in the interests of the book and to facilitate its pleasant perusal. Chapter 3. The Turkey MSS and work connecting with them. This chapter is a literary counterpart of Babur Padshah's stone heap. The roadside cairn tradition says was piled by his army, each man laying his stone when passing down from Kabul for Hindustan in the year of victory 1525, 932. For a title suiting its contents is Babur Padshah's bookpile, because it is fashioned of item after item of penwork done by many men in obedience to the dictates given by his book. Unlike the cairn, however, the pile of books is not of a single occasion, but of many, not of a single year, but of many, irregularly spacing the 500 years through which he and his autobiography have had Earth's immortality. Part 1. The MSS themselves. Preliminary. Much of the information given below was published in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society from 1900 onwards, as it came into my possession during a search for reliable Turkey text of the Babur-nama. My notes were progressive, some MSS. Were in distant places, some not traceable, but in the end I was able to examine in England all of whose continued existence I had become aware. It was inevitable that some of my earlier statements should be superseded later. My notes, CSN, J-Raz, need clearing of transitory matter and summarizing, in particular those on the Elphinstone Codex and Klaproth's articles. Neither they nor what is placed here makes claim to be complete. Other workers will supplement them when the world has renewed opportunity to stroll in the bypaths of literature. Few copies of the Babur-nama seem to have been made. Of the few I have traced as existing, not one contains the complete autobiography, and one alone has the maximum of dwindled text AHJune in the Persian translation, 1589. 2 books have been reputed to contain Babur's authentic text, one preserved in Hindustan by his descendants, the other issuing from Bukhara. They differ in total contents, arrangement, and textual worth. Moreover, the Bukhara book compiles items of divers diction and origin and date, manifestly not from one pen. The Hindustan book is a record, now mutilated, of the acts of Babur alone. The Bukhara book, as exhibited in its fullest accessible example, Kayer's Codex, is in 2 parts, each having its preface, the first reciting Babur's acts, the second Humayun's. The Bukhara book is a compilation of oddments, mostly translated from compositions written after Babur's death. Textual and circumstantial grounds warrant the opinion that it is a distinct work mistakenly believed to be Babur's own. To these grounds was added in 1903 the authoritative verdict of collation with the Hyderabad Codex, and in 1921 of the colophon of its original Ms, in which its author gives his name, with the title and date of his compilation, J-Raz. 1900, p. 474. What it is and what are its contents and history are told in Part 3 of this chapter. Part 2, Work on the Hindustan MSS. Babur's original codex. My latest definite information about Babur's autograph Ms comes from the Babur-nāma, Bib. Ind. ed. Roman 2-4, whose author saw it in Shah-Jahan's private library between 1628 and 1638. Inference is justified, however, that it was the archetype of the Hyderabad Codex which has been estimated from the quality of its paper as dating Sir 1700 J-Raz. 1906, p. 97. But 2 subsequent historic disasters complicate all questions of MSS. Missing from Indian libraries, namely, Nadir Shah's vengeance on Delhi in 1739 and the dispersions and fires of the mutiny. Faint hope is kept alive that the original codex may have drifted into private hands by what has occurred with the Emperor of Babur's Hindustan verses, App. J, which also appears once to have belonged to Shah-Jahan. 1. Amongst items of work done during Babur's life are copies of his book, or of the Hindustan section of it. He mentions sending to sons and friends. 2. The Chagatai Baburi was written during Babur's life by his Persian secretary Sheikh Zainuddin of Kawaf. It paraphrases in rhetorical Persian the record of a few months of Hindustan campaigning, including the Battle of Panipat. Table of the Hindustan MSS, of the Babur-nama. ++++ date of folio standard names. Completion. Archetype, ++++1, Babur's Codex, 1530, originally much over 382. 2. KAHJune 1529, undefined 363, no, 1, RRS Codex, p. 652. 3. Humayun's Codex 1531, originally equals number 1, no. 1. Equals commanded unmutilated, and annotate. 4. Mohammed Haydar between 1536 no. 1 unmutilated, no. 1 or Douglat's Codex and 40, no. 2. 5. Elphinstone Codex, between 1556 and 1816 and 1907 no. 3 and 1567, 286 ff. 6. British Museum Ms 1629, 97 fragments, unknown. 7. Bib. Lindiziana MS, scribe living 71 and extract, unknown, in 1625. 8. Hyderabad Codex, paper indicates 382. No, 1 Sir, 1700. Mutilated, ++++. Latest known names. Scribe, location, remarks +++1, Babur's Codex. Babur, Royal Library has disappeared, between 1628–38. 2. AHJune Khalon unknown, sent to Samarkand possibly still Araris Codex, 1529, in AHJune Khalon's family. 3. Humayun's Codex Aliul Royal Library seems the equals commanded Katib. Between 1556–1567, archetype of an annotate? No. 5. 4. Muhammad Haydar, Kashmir 1540–47, possibly now in Duglat's Codex. Kashgar. 5. Elphinstone Codex, unknown, advocates library bought in 1816–1921, Peshawar 1810. 6. British Museum Ms. Aliul British Museum, Kashmiri. 7. Bib. Lindiziana MS Nur Muhammad John Rylands, nephew of library, Abul Fazl. 8. Hyderabad Codex, no colophon, the late Sir Centipede in Salar Jang's facsimile 1905, library +++. 3. During the first decade of Humayun's reign, 1530–40, at least 2 important codices seem to have been copied. The earlier, see table, number 2, has varied circumstantial warrant. It meets the need of an archetype, one marginally annotated by Humayun, for the Elphinstone Codex in which a few notes are marginal and signed, others are pell-mell interpolated in the text, but attested by a scrutineer as having been marginal in its archetype and mistakenly copied into its text. This second set has been ineffectually sponged over. Thus double collation is indicated, I with Babur's autograph Ms. to clear out extra Babur matter, and Roman II with its archetype, to justify the statement that in this the interpolations were marginal. No colophon survives with the much dwindled Elf Codex, but one, suiting the situation, has been observed, where it is a complete misfit, appended to the Alwar Codex of the Second Persian translation, estimated as copied in 1589. Into the incongruities of that colophon it is not necessary to examine here, they are too obvious to aim at deceit. It appears fitly to be an imperfect translation from a Turkey original, this especially through its odd fashion of entitling Humayun Padshah. It can be explained as translating the colophon of the Codex, number 2, which, as his possession, Humayun allowably annotated, and which makes it known that he had ordered Aliul Katib to copy his father's Turkey book, and that it was finished in February 1531, some 6 weeks after Babur's death. The later copy made in Humayun's first decade is Haydar Mirzas, Infra. 4. Muhammad Haydar Mirza Duglat's possession of a copy of the autobiography is known both from his mention of it and through numerous extracts translated from it in his Tarikh-i-Rashidi. As a good boy penman, p. 22, he may have copied down to 1512, 918, while with Babur, p. 350. But for obtaining a transcript of it, his opportunity was while with Humayun before the Timurid exodus of 1541. He died in 1551. His codex is likely to have found its way back from Kashmir to his ancestral home in the Kashgar region, and there it may still be. See TRS, nay Elia's biography of him. 5. The Elphinstone Codex has had an adventurous career. The enigma of its archetype is posed above. It may have been copied during Akbar's first decade, 1556–67. Its, perhaps first owner was a Baikara rebel, d. 1567, from amongst whose possessions it passed into the royal library, where it was cleared of foreign matter by the expunction of Humayun's marginal notes, which its scribe had interpolated into its text. At a date I do not know, it must have left the royal library for its flyleaves bear entries of prices, and in 1810 it was found and purchased in Peshawar by Elphinstone. It went with him to Calcutta, and there may have been seen by Leyden during the short time between its arrival and the autumn month of the same year, 1810, when he sailed for Java. In 1813, Elphinstone in Pune sent it to Erskine in Bombay, saying that he had fancied it gone to Java and had been writing to Izzatullah to procure another Ms. for Erskine in Bukhara, but that all the time it was on his own shelves. Received after Erskine had dolefully compared his finished work with Leyden's tentative translation, Erskine sadly recommenced the review of his own work. The codex had suffered much defacement down to 908, 1502, at the hands of a Persian Turk of Ganj who had interlined it with explanations. It came to Scotland with Erskine, who in 1826 sent it with a covering letter, Dec. 12, 1826, at its owner's desire, to the Advocates' Library where it now is. In 1907, it was fully described by me in the Jairaz. 6. Of 2 Waqiat-i Baburi, Pers. TRS. Made in Akbar's reign, the earlier was begun in 1583, at private instance, by 2 Mughals Payanda Hassan of Ghazni and Muhammad Quli of Hisar. The Bodleian and British Museum libraries have copies of it, very fragmentary unfortunately, for it is careful, likable, and helpful by its small explanatory glosses. It has the great defect of not preserving autobiographic quality in its diction. 7. The later Waqiat-i Baburi, translated by Abdur-Rahim Mirza, is one of the most important items in Baburiana, both by its special characteristics as the work of a Turkmen and not of a Persian, and by the great service it has done. Its origin is well known. It was made at Akbar's order to help Abul-Letter 1E93L in the Akbar-nāma account of Babur, and also to facilitate perusal of the Babur-nāma in Hindustan. It was presented to Akbar by its translator who had come up from Gujarat in the last week of November, 1589, on an occasion and at a place of admirable fitness. For Akbar had gone to Kabul to visit Babur's tomb, and was halting on his return journey at Barakab, where Babur had halted on his march down to Hindustan in the year of victory 1525, at no great distance from Babur Padshah's stone heap. Abul-Letter 1E93LLS account of the presentation will rest on Abdur-Rahim's information, ANTRS, Cap, CI. The diction of this translation is noticeable. It gave much trouble to Erskine, who thus writes of it, Memoirs Preface, LX. Though simple and precise, a close adherence to the idioms and forms of expression of the Turkey original joined to a want of distinctness in the use of the relatives, often renders the meaning extremely obscure and makes it difficult to discover the connection of the different members of the sentence. The style is frequently not Persian. Many of the Turkey words are untranslated. Difficult as these characteristics made Erskine's interpretation, it appears to me likely that they indirectly were useful to him by restraining his diction to some extent in their Turkey fettering. This Turkey fettering has another aspect apart from Erskine's difficulties, viz. It would greatly facilitate retranslation into Turkey, such as has been effected, I think, in the Fargana section of the Bukhara compilation. 8. This item of work, a harmless attempt of Salim, i.e. Jahangir Padshah, 1605-28, to provide the ancestral autobiography with certain stopgaps, has caused much needless trouble and discussion without affecting any useful result. It is this, in his own autobiography, the Tuzakai Jahangiri essay. 1607, he writes of a Babur-nama codex he examined, that it was all in Babur's, blessed handwriting, except 4 portions which were in his own and each of which he attested in Turkey as so being. Unfortunately, he did not specify his topics. Unfortunately, also no attestation has been found to passages reasonably enough attributable to his activities. His portions may consist of the rescue passage, App. D, and a length of translation from the Akbar-nāma, a continuous part of its Babur chapter, but broken up where only I have seen it, i.e. the Bukhara compilation, into 1 A Plain Tale of Kanwa, 1527, 2 Episodes of Babur's Latter Months, 1529, both transferred to the first person, and 3 An Account of Babur's Death, December 26, 1530, and Court. Jahangir's occupation, harmless in itself, led to an imbroglio of Lengles with Erskine, for the former stating in the Biographie Universelle Art. Babur, that Babur's commentaries, augmentes par Jahangir, were translated into Persian by Abdur-Rahim. Erskine made answer, I know not on what authority the learned Lengles hazarded this assertion, which is certainly incorrect. Memoirs, Preface, P. Roman 9, had Lengles somewhere met with Jahangir's attestations. He had authority if he had seen merely the statement of 1607, but Erskine was right also, because the Persian translation contains no more than the unaugmented Turkey text. The royal stopgaps are in Kayer's Miz and through Ilminsky reached de Curte, whence the biting and thorough analysis of the 3 fragments by Teufel. Both episodes, the Lengles and the Teufel ones, are time-wasters, but they are comprehensible in the circumstances that Jahangir could not foresee the consequences of his doubtless good intentions. If the question arise of how writings that had place in Jahangir's library reached Bukhara, their open road is through the Padshah's correspondence, app, queue, and references, with a descendant of Ari in whose hands they were close to Bukhara. It groups scattered information to recall that Salim, Jahangir, was Abdur-Rahim's ward, that then, as now, Babur's autobiography was the best example of classic Turkey, and that it would appeal on grounds of piety, as it did appeal on some sufficient ground, to have its broken story made good. Also that for 3 of the 4 portions, Abul Fazl's concise matter was to hand. 9. My information concerning Babur-nāma under Shah Jahan Padshah, 1628-58, is very meager. It consists of 1. His attestation of a signature of Babur, app, Q and photo, 2. His possession of Babur's autograph codex, Padshah-nama, bib, ind. Ed. Roman 2, 4, and 3. His acceptance, and that by his literary entourage, of Mir Abu Talib Husseini's Persian translation of Timur's Annals, the Malfuzet whose preparation the Zafarnama describes and whose link with Babur's writings is that of the exemplar to the emulator. 10. The Hyderabad Codex may have been inscribed under Aurangzeb Padshah, 1655-1707. So many particulars about it have been given already that little needs saying here. It was the grand trouvaille of my search for Turkey text, wherewith to revive Babur's autobiography both in Turkey and English. My husband in 1900 saw it in Hyderabad. Through the kind offices of the late Sayyid Ali Bilgrami, it was lent to me. It proved to surpass, both in volume and quality, all other Babur-nama MSS. I had traced. I made its merits known to Professor Edward Granville Brown, just when the E.J. Wilkinson Gibb Trust was in formation, with the happy and accordant result that the best prose book in classic Turkey became the first item in the memorial, matris ad filium, of literary work done in the name of the Turkish scholar, and Babur's very words were safeguarded in 100-fold facsimile. An event so important for autobiography and for Turkey literature may claim more than the bald mention of its occurrence, because sincere autobiography, however ancient, is human and social and undying, so that this was no mere case of multiplying copies of a book, but was one of preserving a man's life in his words. There were, therefore, joyful red-letter days in the English story of the Codex, outstanding from others being those on which its merits revealed themselves, on Surrey uplands. The one which brought Professor Brown's acceptance of it for reproduction by the Trust, and the day of pause from work marked by the accomplished fact of the safety of the Babur-nama. 11. The period from Sir. 1700, the date of the Hyderabad Codex, and 1810, when the Elphinstone Codex was purchased by its sponsor at Peshawar, appears to have been unfruitful in work on the Hindustan MSS. Causes for this may connect with historic events, e.g. Nader Shah's desolation of Delhi and the rise of the East India Company, and in Babur-nāma, with the disappearance of Babur's autograph codex. It was unknown to the Scots of 1826. And the transfer of the Elphinstone Codex from royal possession. This, possibly, however, an accident of royal travel to and from Kabul at earlier dates. The first quarter of the 19th century was, on the contrary, most fruitful in valuable work, useful impulse to which was given by Dr. John Leyden, who in about 1805 began to look into Turkey. Like his contemporary Julius Klaproth, QV, he was avid of tongues and attracted by Turkey and by Babur's writings of which he had some knowledge through the Abdur-Rahim Persian translation. His Turkey textbook would be the Ms. of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, a part copy of the Bukhara compilation, from which he had the India Office MS copied. He took up Turkey again in 1810, after his return from Malay and whilst awaiting orders in Calcutta for departure to Java. He sailed in the autumn of the year and died in August 1811. Much can be learned about him and his Turkey occupations from letters, Infra Roman 13, written to Erskine by him and by others of the Scottish band, which now achieved such fine results for Babur's autobiography. It is necessary to say something of Leyden's part in producing the memoirs, because Erskine, desiring to lose nothing that might add to Leyden's reputation, has assigned to him an undue position of collaboration in it both by giving him premier place on its title page and by attributing to him the beginning the translation. What one gleans of Leiden's character makes an impression of unassumption that would forbid his acceptance of the posthumous position given to him. And, as his translation shows the tyro in Turkey, there can be no ground for supposing he would wish his competence in it overestimated. He had, as dates show, nothing to do with the actual work of the memoirs, which was finished before Erskine had seen in 1813 what Leiden had set down before he died in 1811. As the Memoirs is now a rare book, I quote from it what Erskine says, Preface, P. Roman 9 of Leiden's rough translation. This acquisition, i.e., of Leiden's TRS, reduced me to rather an awkward dilemma. The two translations, his own and Leiden's, differed in many important particulars. But as Dr. Leiden had the advantage of translating from the original, I resolved to adopt his translation as far as it went, changing only such expressions in it as seemed evidently to be inconsistent with the context, or with other parts of the memoirs, or such as seemed evidently to originate in the oversights that are unavoidable in an unfinished work. This labor I had completed with some difficulty, when Mr. Elphinstone sent me the copy of the Memoirs of Bābur in the original Turkey, i.e. the Elphinstone Codex, which he had procured when he went to Peshawar on his embassy to Kabul. This copy, which he had supposed to have been sent with Dr. Leiden's manuscripts from Calcutta, he was now fortunate enough to recover in his own library at Pune. The discovery of this valuable manuscript reduced me, though heartily sick of the task, to the necessity of commencing my work once more. Erskine's preface, pp. X. Zai contains various other references to Leiden's work which indicate its quality as tentative and unrevised. It is now in the British Museum Library. 12. Little need be said here about the Memoirs of Bābur. Erskine worked on a basis of considerable earlier acquaintance with his Persian original, for, as his preface tells, he had, after Leiden's death, begun to translate this some years before he definitely accepted the counsel of Elphinstone and Malcolm to undertake the memoirs. He finished his translation in 1813, and by 1816 was able to dedicate his complete volume to Elphinstone, but publication was delayed till 1826. His was difficult pioneer work, and carried through with the drawback of working on a secondary source. It has done yeoman service, of which the crowning merit is its introduction of Babur's autobiography to the Western world. 13. Amongst Erskine's literary remains are several bound volumes of letters from Elphinstone, Malcolm, Leiden, and others of that distinguished group of Scots, who promoted the revival of Babur's writings. Erskine's grandson, the late Mr. Lestock Erskine, placed these, with other papers, at our disposal, and they are now located where they have been welcomed as appropriate additions. Elphinstones are in the Advocates' Library, where already 1826, he, through Erskine, had deposited his own codex, and with his letters are those of Malcolm and more occasional correspondence. Leiden's letters and various papers are in the memorial cottage maintained in his birthplace Denholm, Howick, by the Edinburgh Border Counties Association. Something fitting went to the Bombay Asiatic Society, and a volume of diary to the British Museum. Leiden's papers will help his fuller biography. Elphinstone's letters have special value as recording his cooperation with Erskine by much friendly criticism, remonstrance against delay, counsels, and encouragement. They, moreover, show the estimate and accomplished man of modern affairs formed of Babur Padshah's character and conduct. Some have been quoted in Colebrooke's Life of Elphinstone, but there they suffer by detachment from the rest of his Baburiana letters. Bound together as they now are, and with brief explanatory interpolations, they would make a welcome item for Babur Padshah's bookpile. 14. In May 1921, the contents of these volumes were completed, namely, the Babur-nama in English and its supplements, the aims of which are to make Babur known in English diction answering to his ipsissima verba, and to be serviceable to readers and students of his book and of classic Turkey. 15. Of writings based upon or relating to Baburs, the following have appeared. Denkwerkdighten des Zahiruddin Mohammed Babur, a Kaiser, Leipzig, 1828. This consists of extracts translated from the memoirs. An abridgment of the memoirs, R. M. Caldecott, London, 1844. History of India, Babur and Humayun W. Erskine Longmans. Babur Rulers of India series, Stanley Lanepool, Oxford. Tuzakai Babari or Waki-Atai Babari, i.e. the Persian TRS. Eliot and Dowson's History of India, 1872, Volume Roman 4. Babur Padsha Ghazi H. Beveridge Calcutta Review, 1899. Babur's Diamond was at the Kohinoor. H. Beveridge Asiatic Quarterly Review, April, 1899. Was Abdurrahim the translator of Babur's memoirs, i.e. the Babur-nama? H. Beveridge Acker, July and October, 1900. An empire builder of the 16th century, Babur, Lawrence F.L. Williams, Allahabad, 1918. Notes on the MSS. Of the Turkey text, Babur-nama, A. S. Beveridge J. Ross, 1900, 1902, 1921, 1905, and Part 2, 1906, 1908, p. 52 and p. 828, 1909, p. 452, see Index, SN, A. SB for topics. Part 3, the Bukhara Babur-nama. This is a singular book and has had a career as singular as its characteristics, a very comedy of blameless errors and mischance. For it is a compilation of items diverse in origin, diction, and age, planned to be a record of the acts of Babur and Humayun, dependent through its Babur portion on the Abdurrahim Persian translation for retranslation, or verbatim quotation, or dovetailing effected on the tattered fragments of what had once been Cameron's codex of the Babur-nama proper, the whole interspersed by stopgaps attributable to Jahangir. These and other specialities notwithstanding, it ranked for nearly 200 years as a reproduction of Babur's authentic text. As such was sent abroad, as such was reconstructed and printed in Kassin, 1857, translated in Paris, 1871, catalogued for the Petrograd Oriental School, 1894, and for the India Office, 1903. Manifest causes for the confusion of identity are 1. Lack of the guidance in Bukhara and Petrograd of collation with the true text. 2. Want of information, in the Petrograd of 1725, about Babur's career, coupled with the difficulties of communication with Bukhara. 3. The misleading feature in the compiled book of its author's retention of the autobiographic form of his sources, without explanation as to whether he entered surviving fragments of Cameron's codex, patchings or extracts from Abdurrahim's Persian translation, or quotations of Jahangir's stopgaps. Of these three causes for error, the first is dominant, entailing, as it does the drawbacks besetting work on an inadequate basis. It is necessary to enumerate the items of the compilation here as they are arranged in Kayer's autograph codex, because that codex, still in London, may not always be accessible, and because the imprint does not obey its model, but aims at closer agreement of the Bukhara compilation with Ilminski's gratefully acknowledged guide, the Memoirs of Bābur. Distinction in commenting on the Bukhara and the Kassin versions is necessary. Their discrepancy is a scene in the comedy of errors. Outline of the history of the compilation. An impelling cause for the production of the Bukhara compilation is suggested by the date 1709, at which was finished the earliest example known to me. For in the first decade of the 18th century, Peter the Great gave attention to Russian relations with foreign states of Central Asia and negotiated with the Khan of Bukhara for the reception of a Russian mission. Political aims would be forwarded if envoys were familiar with Turkey. Books in that tongue for use in the School of Oriental Languages would be desired. Thus the compilation may have been prompted, and, as will be shown later, it appears to have been produced, and not merely copied, in 1709. The mission's dispatch was delayed till 1719. It arrived in Bukhara in 1721. During its stay, a member of its secretariat bought a compilation misnoted as finished in 1714, and on a flyleaf of it made the following note. I, Timur Pulid son of Mirza Rajab son of Pachin, bought this book Babur-nama after coming to Bukhara with Russian Florio Beg Beneveni, envoy of the Padshah, whose army is numerous as the stars. May it be well received. Amen, O Lord of both worlds. Timur Pulid's hope for a good reception indicates a definite recipient, perhaps a commissioned purchase. The vendor may have been asked for a history of Babur. He sold one, but Babur-nama is not necessarily a title and is not suitable for the compilation. By conversational mischance, it may have seemed so to the purchaser, and thus have initiated the mistake of confusing the Bukhara Babur-nama with the true one. Thus endorsed, the book in 1725 reached the Foreign Office. There in 1737 it was obtained by George Jacob Kayar, a teacher of Turkey, amongst other languages, in the Oriental school, who copied it with meticulous care, understanding its meaning imperfectly, in order to produce a Latin version of it. His Latin rendering was a fiasco, but his reproduction of the Arabic forms of his archetype was so obedient that on its sole basis Ilminsky edited the Kassan imprint, 1857. A collateral copy of the Timur-Puled Codex was made in 1742, as has been said. In 1824, Klaproth, who in 1810 had made a less valuable extract perhaps from Kayar's codex, copied from the Timur-Puled Mizit's purchaser's note, the Ozbeg. Endorsement as to the transfer of the Cameron docket and Babur's letter to Cameron, Memoirs Relatifs at LAC Paris. In 1857, Ilminsky, working in Kassan, produced his imprint, which became de Courtay's source for Les Memoirs de Babur in 1871. No worker in the above series shows doubt about accepting the compilation as containing Babur's authentic text. Ilminsky was in the difficult position of not having entire reliance on Kayar's transcription, a natural apprehension in face of the quality of the Latin version. His doubts sum up into his words that a reliable text could not be made from his source, Kayar's Miz, but that a Turkey reading book could, and was. As has been said, he did not obey the dual plan of the compilation Kayar's transcript reveals. This, perhaps, because of the misnomer Babur-nama under which Timur-Puled's codex had come to Petrograd. This, certainly, because he thought a better history of Babur could be produced by following Erskine than by obeying Kayar. A series of errors following the verbal mischance of 1725. Ilminsky's transformation of the items of his source had the ill result of misleading Pavat de Courtay to overestimate his Turkey source at the expense of Erskine's Persian one which, as has been said, was Ilminsky's guide, another scene in the comedy. A mischance hampering the French work was its falling to be done at a time when, in Paris 1871, there can have been no opportunity available for learning the contents of Ilminsky's Russian preface or for quiet research and the examination of collateral aids from abroad. The author of the compilation, the Hyderabad Codex having destroyed acquiescence in the phantasmal view of the Bukhara book, the question may be considered, who was its author? This question, a convergence of details about the Turkey MSS, reputed to contain the Babur-nama, now allows me to answer with some semblance of truth. Those details have thrown new light upon a colophon which I received in 1900 from Mr. C. Salman, with other particulars concerning the Senkovsky Babur-nama, this being an extract from the compilation. Its archetype reached Petrograd from Bukhara a century after Kayar's. It can be taken as a direct copy of the Mullah's original because it bears his colophon. In 1900, I accepted it as merely that of a scribe who had copied Senkovsky's archetype. But in 1921, reviewing the colophon for this preface, it seems to me to be that of the original autograph Ms. of the compilation, and to tell its author's name, his title for his book, and the year, 1709, in which he completed it. Table of Bukhara, reputed Babur-nama MSS, Waki Namai Pedshahi. +++ names, date of scribe, completion, +++1, Waki Namai 11/21/1709, date Abdulwahab Padshahi alias of Colophon of QV Babur-nama, earliest known taken to be also example, the author. 2. Nazar by unknown, Turkestani's Ms. 3, FO Codex 11/26/1714, unknown, Timur-Puled's MS. 4. Kayar's autograph 1737. George Jacob Codex, Kayar, 5. Name not learned, 1155/1742, unknown. 6. Mysore ASB, unknown, Jairaz, unknown, Codex, 1900 knows Roman 7 and Roman 8. 7. India Office Sir, 1810, unknown, Codex Bib Ladiniana, 8. The Senkovsky 1824, J. Senkovsky, Babur-nama. 9. Pet, University 1839, Mullah Faiz Khanov, Codex, plus plus plus. Plus 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 names, last known archetype. Remarks, location, plus 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 1, Waki-Nama-i Bukhara, believed to see Padshahi alias be the Part 3, Babur-nama, original compilation. 2. Nazar Bai in Owners No. 1, the Senkovskis Turkestanis Ms. Charge in Colophon of Archetype Hu Petrograd, 1824, which it copied its reproduces. Transferred Colophon. 3. FO Codex FO Petrograd not stated, bought in Timurpuleds were copied in an indirect Bukhara MS, 1742, copy of brought to No. 1. Petro, 1725. 4. Kayer's autograph Pet, or School No. 3, C Codex, 1894. Part 3, London TO 1921. 5. Name not learned, unknown, No. 3, Archetype of 9. 6. Mysore ASB, Asiatic Society unknown. Codex of Bengal. 7. India Office No. 6, copied for Codex Bib, 1921. Leiden Leidiniana. 8. The Senkovsky Pet, Asiatic No. 2, bears a copy Babur-nama, Museum 1900, of the Colophon of No. 1. 9. Pet, University Pet, Univ, No. 5, Codex, Library, plus plus plus. Senkovsky brought it over from his archetype. Mr. Salmon sent it to me in its original Turkey form. J. Raz, 1900, p. 474. Senkovsky's own Colophon is as follows. J.I. Igve set Kopila Formai, 1824, as St. Petersburg. Ella 8 Fate Dappers unexemplar appertenant a Nazar by Turkestani, negociant Baukari, qui edate venue set na a St. Petersburg. J. Senkovsky. The Colophon Senkovsky copied from his archetype is to the following purport. Known and entitled Waki-Nama-i Padshahi, Record of Royal Acts, Autograph and Composition, Bayed-u Navisht of Mullah Abdul Wahab the Teacher, of Gajdavan in Bukhara, God pardon his mistakes and the weakness of his endeavor, was finished on Monday, Rajab 5, 1121, Aug. 31st, 1709. Thank God. It will be observed that the title Waki-Nama-i Padshahi suits the plan of dual histories of Babur and Humayun better than does the Babur-nama of Timurpuled's note that the Colophon does not claim for the mullah to have copied the elder book, 1494-1530, but to have written down and composed one under a differing title suiting its varied contents. That the mullah's deprecation and thanks tone better with perplexing work, such as his was, than with the steadfast patience of a good scribe, and that it exonerates the mullah from suspicion of having caused his compilation to be accepted as Babur's authentic text. Taken with its circumstanding matters, it may be the denouement of the play. Chapter 4. The Leiden and Erskine Memoirs of Bābur. The fame and long literary services of the Memoirs of Bābur compel me to explain why these volumes of mine contain a verbally New English translation of the Babur-nama instead of a second edition of the memoirs. My explanation is the simple one of textual values, of the advantage a primary source has over its derivative, Babur's original text over its Persian translation, which alone was accessible to Erskine. If the Babur-nama owed its perennial interest to its valuable multifarious matter, the memoirs could suffice to represent it, but this it does not. What has kept interest in it alive through some 4 centuries is the autobiographic presentment of an arresting personality its whole manner, style, and diction produce. It is characteristic throughout, from first to last making known the personal quality of its author. Obviously, that quality has the better chance of surviving a transfer of Babur's words to a foreign tongue when this can be effected by imitation of them. To effect this was impracticable to Erskine, who did not see any example of the Turkey text during the progress of his translation work and had little acquaintance with Turkey. No blame attaches to his results. They have been the one introduction of Babur's writings to English readers for almost a century. But it would be as sensible to expect a potter to shape a vessel for a specific purpose without a model as a translator of autobiography to shape the new verbal container for Babur's quality without seeing his own. Erskine was the pioneer amongst European workers on Baburiana, Leiden's fragment of unrevised attempt to translate the Bukhara compilation being a negligible matter, notwithstanding friendship's deference to it. He had ready to his hand no such valuable collateral help as he bequeathed to his successors in the Memoirs volume. To have been able to help in the renewal of his book by preparing a second edition of it, revised under the authority of the Hyderabad Codex, would have been to me an act of literary piety to an old book friend. I experimented and failed in the attempt. The wording of the memoirs would not press back into the Turkey mold. Being what it is, sound in its matter and partly representative of Babur himself, the all-round safer plan, one doing it the greater honor, was to leave it unshorn of its redundance and unchanged in its wording, in the place of worth and dignity it has held so long. Brought to this point by experiment and failure, the way lay open to make beeline over intermediaries back to the fountainhead of rediscovered Turkey text preserved in the Hyderabad Codex. Thus, I have enjoyed an advantage no translator has had since Abdur Rahim in 1589. Concerning matters of style and diction, I may mention that 3 distinct impressions of Babur's personality are set by his own, Erskine's, and de Courtay's words and manner. These divergencies, while partly due to differing textual bases, may result mainly from the use by the 2 Europeans of unsifted, current English and French. Their portrayal might have been truer, there can be no doubt, if each had restricted himself to such underlying component of his mother tongue as approximates, in linguistic stature, to classic Turkey. This probability Erskine could not foresee for, having no access during his work to a Turkey source and no familiarity with Turkey, he missed their lessoning. Turkey, as Babur writes it, terse, word-thrifty, restrained, and lucid, comes over neatly into Anglo-Saxon English, perhaps through primal affinities. Studying Babur's writings in verbal detail taught me that its structure, idiom, and vocabulary dictate a certain mechanism for a translator's imitation. Such are the simple sentence, devoid of relative phrasing, copied in the form found, whether abrupt and brief or, ranging higher with the topic, gracious and dignified, the retention of Babur's use of we and I, and of his frequent impersonal statement, the matching of words by their root notion, the strict observance of Babur's limits of vocabulary, affected by allotting to one Turkey word one English equivalent, thus excluding synonyms for which Turkey has little use because not shrinking from the repeated word. Lastly, as preserving relations of diction, the replacing of Babur's Arabic and Persian aliens by Greek and Latin ones naturalized in English. Some of these aids towards shaping a counterpart of Turkey may be thought small, but they obey a model and their aggregate has power to make or mar a portrait. One of the uses of pronouns, it may be said that Babur's we is neither regal nor self-magnifying, but is cooperative, as beseems the chief whose volunteer and nomad following makes or unmakes his power, and who can lead and command only by remittent consent accorded to him. His I is individual. The memoirs varies much from these uses. 2. The value of reproducing impersonal statements is seen by the following example, one of many similar. When Babur and a body of men making a long saddle journey halted for rest and refreshment by the roadside. There was drinking, he writes, but Erskine, I drank. What is likely being that all or all but a few shared the local vin du pays. 3. The importance of observing Babur's limits of vocabulary needs no stress, since any man of few words differs from any man of many. Measured by the Babur-nama standard, the diction of the memoirs is redundant throughout, and frequently overcolored. Of this, a pertinent example is provided by a statement of which a minimum of 7 occurrences forms my example, namely, that such or such a man whose life Babur sketches was vicious or a vicious person, fisk, fasic. Erskine once renders the word by vicious, but elsewhere enlarges to debauched, excess of sensual enjoyment, lascivious, libidinous, profligate, voluptuous. The instances are scattered, and certainly Erskine could not feel their collective effect, but even scattered, each does its ill part in distorting the memoir's portraiture of the man of the one word. Postscript of thanks. I take with gratitude the long-delayed opportunity of finishing my book, to express the obligation I feel to the Council of the Royal Asiatic Society, for allowing me to record in the journal my notes on the Turkey codices of the Babur-nama, begun in 1900, and occasionally appearing till 1921. In minor convenience of work, to be able to gather those progressive notes together and review them, has been of value to me in noticeable matters, two of which are the finding and multiplying of the Hyderabad Codex, and the definite clearance of the confusion which had made the Bukhara, reputed, Babur-nama be mistaken for a reproduction of Babur's true text. Immeasurable, indeed, is the obligation laid on me by the happy community of interests, which brought under our roof the translation of the biographies of Babur, Humayun, and Akbar. What this has meant to my own work may be surmised by those who know my husband's wide reading in many tongues of East and West, his retentive memory, and his generous communism in knowledge. One signal cause for gratitude to him from those caring for Baburiana is that it was he made known the presence of the Hyderabad Codex in its home library, 1899, and thus led to its preservation in facsimile. It would be impracticable to enumerate all whose help I keep in grateful memory and realize as the fruit of the genial camaraderie of letters. Annette S. Beveridge, Pitfold Shottermill, Haslemere, August 1921. The Memoirs of Bābur. Sect 1-on-1, Fargana. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. In the month of R, a M letter 1E93, a N of the year 899, June 1494, and side note, letter 1E25, a ID, a R, a B, a D misfall. 1B. In the 12th year of my age, I became ruler in the country of Fargana. A description of Fargana. Fargana is situated in the 5th climate and at the limit of settled habitation. On the east it has Kashgar, on the west, Samarkand, on the south, the mountains of the Badakhshan border. On the north, though in former times there must have been towns such as Almalig, Almadu and Yangi, which in books they write Taraz, at the present time all is desolate, no settled population whatever remaining, because of the Mughals and the Ozbegs. Fargana is a small country, abounding in grain and fruits. It is girt round by mountains except on the west, i.e. towards Qujand and Samarkand, and in winter an enemy can enter only on that side. The S.A.I. letter 1E25 UN River, Darya, commonly known as the Water of Qujand, comes into the country from the northeast, flows westward through it, and after passing along the north of Qujand and the south of Panipat, now known as Sharakia, turns directly north and goes to Turkestan. It does not join any sea but sinks into the sands, a considerable distance below Turkestan. Fargana has 7 separate townships, 5 on the south and 2 on the north of the S.A.I. letter 1E25 UN. Of those on the south, one is Andijan. It has a central position and is the capital of the Fargana country. It produces much grain, fruits in abundance, excellent grapes and melons. In the melon season, it is not customary to sell them out at the beds. Better than the Andijan Nashpati, there is none. After Samarkand and Kesh, the fort of Andijan is the largest in Mawara-Nar Transoxiana. It has 3 gates. Its citadel arc is on its south side. Into it water goes by 9 channels. Out of it, it is strange that none comes at even a single place. Round the outer edge of the ditch runs a gravelled highway. The width of this highway divides the fort from the suburbs surrounding it. Andijan has good hunting and fowling. Its pheasants grow, side note, fall 2B. So surprisingly fat that rumor has it 4 people could not finish one they were eating with its stew. Andijanis are all Turks, not a man in town or bazar but knows Turkey. The speech of the people is correct for the pen, hence the writings of Mir Alishur Nawe, though he was bred and grew up in Hiri, Herat, are one with their dialect. Good looks are common amongst them. The famous musician, Khwaja Yusuf, was an Andijani. The climate is malarious. In autumn people generally get fever. Again, there is Ush, to the southeast, inclining to east, of Andijan and distant from it 4 yighatch by road. It has a fine climate, an abundance of running waters and a most beautiful spring season. Many traditions have their rise in its excellencies. To the southeast of the walled town, Quagan, lies a symmetrical mountain known as the Bara Ko. On the top of this SL. A letter 1E25 Mud Khan built a retreat, letter 1E25 a JR and lower down, on its shoulder, I in 902 1496 ad. Built another having a porch. Though his lies the higher, mine is the better placed, the whole of the town and the suburbs being at its foot. The Andijan torrent goes to Andijan after having traversed the suburbs of Osh. Orchards, Baghat, lie along both its banks. All the Osh gardens, Bagler, overlook it. Their violets are very fine. They have running waters and in spring are most beautiful with the blossoming of many tulips and roses. On the skirt of the Barako is a mosque called the Jaza Masjid, Twin Mosque. Between this mosque and the town, a great main canal flows from the direction of the hill. Below the outer court of the mosque lies a shady and delightful clover meadow where every passing traveler takes a rest. It is the joke of the ragamuffins of Osh to let out water from the canal on anyone happening to fall asleep in the meadow. A very beautiful stone, waved red and white, was found in the Barako in Emperor Sheikh Mirzas' latter days. Of it are made knife handles and clasps for belts and many other things. For climate and for pleasantness, no township in all Fargana equals Osh. Again, there is Marganan, 7 yighatch by road to the west of Andijan, a fine township full of good things. Its apricots, auroch, and pomegranates are most excellent. One sort of pomegranate they call the great seed, Danoi Callan. Its sweetness has a little of the pleasant flavor of the small apricot, Zardalu, and it may be thought better than the Semnon pomegranate. Another kind of apricot, auroch, they dry after stoning it and putting back the kernel. They then call it sub letter 1e25 a ni. It is very palatable. The hunting and fowling of Marganan are good. Ak-Kiik are had close by. Its people are sarts, boxers, noisy and turbulent. Most of the noted bullies, Jangreller of Samarkand and Bukhara, are Margananis. The author of the Hidayat was from Rashtan, one of the villages of Marganan. Again, there is Asfara, in the hill country and 9 yighatch by road southwest of Marganan. It has running waters, beautiful little gardens, bagsha, and many fruit trees, but almonds for the most part in its orchards. Its people are all Persian-speaking Sarts. In the hills some 2 miles Bershar-I to the south of the town is a piece of rock known as the Mirror Stone. It is some 10 arm lengths, kari, long, as high as a man in parts, up to his waist in others. Everything is reflected by it as by a mirror. The Asfara district, Wilyat, is in 4 subdivisions: Balak in the hill country, 1 Asfara, 1 Waruk, 1 Suk, and 1 Hushyar. When Mu letter 1e25 a D Shaibaq Khan defeated Sl. A letter 1e25 Mud Khan and Alacha Khan and took Tashkent and Sharakia, I went into the Suk and Hushyar hill country, and from there, after about a year spent in great misery, I set out, Azamat, for Kabul. Again, there is Qjend, 25 yighatch by road to the west of Andijan and 25 yighatch east of Samarkand. Qjend is one of the ancient towns. Of it were Sheikh M, a SL, a letter 1e25 a T, and KHJ a camel. Fruit grows well there. Its pomegranates are renowned for their excellence. People talk of a Qjend pomegranate as they do of a Samarkand apple. Just now, however, Marganan pomegranates are much met with. The walled town, Quagan of Qjend, stands on high ground. The SI letter 1e25 UN river flows past it on the north at the distance, maybe of an arrow's flight. To the north of both the town and the river lies a mountain range called Mughal. People say there are turquoise and other mines in it, and there are many snakes. The hunting and fowling grounds of Qjend are first-rate. Ak-Kiik, bughumeril, pheasant, and hare are all had in great plenty. The climate is very malarious. In autumn there is much fever. People rumor it about that the very sparrows get fever and say that the cause of the malaria is the mountain range on the north, i.e. Mughal. Kandai Badam, village of the almond, is a dependency of Qjend, though it is not a township. Kasbah, it is rather a good approach to 1 Kasbacha. Its almonds are excellent, hence its name. They all go to Hormuz or to Hindustan. It is 5 or 6 yighatch east of Qjend. Between Kandai Badam and Qjend lies the waste known as Ha Darwesh. In this there is always Hamsha, wind. From it wind goes always Hamsha to Marganan on its east. From it wind comes continually Dam to Qjend on its west. It has violent, whirling winds. People say that some Darweshes, encountering a whirlwind in this desert, lost one another and kept crying, Hey Darwesh, till all had perished, and that the waste has been called Ha Darwesh ever since. Of the townships on the north of the I letter 1e25, UN river 1 is Aksi. In books they write it Aksakit, and for this reason the poet Asuruddin is known as Aksakiti. After Andijan, no township in Fargana is larger than Aksi. It is 9 yighatch by road to the west of Andijan. Emperor Sheikh Mirza made it his capital. The I letter 1e25 UN river flows below its walled town, Quagan. This stands above a great ravine, Bulanjar, and it has deep ravines, U letter 1e43 IQ Jarler, in place of a moat. When Umar Sheikh Mirza made it his capital, he once or twice cut other ravines from the outer ones. In all Fargana, no fort is so strong as Aksi. Its suburbs extend some 2 miles further than the walled town. People seem to have made of Aksi the saying, Misal, where is the village? Where are the trees? Di Kuja, direct in Kuja. Its melons are excellent. They call one kind mere Timuri. Whether in the world there is another to equal it is not known. The melons of Bukhara are famous. When I took Samarkand, I had some brought from there and some from Aksi. They were cut up at an entertainment, and nothing from Bukhara compared with those from Aksi. The fowling and hunting of Aksi are very good indeed. Akkiak abound in the waste on the Aksi side of the Sehun. In the jungle on the Andijan side, bughumeral, pheasant and hare are had, all in very good condition. Again there is Kassan, rather a small township to the north of Aksi. From Kassan the Aksi water comes in the same way as the Andijan water comes from Osh. Kassan has excellent air and beautiful little gardens, Bagsha. As these gardens all lie along the bed of the torrent, Sai, people call them the fine front of the coat. Between Kassanis and Oshis there is rivalry about the beauty and climate of their townships. In the mountains round Fargana are excellent summer pastures, Yilak. There and nowhere else the tabalgu grows, a tree, yighatch with red bark. They make staves of it, they make bird cages of it, they scrape it into arrows. It is an excellent wood, yighatch, and is carried as a rarity to distant places. Some books write that the mandrake is found in these mountains, but for this long time past nothing has been heard of it. A plant called ayak adi and having the qualities of the mandrake, mihergia, is heard of in Yidikent. It seems to be the mandrake, mihergia. The people there call by this name, i.e. ayak adi. There are turquoise and iron mines in these mountains. If people do justly, 3,000 or 4,000 men may be maintained by the revenues of Fargana. B. Historical narrative resumed. As Umar Sheikh Mirza was a ruler of high ambition and great pretension, he was always bent on conquest. On several occasions he led an army against Samarkand. Sometimes he was beaten, sometimes retired against his will. More than once he asked his father-in-law into the country, that is to say, my grandfather, Yunus Khan, the then Khan of the Mughals in the camping ground, yurt of his ancestor, Chagatai Khan, the second son of Chinggis Khan. Each time the Mirza brought the Khan into the Fargana country he gave him lands, but partly owing to his misconduct, partly to the thwarting of the Mughals, things did not go as he wished and Yunus Khan, not being able to remain, went out again into Mughalistan. When the Mirza last brought the Khan in, he was in possession of Tashkent, which in books they write Shash, and sometimes Chach, whence the term, a Chachai bow. He gave it to the Khan, and from that date, 890 ah 1485 ad, down to 908 ah 1503 ad. It and the Sharakia country were held by the Chagatai Khans. At this date, i.e., 899 ah 1494 ad. The Mughal Khanship was in SL, M a letter 1225 equals Mud Khan, Yunus Khan's younger son and a half-brother of my mother, as he and Umar Sheikh Mirza's elder brother, the then ruler of Samarkand, SL. A letter 1225 M a D Mirza were offended by the Mirza's behavior. They came to an agreement together, SL. A letter 1225 M a D Mirza had already given a daughter to SL. M a letter 1225 M U D Khan. Both now led their armies against Umar Sheikh Mirza, the first advancing along the south of the Kujan water, the second along its north. Meantime, a strange event occurred. It has been mentioned, side note, Fall 6b, that the fort of Aksi is situated above a deep ravine. Along this ravine stand the palace buildings, and from it on Monday, R a M letter 1293 a N4, June 8th. Umar Sheikh Mirza flew with his pigeons and their house and became a falcon. He was 39 lunar years old, having been born in Samarkand in 860 ah 1456 ad. He was SL. Abu Sa'id Mirza's fourth son, being younger than SL, a letter 1225 M a DM and SL, MU letter 1225 a MM a DM and SL, M a letter 1225 MUD Mirza. His father, SL. Abu Sa'id Mirza, was the son of SL. MU letter 1225 a MM a D Mirza, son of Timur Beg's third son, Muran Shah M, and was younger than Umar Sheikh Mirza, the elder, and Jahangir M, but older than Shaibaq Mirza. See Umar Sheikh Mirza's country. His father first gave him Kabul, and with Kabul for his guardian, had allowed him to set out, but recalled him from the Tamarisk Valley to Samarkand, on account of the Mirzas' circumcision feast. When the feast was over, he gave him Andijan with the appropriateness that Timur Beg had given Fargana Andijan to his son, the elder Umar Sheikh Mirza. This done, he sent him off with Qudai Tugshai Timurtash for his guardian. His appearance and characteristics. He was a short and stout, round-bearded and fleshy-faced side note. Fall 7. Person. He used to wear his tunic so very tight that to fasten the strings he had to draw his belly in, and if he let himself out after tying them, they often tore away. He was not choice in dress or food. He wound his turban in a fold dastarpech. All turbans were in 4 folds charpech in those days. People wore them without twisting and let the ends hang down. In the heats and except in his court, he generally wore the Mughal cap. His qualities and habits. He was a true believer, letter 1225 a n a fim, a letter 1295h a blik, and pure in the faith, not neglecting the 5 prayers and his life through, making up his omissions. He read the Quran very frequently and was a disciple of His Highness KHJune, Ubaydullah, a letter 1225 rri, who honored him by visits and even called him son. His current readings were the 2 quintets and the Masnawi. Of histories he read chiefly the Shahnama. He had a poetic nature, but no taste for composing verses. He was so just that, when he heard of a caravan returning from Chagatai as overwhelmed by snow in the mountains of eastern Andijan, and that of its 1,000 heads of houses, Awaluk, 2 only had escaped, he sent his overseers to take charge of all goods, and though no heirs were near, and though he was in want himself, summoned the heirs from Khurasan and Samarkand, and in the course of a year or 2 had made over to them all their property safe and sound. He was very generous. In truth, his character rose altogether to the height of generosity. He was affable, eloquent, and sweet-spoken, daring and bold. Twice outdistancing all his braves, he got to work with his own sword, once at the gate of Aksi, once at the gate of Sharakia. A middling archer, he was strong in the fist, not a man but fell to his blow. Through his ambition, peace was exchanged often for war, friendliness for hostility. In his early days, he was a great drinker. Later on used to have a party once or twice a week. He was good company, on occasions reciting verses admirably. Towards the last he rather preferred intoxicating confects, and under their sway used to lose his head. His disposition was amorous, and he bore many a lover's mark. He played draughts a good deal, sometimes even threw the dice. His battles and encounters. He fought 3 ranged battles, the first with Yunus Khan, side note fall. 8 on the SAI letter 1225 UN, north of Andijan at the Goat Leap, a village so called because near it the foothills so narrow the flow of the water that people say goats leap across. There he was beaten and made prisoner. Yunus Khan for his part did well by him and gave him leave to go to his own district Andijan. This fight having been at that place, the Battle of the Goat Leap became a date in those parts. His second battle was fought on the Urus, in Turkestan, with Uzbegs returning from a raid near Samarkand. He crossed the river on the ice, gave them a good beating, separated off all their prisoners and booty, and without coveting a single thing for himself, gave everything back to its owners. His third battle he fought with his brother, Sl. A letter 1225 a D Mirza at a place between Sharakia and Oratipa, named KHJune. Here he was beat. His country. The Fargana country his father had given him, Tashkent and Saram his elder brother Sl. A letter 1225 a D Mirza gave, and they were in his possession for a time. Sharakia he took by a ruse and held a while. Later on Tashkent and Sharakia passed out of his hands. There then remained the Fargana country and Qujand, some do not include Qujand and Fargana, and Oratipa, of which the original name was Orashna and which some call Orash. In Oratipa, at the time Sl. A letter 1225 a D Mirza went to Tashkent against the Mughals, and was beaten on the Chur 893 off 1488 ad. Was letter 1225 a Fi letter 1293 Beg Duldai. He made it over to Umar Sheikh M, and the Mirza held it from that time forth. His children. 3 of his sons and 5 of his daughters grew up. Zaharuddin Mu letter 1225 a D Babur was his eldest son. My mother was Quitluk Nigger Khanum. Jahangir Mirza was his second son, 2 years younger than I. His mother, Fa letter 16F, Imasul letter 16FN by name, was of the Mughal Tuman Begs. Nasir Mirza was his third son. His mother was an Andijani, a mistress named Umid. He was 4 years younger than I. Umar Sheikh Mirza's eldest daughter was Khanzada Bijim, my full sister, 5 years older than I the second time I took Samarkand, 905 off 1500 AD. Spite of defeat at Saraipul, I went back and held it through a 5-month siege, but as no sort of help or reinforcement came from any beg or ruler thereabouts, I left it in despair and got away. In that throneless time, Khanzada Bijim fell to Mu letter 1E25, a Adi Shaibani Khan. She had one child by him, a pleasant boy, named Khurram Shah. The Balkh country was given to him. He went to God's mercy a few years after the death of his father, 916 off 1510 AD. Khanzada Bijim was in Merv when Shah Ismail, letter 1E63, a Fawi, defeated the Ozbegs near that town 916 off 1510 AD. For my sake he treated her well, giving her a sufficient escort to Quinduz where she rejoined me. We had been apart for some 10 years. When Mu letter 1E25, a D I Kukul and I went to see her, neither she nor those about her knew us, although I spoke. They recognized us after a time. Mihrbanu Bijim was another daughter, Nasir Mirza's full sister, 2 years younger than I. Sharbanu Bijim was another, also Nasir Mirza's full sister, 8 years younger than I. Yadgaresul letter 1E6FN Bijim was another. Her mother was a mistress, called Aghesul letter 1E6FN. Rukiasul letter 1E6FN Bijim was another. Her mother, Makdamesul letter 1E6FN Bijim, people used to call the dark-eyed Bijim. The last name too were born after the Mirza's death. Yadgaresul letter 1E6FN Bijim was brought up by my grandmother, Asandalet Bijim. She fell to Abdallah letter 1E6FIF SL, a son of letter 1E25 a MZ a SL, when Shaibani Khan took Andijan and Aksi, 908 off 1503 AD. She rejoined me when 917 off 1511 AD. In Kutlin, I defeated letter 1E25 a MZ a SL. And other SUL letter 1E6F a NS and took letter 1E25 ISAR. Rukiasul letter 1E6FN Bijim fell in that side note fall. 9b. Same throneless time, Fatrat to Jani Beg SL. Ozbeg. By him she had 1 or 2 children who did not live. In these days of our leisure, Fursattler, has come news that she has gone to God's mercy. I his ladies and mistresses. Quitluk Nigar Khanim was the second daughter of Yunus Khan and the eldest, half-sister of SL. A letter 1E25 MUD Khan and SL. A letter 1E25 Adi Khan. J. Interpolated account of Babur's mother's family. Yunus Khan descended from Chagatai Khan, the second son of Chinggis Khan as follows. Yunus Khan, son of Wise Khan, son of Shur Ali Alan, son of Mu letter 1E25 a Adi Khan, son of KH I letter 1E93 RKH Waja Khan, son of Tughlaq Timur Khan, son of Asan Bugha Khan, son of Dawa Khan, son of Barak Khan, son of Yasintawa Khan, son of Mutukan, son of Chagatai Khan, son of Chinggis Khan. Since such a chance has come, set thou down now a summary of the history of the Khans. Yunus Khan, D 892 off 1487 AD. And Asan Bugha Khan, D 866 minus 1462 AD. Were sons of Wise Khan, D 832 off 1428 AD. Yunus Khan's mother was either a daughter or a granddaughter of Sheikh Nuruddin Beg, a Turkestani Kipchak favored by Timur Beg. When Wise Khan died, the Mughal horde split in two, one portion being for Yunus Khan, the greater for Asan Bugha Khan. For help in getting the upper hand in the horde, Erzan var. Erzan, one of the Baran Tuman Begs and Beg Mirik Turkmen, one of the Kairaz Tuman Begs, took Yunus Khan eat. 13, and with him 3,000 or 4,000 Mughal heads of houses Awaluk, to Aulug Beg Mirza, Sharaki, with the fittingness that Aulug Beg M had taken Yunus Khan's elder sister for his son, Abdul Aziz Mirza. Aulug Beg Mirza did not do well by them, some he imprisoned, some scattered over the country one by one. The dispersion of Erzan became a date in the Mughal horde. Yunus Khan himself was made to go towards Iraq. 1 year he spent in Tabriz where Jahan Shah Barani of the Black Sheep Turkmens was ruling. From Tabriz he went to Shiraz where was Shaibaq Mirza's second son, Ibrahim Sul letter 1E6F a N Mirza. He having died 5 or 6 months later, Shawwal 4, 838 on May 3, 1435 AD. His son, Abdullah Mirza sat in his place. Of this, Abdullah Mirza Yunus Khan became a retainer and to him used to pay his respects. The Khan was in those parts for 17 or 18 years. In the disturbances between Ulugh Beg Mirza and his sons, Asen Bugha Khan found a chance to invade Fargana. He plundered as far as Kandai Badam, came on, and having plundered Andijan, led all its people into captivity. Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza, after seizing the throne of Samarkand, led an army out to beyond Yangi, Taraz, to Aspara and Mughalistan. There gave Asen Bugha a good beating and then, to spare himself further trouble from him, and with the fittingness that he had just taken to wife Yunus Khan's elder sister, the former wife of Abdul Aziz Mirza, Sharaki. He invited Yunus Khan from Khurasan and Iraq, made a feast, became friends, and proclaimed him Khan of the Mughals. Just when he was speeding him forth, the Sagarichi Tuman Begs had all come into Mughalistan, in anger with Asen Bugha Khan. Yunus Khan went amongst them and took to wife Asen Daulat Bijim, the daughter of their chief, Ali Shir Beg. They then seated him and her on one and the same white felt and raised him to the khanship. By this Asen Daulat Bijim, Yunus Khan had 3 daughters. Mihirnigar Khanim was the eldest, Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza set her aside for his eldest son, Sl. A letter 125 Adi Mirza, she had no child. In a throneless time, 905 She fell to Shaibani Khan, she left Samarkand with Shah Bijim for Khurasan, 907 and both came on to me in Kabul, 911 At the time, Shaibani Khan was besieging Nasir Mirza in Kandahar, and I set out for Lamgan, 913 They went to bad action with Khan Mirza wise. When Mubarak Shah invited Khan Mirza into Fort Victory, they were captured, together with the wives and families of all their people, by marauders of Ababakar Kashgari, and as captives to that ill-doing miscreant, bade farewell to this transitory world, circa 913-1507 ad. Quitluk Nigar Khanim, my mother, was Yunus Khan's second daughter. She was with me in most of my guerrilla expeditions and throneless times. She went to God's mercy in MU letter 125 RR M 911 June 1505 ad. 5 or 6 months after the capture of Kabul. Kubnigar Khanim was his third daughter. Her they gave to MU letter 125 a D letter 125 US a IN Kirkin Duglat, 899 She had 1 son and 1 daughter by him. Ubaid Khan Ozbeg took the daughter letter 125 a BIB a. When I captured Samarkand and Bukhara, 917 1511 ad. She stayed behind, and when her paternal uncle, Syed MU letter 125 a D Duglat came as Sl. Saidi Khan's envoy to me in Samarkand, she joined him and with him went to Kashgar where her cousin, Sl. Saidi Khan took her. Kubnigar's son was letter 125 a ID a R Mirza. He was in my service for 3 or 4 years after the Ozbegs slew his father, then 918 1512 ad. Asked leave to go to Kashgar to the presence of Sl. Saidi Khan. Everything goes back to its source, pure gold or silver or tin. People say he now lives lawfully Taib, and has found the right way, letter 1E6F a RIQ a. He has a hand deft in everything, penmanship and painting, and in making arrows and arrow barbs and string grips. Moreover, he is a born poet, and in a petition written to me, even his style is not bad. Shah Bijim was another of Yunus Khan's ladies. Though he had more, she and Asen Daulat Bijim were the mothers of his children. She was one of the 6 daughters of Shah Sul letter 1E6F, a NMU letter 1E25 a MM a D, Shah of Badakhshan. His line, they say, runs back to Iskandar Filkis. Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza took another daughter, and by her had a Babakar Mirza. By this Shah Bijim Yunus Khan had 2 sons and 2 daughters. Her firstborn, but younger than all Asen Daulat Bijim's daughters, was Sl. A letter 1E25 MUD Khan, called Kanika Khan by many in and about Samarkand. Next younger than he was Sl. A letter 1E25 a D Khan, known as Alacha Khan. People say he was called this because he killed many Kalmaks on the several occasions he beat them. In the Mughal and Kalmak tongues, one who will kill, Alterguchi, is called Alachi. Alachi they called him therefore, and this by repetition, became Alacha. As occasion arises, the acts and circumstances of these 2 Khans will find mention in this history Tariq. Sul Ḥusain Mirzas an Nigar Khanim was the youngest but one of Yunus Khan's children. Her they made go forth Chikarib Idler to Sl. Ḥusain Mud Mirza. By him she had one child Sl. Ḥusain Mirza, mention of whom will come into this history. When Sl. Ḥusain Mud Mirza died, 900 minus 1495 AD. She took her son off to her brothers in Tashkent without a word to any single person. They, a few years later, gave her to Adik Ong, Sul Ḥusain an, a Kazakh Sul Ḥusain an of the line of Juji Khan, Chingiz Khan's eldest son. When Shaibaq Khan defeated the Khans, her brothers, and took Tashkent and Sharakia, 908 she got away with 10 or 12 of her Mughal servants, to her husband, Adik Sul Ḥusain an. She had 2 daughters by Adik Sul Ḥusain an. One she gave to a Shaban Sul Ḥusain an, the other to Rashid Sul Ḥusain an, the son of her cousin Sl. Ḥusain Khan. After Adik Sul Ḥusain an's death, his brother, Qasim Khan, Khan of the Kazakh horde, took her. Of all the Kazakh Khans and Sul Ḥusain an's, no one, they say, ever kept the horde in such good order as he. His army was reckoned at 300,000 men. On his death the Khanim went to Sl. Ḥusain Khan's presence in Kashgar. Daulat Sul Ḥusain an Khanim was Yunus Khan's youngest child. In the Tashkent disaster, 908 she fell to Timur Sul Ḥusain an, the son of Shaibaq Khan. By him she had one daughter. They got out of Samarkand with me, 918 1512 AD. Spent 3 or 4 years in the Badakhshan country, then went 923 1420 AD. To Sl. Ḥusain Khan's presence in Kashgar. K account resumed of Babur's father's family. In Umar Sheikh Mirzas letter 1225, Ar-Am was also Alis Agha, a daughter of KHJune letter 1225 Usain Beg. Her one daughter died in infancy, and they sent her out of the letter 1225 Ar-Am a year or 18 months later. Fa letter 166 Im, Asul letter 166 N Agha was another. She was of the Mughal Tuman Begs and the first taken of his wives. Karaguz Makdam Sul letter 166 An Bijim was another. The Mirza took her towards the end of his life. She was much beloved, so to please him, they made her out descended from his uncle Minichihar Mirza, the elder brother of Sl. Ḥusain Mirza. He had many mistresses and concubines. One, Umid Ekhacha, died before him. Latterly there were also Tun Sul letter 166 N Var. Yun of the Mughals and Agha Sul letter 166 N. Umar Sheikh Mirzas Amirs. There was Qutaiberdi Tugshai Timur Tash, a descendant of the brother of Akbar Beg, the governor of Hiri, Herat for Timur Beg. When Sl. Ḥusain Mirza, after besieging Juki Mirza, Sharaki in Sharakia 868 1464 AD, gave the Fargana country to Umar Sheikh Mirza, he put this Qutaiberdi Beg at the head of the Mirza's gate. Qutaiberdi was then 25, but youth notwithstanding, his rules and management were very good indeed. A few years later, when Ibrahim Begshik was plundering near Osh, he followed him up, fought him, was beaten, and became a martyr. At the time, Sl. A letter 125 Ad Mirza was in the summer pastures of Ak-Kachgai, in Oratipa, 18 Yighach east of Samarkand, and Sl. Ḥusain Mirza was at Babakaki, 12 Yighach east of Hiri. People sent the news post-haste to the Mirza, having humbly represented it through Abdul Wahab Shaghawal. In 4 days it was carried, those 120 Yighach of road. Letter 125 Fi letter 193, Mu letter 125, Ad Beg Duldai was another, Sl. Malik Kashgari's son and a younger brother of a letter 125, Ad letter 125 Aj Beg. After the death of Qutaiberdi Beg, they sent him to control Umar Sheikh Mirza's gate, but he did not get on well with the Andijan Begs, and therefore, when Sl. Ḥusain Mirza died, went to Samarkand and took service with Sl. A letter 125 Ad Mirza. At the time of the disaster on the Chur, he was in Oratipa and made it over to Umar Sheikh Mirza when the Mirza passed through on his way to Samarkand, himself taking service with him. The Mirza, for his part, gave him the Andijan command. Later on he went to Sl. A letter 125 Mud Khan in Tashkent and was there entrusted with the guardianship of Khan Mirza, wise, and given Dizak. He had started for Makkah by way of Hind before I took Kabul, 910 Oct. 1504 ad. But he went to God's mercy on the road. He was a simple person, of few words and not clever. KHJune letter 125 Usain Beg was another, a good-natured and simple person. It is said that, after the fashion of those days, he used to improvise very well at drinking parties. Sheikh Mazid Beg was another, my first guardian, excellent in rule and method. He must have served Khidmat Kilgandur under Babur Mirza, Sharaki. There was no greater beg in Umar Sheikh Mirza's presence. He was a vicious person and kept catamites. Ali Mazid Quchin was another. He rebelled twice, once at Aksi, once at Tashkent. He was disloyal, untrue to his salt, vicious and good for nothing. Letter 125 Asan, son of Yaqub, was another, a small-minded, good-tempered, smart and active man. This verse is his. Return, O Huma, for without the parrot down of thy lip, the crow will assuredly soon carry off my bones. He was brave, a good archer, played polo, chawn well and leapt well at leapfrog. He had the control of my gate after Umar Sheikh Mirza's accident. He had not much sense, was narrow-minded and somewhat of a strife-stirrer. Qasim Beg Quchin of the ancient army begs of Andijan was another. He had the control of my gate after letter 125 Asan Yaqub Beg. His life through, his authority and consequence waxed without decline. He was a brave man. Once he gave some Ozbegs a good beating when he overtook them raiding near Kassan. His sword hewed away in Umar Sheikh Mirza's presence, and in the fight at the Broad Ford, Yasikijit circa 904 July, 1499 ad. He hewed away with the rest. In the guerrilla days he went to Khusrau Shah, 907 At the time I was planning to go from the Macha Hill country to Sl a letter 125 Mud Khan, but he came back to me in 910 1504 ad. And I showed him all my old favor and affection. When I attacked the Turkmen Hazara raiders in Duroi Khwash, 911 He made better advance, spite of his age, than the younger men. I gave him Bangesh as a reward and later on, after returning to Kabul, made him Humayun's guardian. He went to God's mercy about the time Zamandawer was taken, circa 928 1522 ad. He was a pious, God-fearing Musulman, an abstainer from doubtful aliments. Excellent in judgment and counsel, very facetious, and though he could neither read nor write used to make entertaining jokes. Baba Beg's Baba Quli Ali was another, a descendant of Sheikh Ali Bahajir. They made him my guardian when Sheikh Mazid Beg died. He went over to Sl. A letter 125 Adi Mirza when the Mirza led his army against Andijan, 899 and gave him Oratipa. After Sl. A letter 125 Mud Mirza's death, he left Samarkand and was on his way to join me 900 when Sl. Ali Mirza, issuing out of Oratipa, fought, defeated and slew him. His management and equipment were excellent and he took good care of his men. He prayed not, he kept no fasts, he was like a heathen and he was a tyrant. Ali Dus Taghai was another, one of the Sagharichi Tuman Begs and a relation of my mother's mother, Asan Daulat Bajim. I favored him more than he had been favored in Umar Sheikh Mirza's time. People said, work will come from his hand. But in the many years he was in my presence, no work to speak of came to sight. He must have served Sl. Abusa Id Mirza. He claimed to have power to bring on rain with the jade stone. He was the falconer Qushchai, worthless by nature and habit, a stingy, severe, strife-stirring person, false, self-pleasing, rough of tongue and cold of face. Wise Laghari, one of the Samarkand Tugshai people, was another. Latterly he was much in Umar Sheikh Mirza's confidence. In the guerrilla times he was with me. Though somewhat factious, he was a man of good judgment and counsel. Mir Gias Taghai was another, a younger brother of Ali Dus Taghai, no man amongst the leaders in Sl. Abusa Id Mirza's gate was more to the front than he had charge of the Mirza's square seal and was much in his confidence latterly. He was a friend of wise Laghari. When Kassan had been given to Sl. A letter 125 Mud Khan, 899 1494 ad. He was continuously in the Khan's service and was in high favor. He was a laugher, a joker and fearless in vice. Ali Darwesh Khurasani was another. He had served in the Khurasan Cadet Corps, one of two special corps of serviceable young men formed by Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza when he first began to arrange the government of Khurasan and Samarkand, and presumably called by him the Khurasan Corps and the Samarkand Corps. Ali Darwish was a brave man. He did well in my presence at the gate of Bishkaran. He wrote the Nask Talik hand clearly. His was the flatterer's tongue, and in his character avarice was supreme. Q. A letter 143b a R. Ali Mughal of the Equerries Axtachi was another. People called him the Skinner because his father, on first coming into the Fargana country, worked as a skinner. Q. A letter 143b a R. Ali had been Yunus Khan's water bottle bearer. Later on he became a beg. Till he was a made man, his conduct was excellent. Once arrived, he was slack. He was full of talk and of foolish talk. A great talker is sure to be a foolish one. His capacity was limited and his brain muddy. L. Historical narrative. At the time of Umar Sheikh Mirza's accident, I was in the Four Gardens, Charbagh of Andijan. The news reached Andijan on Tuesday, RAM letter 193 a N5, June 9th. I mounted at once, with my followers and retainers, intending to go into the fort, but on our getting near the Mirza's gate, Shiram Taghai took hold of my bridle and moved off towards the praying place. It had crossed his mind that if a great ruler like Sl. A letter 125 M a D Mirza came in force, the Andijan begs would make over to him me and the country, but that if he took me to Oskant and the foothills thereabouts, I, at any rate, should not be made over and could go to one of my mother's half-brothers, Sl. M a letter 125 Mud Khan or Sl. A letter 125 M a D Khan. When KHJune Maulana IQ letter 193I and the begs in the fort heard of the intended departure, they sent after us KHJune Mu letter 125 a a D, the tailor, an old servant Barry of my father and the foster-father of one of his daughters. He dispelled our fears, and turning back from near the praying place, took me with him into the citadel ark, where I dismounted. KHJune Maulana IQ letter 193I and the begs came to my presence there, and after bringing their councils to a head, busied themselves in making good the towers and ramparts of the fort. A few days later, letter 125 a S a N, son of Yaqub, and Qasim Quichin, arrived, together with other begs who had been sent to reconnoiter in Marganan and those parts. They also, after waiting on me, set themselves with one heart and mind and with zeal and energy to hold the fort. Author's note on KHJune Maulana IQ letter 193I. He was the son of Sl. A letter 125 M a DQ a letter 193I of the line of Burhanuddin Ali Kilik and through his mother, traced back to Sl. Alakem a letter 193I. By hereditary right, Luck, his high family, Khanwadalar, must have come to be the refuge, Marji and pontiffs, Sheikh al-Islam, of the Fargana country. Meantime, Sl. A letter 125 M a D Mirza took Oratipa, Qjend and Marganan, came on to Kaaba, 4 Yighach from Andijan and there made halt. At this crisis, Darwesh Gao, one of the Andijan notables, was put to death on account of his improper proposals. His punishment crushed the rest. KHJQ a letter 193I and Azan, long letter 125 a S a N, brother of KHJ letter 125 US a IN, were then sent to Sl. A letter 125 M a D Mirza to say in effect that, as he himself would place one of his servants in the country, and as I was myself both a servant and as a son, he would attain his end most readily and easily if he entrusted the service to me. He was a mild, weak man, of few words who, without his begs, decided no opinion or compact on action or move. They paid attention to our proposal, gave it a harsh answer, and moved forward. But the Almighty God, who, of his perfect power and without mortal aid, has ever brought my affairs to their right issue, made such things happen here that they became disgusted at having advanced, i.e. from Kaaba. Repented indeed that they had ever set out on this expedition and turned back with nothing done. One of those things was this: Kaaba has a stagnant, morass-like water, passable only by the bridge. As they were many, there was crowding on the bridge and numbers of horses and camels were pushed off to perish in the water. This disaster recalling the one they had had 3 or 4 years earlier when they were badly beaten at the passage of the Chur, they gave way to fear. Another thing was that such a murrain broke out amongst their horses that, massed together, they began to die off in bands. Another was that they found in our soldiers and peasants a resolution and single-mindedness, such as would not let them flinch from making offering of their lives so long as there was breath and power in their bodies. Need being, therefore, when one Yighach from Andijan, they sent Darwish Mu letter 125 a a D Tarkin to us. Letter 125 a S a N of Yaqub went out from those in the fort. The two had an interview near the praying place, and a sort of peace was made. This done, SL. A letter 125 M, a D Mirzas force retired. Meantime SL. M a letter 125 Mud Khan had come along the north of the Kujan water and laid siege to Aksi. In Aksi was Jahangir Mirza Eat. 9 and of Begs, Ali Darwesh Beg, Mirza Quli Kukuldash, Mu letter 125. Bakir Beg and Sheikh Abdullah, Lord of the Gate. Waislaghari and Mir Giyas Taghai had been there too, but being afraid of the Aksi Begs had gone off to Kassan, Waislaghari's district, where he being Nasir Mirza's guardian, the Mirza was. They went over to Sl. M a letter 125 Mud Khan when he got near Aksi. Mir Giyas entered his service. Side note, Fall 17b. Waislaghari took Nasir Mirza to Sl. A letter 125 M a D Mirza, who entrusted him to Mazid Tarkhan's charge. The Khan, though he fought several times near Aksi, could not effect anything because the Aksi Begs and Braves made such splendid offering of their lives. Falling sick, being tired of fighting too, he returned to his own country, i.e. Tashkent. For some years, a Babakar Kashgari Duglat, bowing the head to none, had been supreme in Kashgar and Kutan. He now, moved like the rest by desire for my country, came to the neighborhood of Oskent, built a fort and began to lay the land waste. Khwajakazi and several begs were appointed to drive him out. When they came near, he saw himself no match for such a force, made the Khwaja his mediator, and by 100 wiles and tricks, got himself safely free. Throughout these great events, Umar Sheikh Mirza's former begs and braves had held resolutely together and made daring offer of their lives. The Mirza's mother, Shah Sul letter 126f a N Bijim, and J a letter 125 a Ngir Mirza, and the letter 125 a R a M household, and the begs came from Aksi to Andijan. The customary mourning was fulfilled, and food and victuals spread for the poor and destitute. In the leisure from these important matters, attention was given to the administration of the country and the ordering of the army. The Andijan government and control of my gate were settled Muqarrar, for letter 125 a S a N, son of Yaqub. Osh was decided on Karar for Qasim Quichin. Aksi and Marganan assigned Tan to Azan letter 125 a S a N and Ali Dust Taghai. For the rest of Umar Sheikh Mirza's begs and braves, to each according to his circumstances, were settled and assigned district Wilayat, or land Yur or office, Maja or charge Jirga or stipend Waj. When Sl. A letter 125 M a D Mirza had gone 2 or 3 stages on his return march, his health changed for the worse and high fever appeared. On his reaching the Aksu near Oratipa, he bade farewell to this transitory world, in the middle of Shawwal of the date 899, mid-July 1494 ad. Being then 44 lunar years old. MSL, a letter 125 M a D Mirza's birth and descent. He was born in 855 AH, 1451 ad. The year in which his father took the throne, i.e. Samarkand. He was Sl. Abusa ID Mirza's eldest son. His mother was a daughter of Audiobook Tarkhan Argun, the elder sister of Darwesh Mu letter 125 a MM a D Tarkhan, and the most honored of the Mirza's wives. His appearance and habits. He was a tall, stout, brown-bearded and red-faced man. He had beard on his chin but none on his cheeks. He had very pleasing manners. As was the fashion in those days, he wound his turban in 4 folds and brought the end forward over his brows. Oh, his characteristics and manners! He was a true believer, pure in the faith. 5 times daily, without fail, he recited the prayers, not omitting them even on drinking days. He was a disciple of His Highness Khwaja, Ubaydullah, a letter 125 R a RI, his instructor in religion and the strengthener of his faith. He was very ceremonious, particularly when sitting with the Khwaja. People say he never drew one knee over the other at any entertainment of the Khwaja. On one occasion, contrary to his custom, he sat with his feet together. When he had risen, the Khwaja ordered the place he had sat in to be searched. There they found, it may have been, a bone. He had read nothing whatever and was ignorant, Sami, and though town-bred, unmannered and homely. Of genius he had no share. He was just, and as His Highness the Khwaja was there, accompanying him step by step, most of his affairs found lawful settlement. He was true and faithful to his vow and word. Nothing was ever seen to the contrary. He had courage, and though he never happened to get in his own hand to work, gave sign of it, they say, in some of his encounters. He drew a good bow, generally hitting the duck both with his arrows ok and his forked arrows turgiz, and, as a rule, hit the gourd in riding across the lists maidan. Latterly, when he had grown stout, he used to take quail and pheasant with the goshawks, rarely failing. A sportsman he was, hawking mostly and hawking well, since Alag Beg Mirza, such a sporting padshah had not been seen. He was extremely decorous. People say he used to hide his feet even in the privacy of his family and amongst his intimates. Once settled down to drink, he would drink for 20 or 30 days at a stretch. Once risen, would not drink again for another 20 or 30 days. He was a good drinker. On non-drinking days, he ate without conviviality, I letter 1e6f. Avarice was dominant in his character. He was kindly, a man of few words whose will was in the hands of his begs. His battles. He fought 4 battles. The first was with Nimat Argun, Sheikh Jamal Argun's younger brother, at Akartuzi near Zaman. This he won. The second was with Umar Sheikh Mirza at KHJune. This also he won. The third affair was when he encountered Sl. A letter 1e25 Mud Khan on the Chur, near Tashkent, 895 off 1469 ad. There was no real fighting, but some Mughal plunderers coming up, by ones and twos in his rear and laying hands on his baggage. His great army, spite of its numbers, broke up without a blow struck, without an effort made, without a coming face to face, and its main body was drowned in the Chur. His fourth affair was with letter 1e25 R Kukaldash, Mughal, near Yaryalek. Here he won. His country. Samarkand and Bukhara his father gave him. Tashkent and Saram he took and held for a time but gave them to his younger brother, Umar Sheikh Mirza, after Abdul Qaddis Duglat, slew Sheikh Jamal Argun. Qujend and Oratipa were also for a time in his possession. His children. His 2 sons did not live beyond infancy. He had 5 daughters, 4 by Kadak Bajim. Rabbi Asul letter 1e6fn Bajim, known as the dark-eyed Bajim, was his eldest. The Mirza himself made her go forth to Sl. A letter 1e25 Mud Khan. She had 1 child, a nice little boy called Baba Khan. The Ozbegs killed him and several others of age as unripe as his when they martyred his father, the Khan, in Qujend, 914 off 1508 ad. At that time she fell to Jani Beg Sul letter 1e6f An Ozbeg. Letter 1e63 Ali letter 1e25 Asul letter 1e6fn, letter 1e63 Liqa Bajim was his second daughter. People called her the fair Bajim. Sl. A letter 1e25 Mud Mirza, after her father's death, took her for his eldest son Sl. Mas Ud Mirza and made the wedding feast 900 Ah. Later on she fell to the Kashgari with Shah Bajim and Mihirnigar Khanim. Aisha Sul letter 1e6fn Bajim was the third. When I was 5 and went to Samarkand, they set her aside for me. In the guerrilla times, she came to Qujend, and I took her 905 Ah. Her 1 little daughter, born after the second taking of Samarkand, went in a few days to God's mercy, and she herself left me at the instigation of an older sister. Sul letter 1e6f Nim Bajim was the 4th daughter, Sl. Ali Mirza took her, then Timur Sul letter 1e6f An Ozbeg, took her, and after him, Mahdi Sul letter 1e6f An Ozbeg. Masum Sul letter 1e6fn Bajim was the youngest of Sl. A letter 1e25 Adi Mirza's daughters. Her mother, letter 1e25 Abib Asul letter 1e6fn Bajim, was of the Arguns, a daughter of Sl. Letter 1e25 Us In Argun's brother. I saw her when I went to Khurasan 912 Ah minus 1506 ad. Liked her, asked for her, had her brought to Kabul and took her 913 off 1507 ad. She had 1 daughter and then, went to God's mercy, through the pains of the birth. Her name was at once given to her child. As his ladies and mistresses. Mihirnigar Khanim was his first wife, set aside for him by his father, Sl. Abusa Id Mirza. She was Yunus Khan's eldest daughter and my mother's full sister. Tarkhan Bajim of the Tarkhans was another of his wives. Kadak Bajim was another, the foster sister of the Tarkhan Bajim just mentioned. Sl. A letter 1e25 Adi Mirza took her paramours, Ashikler Bila. She was loved with passion and was very dominant. She drank wine. During the days of her ascendancy, Tiriklik, he went to no other of his letter 1e25 a.r.a.m. At last he took up a proper position, all nerdy, and freed himself from his reproach. Khanzada Bijim, of the Tirmi letter 1e95 Khans, was another. He had just taken her when I went, at 5 years old, to Samarkand. Her face was still veiled, and, as is the Turkey custom, they told me to uncover it. L a letter 1e6f, if Bijim was another. A daughter's child of a letter 1e25m, a d letter 1e25, a j I beg Duldai Barlas. After the Mirzas' death, letter 1e25 a mz a sl. Took her and she had 3 sons by him. They with other sul letter 1e6f a ns children, fell into my hands when I took letter 1e25 is a r, 916 a 1510 ad. After defeating letter 1e25 a mz, a sul letter 1e6f a n, and Timur sul letter 1e6f a n, I set all free. Letter 1e25 ib asul letter 1e6f n Bijim was another, a daughter of the brother of sl. Letter 1e25 us a I n argan. T has amirs. Jani Beg Duldai Barlas was a younger brother of Sl. Malik Kashgari. Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza gave him the government of Samarkand and Sl. A letter 1e25m Adi Mirza gave him the control of his own gate. He must have had singular habits and manners. Many strange stories are told about him. One is this. While he was governor in Samarkand, an envoy came to him from the Ozbegs renowned, as it would seem, for his strength. An Ozbeg is said to call a strong man a bull buka. "Are you a buka?" said Jani Beg to the envoy. "If you are, come, let's have a friendly wrestle together, curashaling." Whatever objections the envoy raised, he refused to accept. They wrestled and Jani Beg gave the fall. He was a brave man. A letter 1e25m, a d letter 1e25, a j I Duldai Barlas was another, a son of Sl, Malik Kashgari. Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza gave him the government of Herat for a time, but sent him when his uncle, Jani Beg, died, to Samarkand with his uncle's appointments. He was pleasant-natured and brave. Wafay was his pen name, and he put together a diwan in verse not bad. This couplet is his. I am drunk, Inspector, today keep your hand off me. Inspect me on the day you catch me sober. Mir Ali Shur Nawe, when he went from Hiri to Samarkand, was with a letter 1e25m, a d letter 1e25, a j I beg, but he went back to Hiri when Sl. Letter 1e25 us a I n Mirza, by Kara, became supreme, 873 a 1460 ad. And he there received exceeding favor. A letter 1e25m, a d letter 1e25, a j I beg kept and rode excellent tipichaks, mostly of his own breeding. Brave he was, but his power to command did not match his courage. He was careless, and what was necessary in his affairs, his retainers and followers put through. He fell into Sl. Ali Mirza's hands when the Mirza defeated Baisunghar Mirza in Bukhara, 901 a. And was then put to a dishonorable death, on the charge of the blood of Darwesh Mu letter 1e25, a a d Tarkin. Darwesh Mu letter 1e25 a a d Tarkin Argan was another, the son of Audiobook Tarkin and full brother of the mother of Sl. A letter 1e25m a d Mirza and Sl. A letter 1e25 mud Mirza. Of all begs in Sl. A letter 1e25m a d Mirza's presence, he was the greatest and most honored. He was an orthodox believer, kindly and Darwish-like, and was a constant transcriber of the Quran. He played chess often and well, thoroughly understood the science of fowling, and flew his birds admirably. He died in the height of his greatness, with a bad name, during the troubles between Sl. Ali Mirza and Baisunghar Mirza. Abdul Ali Tarkin was another, a near relation of Darwesh Mu letter 1e25 a a d Tarkin, possessor also of his younger sister, that is to say, Baki Tarkin's mother. Though both by the Mughal rule Tura and by his rank, Darwesh Mu letter 1e25 a a d Tarkin was the superior of Abdul Ali Tarkin, this pharaoh regarded him not at all. For some years he had the government of Bukhara. His retainers were reckoned at side note. Fall, 22. 3,000, and he kept them well and handsomely. His gifts bakshish, his visits of inquiry pershish, his public audience diwan, his workshops dasgah, his open table shilin, and his assemblies majlis were all like a king's. He was a strict disciplinarian, a tyrannical, vicious, self-infatuated person. Shaibaq Khan, though not his retainer, was with him for a time. most of the lesser, Shaban, Sul letter 1e6f, ANS did themselves take service with him. This same Abdul Ali Tarkhan was the cause of Shaibani Khan's rise to such a height, and of the downfall of such ancient dynasties. Sayyid Yusuf, the Grey Wolfer, was another. His grandfather will have come from the Mughal horde. His father was favored by Ulugh Beg Mirza Sharaki. His judgment and counsel were excellent. He had courage too. He played well on the guitar quabuz. He was with me when I first went to Kabul. I showed him great favor, and in truth he was worthy of favor. I left him in Kabul the first year the army rode out for Hindustan. At that time he went to God's mercy. Darwesh Beg was another. He was of the line of Aku Timur Beg, a favorite of Timur Beg. He was a disciple of His Highness KHJune, Ubaydullah, a letter 1e25 had knowledge of the science of music, played several instruments, and was naturally disposed to poetry. He was drowned in the Chur at the time of Sl. A letter 1e25 Adi Mirzas discomfiture. Mu letter 1e25 Adi Mazid Tarkhan was another, a younger full brother of Darwesh Mu letter 1e25. Tarkhan. He was governor in Turkestan for some years till Shaibani Khan took it from him. His judgment and counsel were excellent. He was an unscrupulous and vicious person. The second and third times I took Samarkand, he came to my presence, and each time I showed him very great favor. He died in the fight at Kalai Malik, 918 off 1512 ad. Baki Tarkhan was another, the son of Abdul Ali Tarkhan and Sl. A letter 1e25 Adi Mirza's aunt. When his father died, they gave him Bukhara. He grew in greatness under Sl. Ali Mirza, his retainers numbering 5 or 6,000. He was neither obedient nor very submissive to Sl. Ali Mirza. He fought Shaibani Khan at Dabusi 905 and was crushed. By the help of this defeat, Shaibani Khan went and took Bukhara. He was very fond of hawking. They say he kept 700 birds. His manners and habits were not such as may be told. He grew up with a Mirza's state and splendor. Because his father had shewn favor to Shaibani Khan, he went to the Khan's presence, but that inhuman and great made him no sort of return in favor and kindness. He left the world at Aksi, in misery and wretchedness. Sl. Letter 1e25 USAIN Argun was another. He was known as Kara Kuli because he had held the Kara Kul government for a time. His judgment and counsel were excellent. He was long in my presence also. Quali Mu letter 1e25 Adi Bugda was another, a Quachin. He must have been a brave man. Abdul Karim Ishrat was another. He was an Uyghur, Sl. A letter 1e25 Adi Mirzas Lord of the Gate, a brave and generous man. Historical narrative resumed. After Sl. A letter 1e25 Adi Mirzas' death, his begs in agreement, sent a courier by the mountain road to invite Sl. A letter 1e25 Mud Mirza. Malachi Mu letter 1e25 Adi Mirza, the son of Minachihar Mirza, Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza's eldest brother, aspired for his own part to rule. Having drawn a few adventurers and desperadoes to himself, they dribbled away from Sl. A letter 1e25 Adi Mirza's camp and went to Samarkand. He was not able to effect anything, but he brought about his own death and that of several innocent persons of the ruling house. At once on hearing of his brother's death, Sl. A letter 1e25 Mud Mirza went off to Samarkand, and there seated himself on the throne, without difficulty. Some of his doings soon disgusted and alienated high and low, soldier and peasant. The first of these was that he sent the above-named Malachi Mu letter 1e25 Mmd to the Kuksarai, although he was his father's brother's son and his own son-in-law. With him he sent others, 4 Mirzas in all. 2 of these he set aside, Malachi Mu letter 1e25 Mmd, and 1 other he martyred. Some of the 4 were not even of ruling rank and had not the smallest aspiration to rule. Though Malachi Mu letter 1e25 Mmd Mirza was a little in fault, in the rest there was no blame whatever. A second thing was that though his methods and regulations were excellent, and though he was expert in revenue matters and in the art of administration, his nature inclined to tyranny and vice. Directly he reached Samarkand, he began to make new regulations and arrangements, and to rate and tax on a new basis. Moreover, the dependents of his late Highness KHJune, Ubaydullah, under whose protection formerly many poor and destitute persons had lived free from the burden of dues and imposts, were now themselves treated with harshness and oppression. On what ground should hardship have touched them? Nevertheless, oppressive exactions were made from them, indeed from the KHJ's very children. Yet another thing was that just as he was vicious and tyrannical, so were his begs, small and great, and his retainers and followers. The letter 1225 is a ris, and in particular the followers of Khusrau Shah engaged themselves unceasingly with wine and fornication. Once one of them enticed and took away a certain man's wife. Side note, fall. 24. When her husband went to Khusrau Shah and asked for justice, he received for answer, "She has been with you for several years, let her be a few days with him." Another thing was that the young sons of the townsmen and shopkeepers, nay, even of Turks and soldiers, could not go out from their houses from fear of being taken for catamites. The Samarkandis, having passed 20 or 25 years under Sl. A letter 1225 a.d. Mirza in ease and tranquility, most matters carried through lawfully and with justice by His Highness the KHJA, were wounded and troubled in heart and soul. By this oppression and this vice low and high, the poor, the destitute, all opened the mouth to curse, all lifted the hand for redress. Beware the steaming up of inward wounds, for an inward wound at the last makes head, avoid while thou canst, distress to one heart, for a single sigh will convulse a world. By reason of his infamous violence and vice Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Mirza did not rule in Samarkand more than 5 or 6 months. 900 Oct. 2nd, 1494 to Sep. 21st, 1495 ad. This year Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Mirza sent an envoy, named Abdul Qaddis Beg, to bring me a gift from the wedding he had made with splendid festivity for his eldest son, Mas'ud Mirza, with letter 1263 ALI letter 1225 ASUL letter 126FN, the fair Bajim, the second daughter of his elder brother Sl. A letter 1225 Ad Mirza. They had sent gold and silver almonds and pistachios. There must have been relationship between this envoy and letter 1225 Asani Yaqub, and on its account he will have been the man sent to make letter 1225 Asani Yaqub, by fair promises, look towards Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Mirza. Letter 1225 Asani Yaqub returned him a smooth answer, made indeed as though won over to his side, and gave him leave to go. 5 or 6 months later, his manners changed entirely. He began to behave ill to those about me and to others, and he carried matters so far that he would have dismissed me in order to put Jahangir Mirza in my place. Moreover, his conversation with the whole body of begs and soldiers was not what should be. Everyone came to know what was in his mind. KHJI Kazi and Syed Qasim Quichin and Ali Dust Taghai met other well-wishers of mine in the presence of my grandmother, Asandalat Bajim, and decided to give quietus to letter 1225 Asani Yaqub's disloyalty by his deposition. Few amongst women will have been my grandmother's equals for judgment and counsel. She was very wise and far-sighted, and most affairs of mine were carried through under her advice. She and my mother were living in the gatehouse of the outer fort. Letter 1225 Asani Yaqub was in the citadel. When I went to the citadel in pursuance of our decision, he had ridden out, presumably for hawking, and as soon as he had our news, went off from where he was towards Samarkand. The begs and others in sympathy with him were arrested. One was Mu letter 1225 a Adi Bakir Beg, Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Duldai, Sl. Mu letter 1225 a Adi Duldai's father was another. There were several more. To some leave was given to go for Samarkand. The Andijan government and control of my gate were settled on Syed Qasim Quichin. A few days after letter 1225 Asani Yaqub reached Kandai Badam on the Samarkand road, he went to near the Kukan subdivision, AHJune, with ill intent on Aksi. Hearing of it, we sent several begs and braves to oppose him. They, as they went, detached a scouting party ahead. He, hearing this, moved against the detachment, surrounded it in its night quarters, and poured flights of arrows, Sheba, in on it. In the darkness of the night, an arrow, Ak, shot by one of his own men, hit him just Ak in the vent Kachar, and before he could take vent Kachar, he became the captive of his own act. If you have done ill, keep not an easy mind, for retribution is nature's law. This year I began to abstain from all doubtful food. My obedience extended even to the knife, the spoon, and the tablecloth. Also the after-midnight prayer, T. A letter 1E25 a JJUD was less neglected. A. Death of Sl. M. A letter 1E25 MUD Mirza. In the month of the latter rabbi, January 1495 ad. Sl. M. A letter 1E25 MUD Mirza was confronted by violent illness and in 6 days passed from the world. He was 43 lunar years old. B. His birth and lineage. He was born in 857 AH. 1453 ad. Was Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza's third son and the full brother of Sl. A letter 1E25 M. Adi Mirza. See his appearance and characteristics. He was a short, stout, sparse-bearded, and somewhat ill-shaped person. His manners and his qualities were good, his rules and methods of business excellent. He was well-versed in accounts. Not a dinar or a dirham of revenue was spent without his knowledge. The pay of his servants was never disallowed. His assemblies, his gifts, his open table were all good. Everything of his was orderly and well-arranged. No soldier or peasant could deviate in the slightest from any plan of his. Formerly he must have been hard-set caterer on hawking, but latterly he very frequently hunted driven game. He carried violence and vice to frantic excess, was a constant wine-bibber, and kept many catamites. If anywhere in his territory there was a handsome boy, he used, by whatever means, to have him brought for a catamite. Of his beg's sons and of his sons' beg sons he made catamites, and laid command for this service on his very foster brothers and on their own brothers. So common in his day was that vile practice that no person was without his catamite. To keep one was thought a merit, not to keep one, a defect. Through his infamous violence and vice, his sons died in the day of their strength, tamam juwan. He had a taste for poetry and put a diwan together, but his verse is flat and insipid. Not to compose is better than to compose verse such as his. He was not firm in the faith and held His Highness KHJune, Ubaydullah, a letter 1E25 RARI in slight esteem. He had no heart, Uruk, and was somewhat scant in modesty. Several of his impudent buffoons used to do their filthy and abominable acts in his full court, in all men's sight. He spoke badly, there was no understanding him at first. D. His battles. He fought 2 battles, both with Sl. Letter 1E25 Husain Mirza Bukhara. The first was in Asterabad, here he was defeated. The second was at Chikman Sarai, near Andijan, here also he was defeated. He went twice to Kafiristan, on the south of Badakhshan, and made holy war. For this reason they wrote him Sl. M. A letter 1E25 MUD Ghazi in the headings of his public papers. E. His countries. Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza gave him Asterabad. After the Iraq disaster, i.e. his father's death, he went into Khurasan. At that time a letter 1E43B Ar Ali Beg, the governor of letter 1E25 ISAR by Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza's orders, had mobilized the Hindustan army and was following him into Iraq. He joined Sl. M. A letter 1E25 MUD Mirza in Khurasan, but the Khurasanis, hearing of Sl. Letter 1E25 Usain Mirza's approach, rose suddenly and drove them out of the country. On this Sl. M. A letter 1E25 MUD Mirza went to his elder brother, Sl. A letter 1E25 M. Adi Mirza in Samarkand. A few months later Sayyid Badr and Khusrau Shah and some braves under a letter 1E25 M. Adi Mushtaq took him and fled to a letter 1E43B Ar Ali in letter 1E25 ISAR. From that time forth, Sl. M. A letter 1E25 MUD Mirza possessed the countries lying south of Quhlugha, and the Khotan range as far as the Hindu Kush mountains, such as Tirm I letter 1E95, Chaganian letter 1E25 ISAR, Kutlan, Quinduz, and Badakhshan. He also held Sl. A letter 1E25 M. Adi Mirza's lands after his brother's death. F. His children. He had 5 sons and 11 daughters. Sl. Mas-ud Mirza was his eldest son. His mother was Khanzada. Side note, Fall 27. Bijim, a daughter of the great Mir of Tirm I letter 1E95. Baisunghar Mirza was another. His mother was Pasha or Pasha Bijim. Sl. Ali Mirza was another. His mother was an Ozbeg, a concubine called Zura Biji Agha. Sl. Letter 1E25 Usain Mirza was another. His mother was Khanzada Bijim, a granddaughter of the great Mir of Tirm I letter 1E95. He went to God's mercy in his father's lifetime at the age of 13. Sl. Wise Mirza, Mirza Khan, was another. His mother, Sul Ḥusain Mirzas Khanim, was a daughter of Yunus Khan and was a younger half-sister of my mother. The affairs of these four Mirzas will be written of in this history under the years of their occurrence. Of Sl Ḥusain Mirzas' daughters, 3 were by the same mother as Bābur Mirza. One of these, Bābur Mirza's senior, Sl Ḥusain Mirza, made to go out to Malachi Ḥusain Mirza, the son of his paternal uncle, Minachihar Mirza. 5 other daughters were by Khanzada Bijim, the granddaughter of the great Mir of Tirmi. The oldest of these, Khanzada Bijim, was given, after her father's death, to a Babakar Duglat Keshgari. The second was Begab Bijim. When Sl Ḥusain Mirza besieged Ḥusain 901 he took her for Ḥusain Mirza, his son by Pianda Bijim, Sl Ḥusain Mirza's daughter, and having done so, rose from before the place. The third daughter was Akbar Bijim, the fourth was betrothed to Jahangir Mirza Eat, 5 circa 895 At the time his father, Umar Sheikh Mirza, sent him to help Sl Ḥusain Mirza with the Andijan army against Sl Ḥusain Mirza, then attacking Quinduz. In 910 1504 AD. When Baki Chaganiani waited on me on the bank of the Amu Oxus, these last-named 2 Bijims were with their mothers in Tirmi 195 and joined me then with Baki's family. When we reached Kamard, Jahangir Mirza took Bijim. 1 little daughter was born. She now is in the Badakhshan country with her grandmother. The 5th daughter was Zainab Sul Ḥusain Bijim. Under my mother's insistence, I took her at the time of the capture of Kabul 910 Oct. 1504 AD. She did not become very congenial. 2 or 3 years later she left the world through smallpox. Another daughter was Makdam Sul Ḥusain Bijim, Sl Ali Mirza's full sister. She is now in the Badakhshan country. 2 others of his daughters, Rajab Sul Ḥusain and Mu 125 Ibb Sul Ḥusain, were by mistresses Gunchachi. G. His ladies, Wattenler and concubines Sarari. His chief wife, Khanzada Bijim, was a daughter of the sidenote, Fall 28. Great Mir of Tirmi 195, he had great affection for her and must have mourned her bitterly. She was the mother of Sl Mas'ud Mirza. Later on, he took her brother's daughter, also called Khanzada Bijim, a granddaughter of the great Mir of Tirmi 195. She became the mother of 5 of his daughters and 1 of his sons. Pasha Bijim was another wife, a daughter of Ali Shakar Beg, a Turkmen beg of the Black Sheep Baharlu Amak. She had been the wife of Jahan Shah Barani, of the Black Sheep Turkmens. After Azan, Long, 125 N beg of the White Sheep had taken 195 Azerbaijan and Iraq from the sons of this Jahan Shah Mirza, 872 1467 AD. Ali Shakar Beg's sons went with 4,000 or 5,000 heads of houses of the Black Sheep Turkmens to serve Sl Ḥusain Mirza, and after the Mirza's defeat, 873 by Azan 125 San, came down to these countries and took service with Sl M125 Mirza. This happened after Sl M125 Mirza came to 125 Isar from Samarkand, and then it was he took Pasha Bijim. She became the mother of 1 of his sons and 3 of his daughters. Sul Ḥusain Khanim was another of his ladies. Her descent has been mentioned already in the account of the Chagatai Khans. He had many concubines and mistresses. His most honored concubine, Mu'adabar Guma, was Zura Biji Agha. She was taken in his father's lifetime and became the mother of 1 son and 1 daughter. He had many mistresses, and, as has been said, 2 of his daughters were by 2 of them. His emirs. Khusrau Shah was of the Turkestani Kipchaks. He had been in the intimate service of the Tarkin Begs, indeed had been a Kadamite. Later on he became a retainer of Mazid Beg, Tarkin Argun, who favored him in all things. He was favored by Sl M125 Mirza on account of services done by him when, after the Iraq disaster, he joined the Mirza on his way to Khurasan. He waxed very great in his latter days, his retainers under Sl A letter 1225 Mud Mirza were a clear 5 or 6,000. Not only bad action, but the whole country from the Ammu to the Hindu Kush mountains depended on him, and he devoured its whole revenue darabastur iti. His open table was good, so too his open hand. Though he was a rough getter, what he got, he spent liberally. He waxed exceeding great after Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Mirza's death, in whose son's time his retainers approached 20,000. Although he prayed and abstained from forbidden aliments, yet was he black-souled and vicious. Side note, Fall 29. Dunderheaded and senseless, disloyal and a traitor to his salt. For the sake of this fleeting, 5 days' world, he blinded one of his benefactor's sons and murdered another. A sinner before God, reprobate to his creatures, he has earned curse and execration till the very verge of resurrection. For this world's sake he did his evil deeds, and yet, with lands so broad and with such hosts of armed retainers, he had not pluck to stand up to a hen. An account of him will come into this history. Purai Emulator 1225 Mmd Ailchaibugha Quichin was another. In Hazaraspi's fight he got in one challenge with his fists in Sl. Ḥusain Mirzas' presence at the gate of Balkh. He was a brave man, continuously serving the Mirza, a letter 1225 Mud, and guiding him by his counsel. Out of rivalry to Khusrau Shah, he made a night attack when the Mirza was besieging Qunduz, on Sl. Letter 1225 Usain Mirza, with few men, without arming and without plan, he could do nothing. What was there he could do against such and so large a force? He was pursued, threw himself into the river and was drowned. Ayub Begshik Mughal was another. He had served in Sl. Ḥusain Mirzas' Khurasan Cadet Corps, a brave man, Basinghar Mirza's guardian. He was choice in dress and food, a jester and talkative, nicknamed Impudence, perhaps because the Mirza called him so. Side note, Fall 29b. Wali was another, the younger, full brother of Khusrau Shah. He kept his retainers well. It was brought about the blinding of Sl. Mas'ud Mirza and the murder of Baisunghar Mirza. He had an ill word for everyone and was an evil-tongued, foul-mouthed, self-pleasing and dull-witted mannequin. He approved of no one but himself. When I went from the Qunduz country to near Dushi, 910 off 1503 ad. Separated Khusrau Shah from his following and dismissed him, this person, i.e., Wali, had come to Andar Rab and Surab, also in fear of the Ozbegs. The Amax of those parts beat and robbed him then, having let me know, came on to KABUL. Wali went to Shaibaq Khan, who had his head struck off in the town of Samarkand. Sheikh Abdullah Barlas was another. He had to wife one of the daughters of Shah Sul letter 126f, a Nmu letter 1225, a a D Badekshi, i.e., the maternal aunt of a Babikar Mirza Muranshah and of Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Khan. He wore his tunic narrow and purse shack. He was a kindly, well-bred man. A letter 1225 Mud Barlas of the Barlases of Nundek, Badekshan, was another. He had been a beg also of Sl. Ḥusain Mirza and had surrendered Karman to him when the Mirza took the Iraq countries. When a Babikar Mirza, Muranshah, came against letter 1225 Isar with Mazid Beg Tarkin and the Black Sheep Turkmens, and Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Mirza went off to his elder brother, Sl. A letter 1225 Md Mirza in Samarkand, a letter 1225 Mud Barlas did not surrender letter 1225 Isar, but held out manfully. He was a poet and put 81 together. Historical narrative resumed. When Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Mirza died, Khusrau Shah kept the event concealed and laid a long hand on the treasure. But how could such news be hidden? It spread through the town at once. That was a festive day for the Samarkand families. Soldier and peasant, they uprose in tumult against Khusrau Shah. A letter 1225 a D letter 1225 a J I beg. And the Tarkani begs put the rising down and turned Khusrau Shah out of the town with an escort for letter 1225 Isar. As Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Mirza himself, after giving letter 1225 Isar to Sl. Mas'ud Mirza and Bukhara to Baisunghar Mirza, had dismissed both to their governments, neither was present when he died. The letter 1225 Isar and Samarkand begs, after turning Khusrau Shah out, agreed to send for Baisunghar Mirza from Bukhara, brought him to Samarkand and seated him on the throne. When he thus became supreme, Pacha, he was 18 lunar years old. At this crisis, Sl. M. a letter 1225 Mud Khan, Chagatai, acting on the side note fall. 30b. Word of Junaid Barlas and of some of the notables of Samarkand led his army out to near Kanbai with desire to take that town. Bābur Mirza on his side marched out in force. They fought near Kanbai. Letter 1225 a ID a R Kukuldash, the main pillar of the Mughal army, led the Mughal van. He and all his men dismounted and were pouring in flights of arrows Sheba, when a large body of the mailed braves of letter 1225 ISAR and Samarkand made an impetuous charge and straightway laid them under their horses' feet. Their leader taken, the Mughal army was put to rout without more fighting. Masses, Kalan of Mughals were wiped out. So many were beheaded in Bābur Mirza's presence that his tent was 3 times shifted because of the number of the dead. At this same crisis, Ibrahim Saru entered the fort of Asfara. There read Bābur Mirza's name in the KHU letter 1E6FB, and took up a position of hostility to me. Author's note: Ibrahim Saru is of the Minglik people. He had served my father in various ways from his childhood, but later on had been dismissed for some fault. The army rode out to crush this rebellion in the month of Shaban, May, and by the end of it had dismounted round Asfara. Our braves in the wantonness of enterprise, on the very day of arrival, took the new wall that was in building outside the fort. That day Sayyid Qasim, lord of my gate, outstripped the rest and got in with his sword. Sl. A letter 1225 M a D and MU letter 1225 AMMAD Das Taghai got theirs in also, but Sayyid Qasim won the champion's portion. He took it in Sharakia when I went to see my mother's brother, Sl. M. a letter 1225 Mud Khan. Author's note: the championship portion is an ancient usage of the Mughal horde. Whoever outdistanced his tribe and got in with his own sword took the portion at every feast and entertainment. My guardian, Qudai Berdi Beg, died in that first day's fighting, struck by a crossbow arrow. As the assault was made without armor, several bare braves, Yikit Yilling, perished and many were wounded. One of Ibrahim Saru's crossbowmen was an excellent shot. His equal had never been seen. It was hit most of those wounded. When Asfara had been taken, he entered my service. As the siege drew on, orders were given to construct headstrikes in 2 or 3 places, to run mines and to make every side note. Fall 31b. Effort to prepare appliances for taking the fort. The siege lasted 40 days. At last, Ibrahim Saru had no resource but, through the mediation of KHJune Maulana IQ letter 1E93I, to elect to serve me. In the month of Shawwal, June 1495 AD. He came out with his sword and quiver hanging from his neck, waited on me and surrendered the fort. Qujend for a considerable time had been dependent on Umar Sheikh Mirza's court, Diwan, but of late had looked towards Sl. A letter 1E25 M. Adi Mirza on account of the disturbance in the Fargana government during the interregnum. As the opportunity offered, a move against it also was now made. Mir Mughal's father, Abdul Wahab Shaghawal, was in it. He surrendered without making any difficulty at once on our arrival. Just then Sl. M. a letter 1E25 Mud Khan was in Sharakia. It has been said already that when Sl. A letter 1E25 M. Adi Mirza came into Andijan, 899 Ah. He also came and that he laid siege to Aksi. It occurred to me that if since I was so close, I went and waited on him, he being, as it were, my father and my elder brother, and if bygone resentments were laid aside, it would be good hearing and seeing for far and near. So said, I went. I waited on the Khan in the garden letter 1E25 a idea R. Kukuldash had made outside Sharakia. He was seated in a large 4-doored tent set up in the middle of it. Having entered the tent, I knelt 3 times, he for his part rising to do me honor. We looked one another in the eyes, and he returned to his seat. After I had kneeled, he called me to his side and showed me much affection and friendliness. 2 or 3 days later, I set off for Aksi and Andijan by the Kinderlich Pass. At Aksi, I made the circuit of my father's tomb. I left at the hour of the Friday prayer, i.e., about midday, and reached Andijan by the Bandai Salar road between the evening and bedtime prayers. This road, i.e. the Bandai Salar, people call a 9-Yighatch road. One of the tribes of the wilds of Andijan is the Jigrak, a numerous people of 5,000 or 6,000 households, dwelling in the mountains between Kashgar and Fargana. They have many horses and sheep, and also numbers of yaks quataz, these hill people keeping yaks instead of common cattle. As their mountains are border fastnesses, they have a fashion of not paying tribute. An army was now sent against them under Sayyid Qasim Beg in order that out of the tribute taken from them, something might reach the soldiers. He took about 20,000 of their sheep, and between 1,000 and 1,500 of their horses, and shared all out to the men. After its return from the Jigrak, the army set out for Oratipa. Formerly, this was held by Umar Sheikh Mirza, but it had gone out of hand in the year of his death, and Sl. Ali Mirza was now in it on behalf of his elder brother, Baisinghar Mirza. When Sl. Ali Mirza heard of our coming, he went off himself to the Macha hill country, leaving his guardian, Sheikh letter 1E95UN Nun Argun behind. From halfway between Qujand and Oratipa, Khalifa was sent as envoy to Sheikh letter 1E95UN Nun, but that senseless mannequin, instead of giving him a plain answer, laid hands on him and ordered him to death. For Khalifa to die cannot have been the divine will. He escaped and came to me 2 or 3 days later, stripped bare, and having suffered 100 tumans, 1 million of hardships and fatigues. We went almost to Oratipa, but as, winter being near, people had carried away their corn and forage. After a few days we turned back for Andijan. After our retirement, the Khan's men moved on the place when the Oratipa person, unable to make a stand, surrendered and came out. The Khan then gave it to Mu letter 1E25 a D letter 1E25 US a IN Kirkin Duglat, and in his hands it remained till 908 1503. Sep. 21st. 1495 to Sep. 9th, 1496 ad. ASUL letter 1E6F, a N letter 1E25, US a IN Mirzas campaign against Khusrau Shah. In the winter of this year, Sl. Letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza led his army out of Khurasan against letter 1E25 ISAR and went to opposite TIRMI letter 1E95. Sl. Mas'ud Mirza, for his part, brought an army from letter 1E25 ISAR and sat down over against him in TIRMI letter 1E95. Khusrau Shah strengthened himself in Qunduz, and to help Sl. Mas'ud Mirza sent his younger brother, Wali. They, i.e., the opposed forces, spent most of that winter on the river's banks, no crossing being effected. Sl. Letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza was a shrewd and experienced commander. He marched up the river, his face set for Qunduz, and by this having put Sl. Mas'ud Mirza off his guard, sent Abdullah letter 1E6FIF Bakshi, paymaster, with 500 or 600 serviceable men, down the river to the Kilif ferry. These crossed and had entrenched themselves on the other bank before Sl. Mas'ud Mirza had heard of their movement. When he did hear of it, whether because of pressure put upon him by Baki Chaganiani to spite his half-brother, Wali, or whether from his own want of heart, he did not march against those who had crossed, but disregarding Wali's urgency, at once broke up his camp and turned for letter 1E25 ISAR. Sl. Letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza crossed the river and then sent 1 against Khusrau Shah, Badi Zaman Mirza and Ibrahim letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza with Mu letter 1E25 a D Wali Beg and letter 1E95 UN Nun Argun, and 2 against Kutlin, Muzaffar letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza with Mu letter 1E25 a D Baranduk Barlas. He himself moved for letter 1E25 ISAR. When those in letter 1E25 ISAR heard of his approach, they took their precautions. Sl. Mas'ud Mirza did not judge it well to stay in the fort, but went off up the Kamrud Valley and by way of Saratak to his younger brother, Baisinghar Mirza in Samarkand. Wali, for his part, drew off to his own district, Kutlin. Baki Chaganiani, a letter 1E25 Mud Barlas, and Quichbeg's father, Sl. A letter 1E25 a D strengthened the fort of letter 1E25 ISAR. Letter 1E25 a MZ a SL, and Mahdi Sl. Ozbeg, who some years earlier had left Shaibaq Khan for the late Sl. A letter 1E25 Mud Mirza's service, now in this dispersion, drew off with all their Ozbegs for Karatijan. With them went Mu letter 1E25 a D Duglat and Sl. Letter 1E25 US a IN Duglat, and all the Mughals located in the letter 1E25 ISAR country. Upon this Sl. Letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza sent a Bulemu letter 1E25 SIN Mirza after Sl. Mas'ud Mirza up the Kamrud Valley. They were not strong enough for such work when they reached the defile. Their Mirza Beg Firingibaz got in his sword. In pursuit of letter 1E25 a MZ a SL. Into Karatijan, Sl. Letter 1225 US Ḥusain Mirza sent Ibrahim Tarkin and Yak Abayayab. They overtook the Sul letter 1E6F NS and fought. The Mirza's detachment was defeated, most of his begs were unhorsed, but all were allowed to go free. B. Babur's reception of the Ozbeg, Sul letter 1E6F NS. As a result of this exodus, letter 1225 MZ SL, with his son Mamak SL and Mahdi SL, and MU letter 1225 D. Duglat, later known as letter 1225 ISRI, and his brother SL, letter 1225 USIN Duglat, with the Ozbegs dependent on the SUL letter 1E6F NS, and the Mughals who had been located in letter 1225 ISR as the late SL. A letter 1225 MUD Mirza's retainers came, after letting me know their intention, and waited upon me in M letter 1E93 N AHJune at Andijan. According to the custom of Timuriya SUL letter 1E6F NS on such occasions, I had seated myself on a raised seat tushak, when letter 1E25 MZ SL, and Mamak SL, and Mahdi SL entered. I rose and went down to do them honor. We looked one another in the eyes, and I placed them on my right baghishta. A number of Mughals also came, under MU letter 1E25 D letter 1E25 ISRI, all elected for my service. CSL, letter 1E25 USIN Mirza's affairs resumed. SL, letter 1E25 USIN Mirza, on reaching letter 1E25 ISR, settled down at once to besiege it. There was no rest, day nor night, from the labors of mining and attack, of working catapults and mortars. Mines were run in 4 or 5 places. When one had gone well forward towards the gate, the townsmen, countermining, struck it and forced smoke down on the Mirza's men. They, in turn, closed the hole, thus sent the smoke straight back and made the townsmen flee as from the very maw of death. In the end, the townsmen drove the besiegers out by pouring jar after jar of water in on them. Another day, a party dashed out from the town and drove off the Mirza's men from their own mine's mouth. Once the discharges from catapults and mortars in the Mirza's quarters on the north cracked a tower of the fort. It fell at the bedtime prayer. Some of the Mirza's braves begged to assault at once, but he refused, saying, "It is night." Before the shoot of the next day's dawn, the besieged had rebuilt the whole tower. That day, too, there was no assault. In fact, for the 2 to 2.5 months of the siege, no attack was made except by keeping up the blockade, by mining, rearing headstrikes, and discharging stones. When Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza and whatever Naikim troops had been sent with him against Khusrau Shah, dismounted some 16 m 3 to 4 Yighach below Quinduz, Khusrau Shah arrayed whatever men, Naikim, he had marched out, halted one night on the way, formed up to fight, and came down upon the Mirza and his men. The Khurasanis may not have been twice as many as his men, but what question is there they were half, sidenote, fall, 35, as many more. None the less did such Mirzas and such commander-begs elect for prudence and remain in their entrenchments. Good and bad, small and great, Khusrau Shah's force may have been of 4,000 or 5,000 men. This was the one exploit of his life. Of this man who, for the sake of this fleeting and unstable world, and for the sake of shifting and faithless followers, chose such evil and such ill repute, practiced such tyranny and injustice, seized such wide lands, kept such hosts of retainers and followers. Latterly, he led out between 20 and 30,000, and his countries and his districts, Parganat, exceeded those of his own ruler and that ruler's sons. For an exploit such as this, his name and the names of his adherents were noised abroad for generalship, and for this they were counted brave, while those timorous laggards in the trenches won the resounding fame of cowards. Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza marched out from that camp, and after a few stages reached the Algu mountain of Talakan and there made halt. Khusrau Shah in Quinduz sent his brother, Wali, with serviceable men, to Ishkamish, Fulul, and the hill skirts thereabouts to annoy and harass the Mirza from outside also. Mu letter 1E25 Ibb Ali, the armorer, Quachi for his part, came down from Wali's Cutlin to the bank of the Cutlin water, met in with some of the Mirza's men there, unhorsed some, cut off a few heads, and got away. In emulation of this, Sayyidim Ali the doorkeeper and his younger brother, Quli Beg and Bihlalayayab, and a body of their men got to grips with the Khurasanis on the skirt of a letter 1E43B Arko, near KAHJune, but many Khurasanis coming up, Sayyidim Ali and Baba Beg's son, Quli Beg, and others were unhorsed. At the time these various news reached Sl Ḥusain Mirza, his army was not without distress through the spring rains of Ḥusain Mirzas. He therefore brought about a peace. Ḥusain Mud Barlas came out from those in the fort. Ḥusain Ajay the taster went from those outside. The great commanders and what there was nigh Kim of musicians and singers assembled, and the Mirza took Begabijim, the eldest daughter of Sl Ḥusain Mud Mirza by Khanzada Bijim, for Ḥusain Id Ar Mirza, his son by Pianda Bijim, and through her the grandson of Sl Abusa Id Mirza. This done, he rose from before Ḥusain Isar and set his face for Qunduz. At Qunduz also Sl Ḥusain Mirza made a few trenches and took up the besiegers' position, but by Badi Zaman Mirza's intervention peace at length was made. Prisoners were exchanged, and the Khurasanis retired. The twice-repeated attacks made by Sl Ḥusain Mirza on Khusrau Shah and his unsuccessful retirements were the cause of Khusrau Shah's great rise and of action of his so much beyond his province. When the Mirza reached Balkh, he, in the interests of a war-anar, gave it to Badi Zaman Mirza, gave Badi Zaman Mirza's district of Asterabad to a younger son, Muzaffar Ḥusain Mirza, and made both kneel at the same assembly, one for Balkh, the other for Asterabad. This offended Badi Zaman Mirza and led to years of rebellion and disturbance. Revolt of the Tarkhanis in Samarkand. In Ḥusain of this same year, the Tarkhanis revolted in Samarkand. Here is the story. Baisunghar Mirza was not so friendly and familiar with the begs and soldiers of Samarkand as he was with those of Ḥusain Isar. His favorite beg was Sheikh Abdullah Barlas, whose sons were so intimate with the Mirza that it made a relation as of lover and beloved. These things displeased the Tarkhans and the Samarkandi begs. Darwesh Mu Ḥusain Adi Tarkhan went from Bukhara to Karshi, brought Sl Ali Mirza to Samarkand and raised him to be supreme. People then went to the new garden where Baisunghar Mirza was, treated him like a prisoner, parted him from his following, and took him to the citadel. There they seated both Mirzas in one place, thinking to send Baisunghar Mirza to the Guk Sarai close to the other prayer. The Mirza, however, on plea of necessity, went into one of the palace buildings on the east side of the Bustan Sarai. Tarkhanis stood outside the door, and with him went in Ḥusain Adi Quli Quichin and Ḥusain the sherbet server. To be brief, a gateway, leading out to the back, must have been bricked up, for they broke down the obstacle at once. The Mirza got out of the citadel on the Kafshir side, through the water conduit Abmuri, dropped himself from the rampart of the waterway Dutahai, and went to Khwaja's house in Khwaja Kafshir. When the Tarkhanis, in waiting at the door, took the precaution of looking in, they found him gone. Next day the Tarkhanis went in a large body to Khwaja's gate, but the Khwaja said, "No," and did not give him up. Even they could not take him by force. The Khwaja's dignity was too great for them to be able to use force. A few days later, Khwaja Abul Makaram and a Ḥusain Adi Ḥusain Ajay Beg and other begs, great and small, and soldiers and townsmen rose in a mass, fetched the Mirza away from the Khwaja's house and besieged Sl Ali Mirza and the Tarkhans in the citadel. They could not hold out for even a day. Ḥusain Mazid Tarkhan went off through the gate of the four roads for Bukhara. Sl Ali Mirza and Darwesh Ḥusain Tarkhan were made prisoner. Baisunghar Mirza was in a Ḥusain Adi Ḥusain Ajay Beg's house when people brought Darwesh Ḥusain Adi Tarkhan in. He put him a few questions, but got no good answer. In truth, Darwesh Ḥusain Adi was a deed for which good answer could not be made. He was ordered to death. In his helplessness, he clung to a pillar of the house. Would they let him go because he clung to a pillar? They made him reach his doom, siyasat, and ordered Sl Ali Mirza to the Guk Sarai there to have the fire pencil drawn across his eyes. Author's note: the Guk Sarai is one of Timur Beg's great buildings in the citadel of Samarkand. It has this singular and special characteristic: if a Timurid is to be seated on the throne, here he takes his seat. If one lose his head coveting the throne, here he loses it. Therefore the name Guksarai has a metaphorical sense, kinyat, and to say of any ruler's son, they have taken him to the Guksarai, means to death. To the Guksarai accordingly Sl. Ali Mirza was taken, but when the fire pencil was drawn across his eyes, whether by the surgeon's choice or by his inadvertence, no harm was done. This the Mirza did not reveal at once, but went to KHJune Yahia's house and a few days later, to the Tarkins in Bukhara. Through these occurrences, the sons of His Highness KHJune, Ubaydullah became settled partisans, the elder Mu letter 125 a Adi Ubaydullah, KHJune becoming the spiritual guide of the elder prince, the younger Yahya of the younger. In a few days, KHJune Yahya followed Sl. Ali Mirza to Bukhara. Baisunghar Mirza led out his army against Bukhara. On his approach, Sl. Ali Mirza came out of the town, arrayed for battle. There was little fighting, victory being on the side of Sl. Ali Mirza, Baisunghar Mirza sustained defeat. A letter 1E25 a D letter 1E25 a J I beg, and a number of good soldiers were taken. Most of the men were put to death. A letter 1E25 a D letter 1E25 a J I beg himself. The slaves and slave women of Darwesh, Mu letter 1E25 a D Tarkin, issuing out of Bukhara, put to a dishonorable death on the charge of their master's blood. Babur moves against Samarkand. These news reached us in Andijan in the month of Shawwal mid-June to mid-July, and as we act. 14 coveted Samarkand, we got our men to horse. Moved by a like desire Sl. Masud Mirza, his mind and Khusrau Shah's mind set at ease by Sl. Letter 1E25 US a In Mirza's retirement came over by way of Sharai Sabs. To reinforce him, Khusrau Shah laid hands, Kapti, on his younger brother Wali. We 3 Mirzas beleaguered the town from 3 sides during 3 or 4 months. Then KHJune Yahya came to me from Sl. Ali Mirza to mediate an agreement with a common aim. The matter was left at an interview arranged, Kurashmak. I moved my force from Sogd to some 8 m below the town. Sl. Ali Mirza from his side brought his own. From one bank, he from the other, I crossed to the middle of the Kohik water, each with 4 or 5 men. We just saw one another Kurashub, asked each the other's welfare and went, he his way, I mine. I there saw, in KHJune Yahya's service, Mullah Bainai and Mu letter 1E25 a a D letter 1E63 a Li letter 1E25. The latter I saw this once, the former was long in my service later on. After the interview, Kurushkin with Sl. Ali Mirza, as winter was near and as there was no great scarcity amongst the Samarkandis, we retired, he to Bukhara, I to Andijan. Sl. Masud Mirza had a penchant for a daughter of Sheikh Abdullah Barlas. She indeed was his object in coming to Samarkand. He took her, laid world-gripping ambition aside, and went back to letter 1E25 ISAR. When I was near Shiraz and Kanbai, Mahdi Sl. Deserted to Samarkand, letter 1E25 a MZ a Sl. Went also from near Zaman but with leave granted. Sep. 9th, 1496 to Aug. 30th, 1497 ad. Babur's second attempt on Samarkand. This winter, Baisunghar Mirza's affairs were altogether in a good way. When Abdul Karim Ushrat came on Sl. Ali Mirza's part to near Kufin, Mahdi Sl. Led out a body of Baisunghar Mirza's troops against him. The 2 commanders meeting exactly face to face, Mahdi Sl. Pricked Abdul Karim's horse with his churka's sword so that it fell, and as Abdul Karim was getting to his feet, struck off his hand at the wrist. Having taken him, they gave his men a good beating. These Ozbeg, Sul letter 1E6F a NS, seeing the affairs of Samarkand and the gates of the Timurid, Mirzas tottering to their fall, went off in good time Erda into the open country. For Shaybani. Pleased with their small success over Abdul Karim, the Samarkandis drew an army out against Sl. Ali Mirza, Baisunghar Mirza went to Sarai Pool Bridgehead, Sl. Ali Mirza to KHJune Karzan. Meantime, KHJune Abul Makaram, at the instigation of KHJune Munir of Osh, rode light against Bukhara with Wise Leghari and Mu letter 1E25 a D Bakir of the Andijan Begs, and Qasim Duldai and some of the Mirza's household. As the Bukharites took precautions when the invaders got near the town, they could make no progress. They therefore retired. At the time when last year Sl. Ali Mirza and I had our interview. It had been settled that this summer he should come from Bukhara and I from Andijan to beleaguer Samarkand. To keep this tryst, I rode out in Ram letter 193 an May from Andijan. Hearing when close to Yar Yilak that the two Mirzas were lying front to front, we sent Chalun KHJA Mughal ahead with 200 or 300 scouting braves, Kazakh Yikitler. Their approach giving Baisunghar Mirza news of our advance, he at once broke up and retired in confusion. That same night, our detachment overtook his rear, shot a mass Kalin of his men and brought in masses of spoil. 2 days later, we reached Shiraz. It belonged to Qasim Beg Duldai. His Darogha, sub-governor, could not hold it and surrendered. It was given into Ibrahim Saru's charge. After making there, next day, the prayer of the breaking of the fast, Idal Fi letter 1E6 FR, we moved for Samarkand and dismounted in the reserve Qurug of Abayar, Water of Might. That day waited on me with 300 or 400 men, Qasim Duldai, Wisleghari, MU letter 1E25 a MM a Desile's grandson, letter 1E25 a SN, and SL. MU letter 1E25 a MM a DYs. What they said was this: Baisunghar Mirza came out and has gone back. We have left him therefore and are here for the Padshah's service. But it was known later that they must have left the Mirza at his request to defend Shiraz, and that the Shiraz affair having become what it was, they had nothing for it but to come to us. When we dismounted at Karabulak, they brought in several Mughals arrested because of senseless conduct to humble village elders coming into us. Qasim Beg Quichin, for discipline's sake, Siyasat, had 2 or 3 of them cut to pieces. It was on this account he left me and went to letter 1E25 ISAR 4 or 5 years later, in the guerrilla times, 907 AH. When I was going from the Macha country to the Khan. Marching from Karabulak, we crossed the river, i.e. the Zarafshan, and dismounted near Yam. On that same day, our men got to grips with Baisunghar Mirzas at the head of the avenue. SL. A letter 1E25 M a D was struck in the neck by a spear but not unhorsed. KHWajaki Mullai Sadr, KHWajoi Kalin's eldest brother, was pierced in the nape of the neck by an arrow and went straightway to God's mercy. An excellent soldier, my father before me had favored him, making him keeper of the seal. He was a student of theology, had great side note, fall. 40. Acquaintance with words and a good style. Moreover, he undertook hawking and rain-making with the jadestone. While we were at Yam, people, dealers, and other came out in crowds so that the camp became a bazaar for buying and selling. One day, at the other prayer, suddenly, a general hubbub arose and all those Musalman, traders, were plundered. Such, however, was the discipline of our army that in order to restore everything having been given, the first watch, Pahar, of the next day had not passed before nothing, not a tag of cotton, not a broken needle's point, remained in the possession of any man of the force. All was back with its owners. Marching from Yam, it was dismounted in Khanuity, the Khan's camping ground, some 6 3 kuro east of Samarkand. We lay there for 40 or 50 days. During the time, men from their side and from ours chopped at one another chap-clashtaler, several times in the avenue. One day when Ibrahim Begshik was chopping away there, he was cut on the face. Thereafter people called him Chapuk, Balafray. Another time, this also in the avenue, at the Maghak Foss, Bridge Abul Qasim, Kober Chagatai, got in with his mace. Once, again in the avenue, near the mill sluice, when Mir Shah Quichin also got in with his mace, they cut his neck almost half through. Most fortunately, the great artery was not severed. While we were in Khanuity, some in the fort sent the deceiving message, "Come you tonight to the Lovers' Cave side, and we will give you the fort." Under this idea, we went that night to the Maghak Bridge, and from there sent a party of good horse and foot to the rendezvous. 4 or 5 of the household foot soldiers had gone forward when the matter got wind. They were very active men. One, known as letter 1E25 a JI, had served me from my childhood. Another people called M a letter 1E25 MUD Kundur Sangak. They were all killed. While we lay in Khanuity, so many Samarkandis came out that the camp became a town where everything looked for in a town was to be had. Meantime, all the forts, Samarkand excepted, and the highlands and the lowlands were coming into us. As in Augut, however, a fort on the skirt of the Shavdar Var. Shadwar range, a party of men held fast. Of necessity, we moved out from Khanuity against them. They could not maintain themselves and surrendered, making side note. Fall, 41. KHJune letter 1E93I their mediator. Having pardoned their offences against ourselves, we went back to beleaguer Samarkand. B. Affairs of Sl. Letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirzas and his son, Babur Zaman Mirza. This year, the mutual recriminations of Sl. Letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirzas and Babur Zaman Mirza led on to fighting. Here are the particulars. Last year, as has been mentioned, Babur Zaman Mirza and Muzaffar letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza had been made to kneel for Balkh and Asterabad. From that time till this, many envoys had come and gone. At last even Alisher Beg had gone, but urged as all did, Babur Zaman Mirza would not consent to give up Asterabad. The Mirza, he said, assigned it to my son, Mu letter 1E25 Adimu Min Mirza at the time of his circumcision. A conversation had one day between him and Alisher Beg testifies to his acuteness and to the sensibility of Alisher Beg's feelings. After saying many things of a private nature in the Mirza's ear, Alisher Beg added, "Forget these matters." "What matters?" rejoined the Mirza instantly. Alisher Beg was much affected and cried a good deal. At length, the jarring words of this fatherly and filial discussion went so far that his father against his father, and his son against his son, drew armies out for Balkh and Asterabad. Up from Herat to the Pulai Kairag meadow below Garzawin, when Sl. Letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza, down from Balkh came Babur Zaman Mirza. On the first day of letter 1E93 May 2nd. Abul Mu letter 1E25 Sin Mirza advanced, leading some of his father's light troops. There was nothing to call a battle. Babur Zaman Mirza was routed and of his braves masses were made prisoner. Sl. Letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza ordered that all prisoners should be beheaded. This not here only but wherever he defeated a rebel son, he ordered the heads of all prisoners to be struck off. And why not? Right was with him. The rebel Mirzas were so given over to vice and social pleasure that even when a general so skillful and experienced as their father was within half a day's journey of them, and when before the blessed month of letter 1E93 one night only remained, they busied themselves with wine and pleasure, without fear of their father, without dread of God. Certain it is that those so lost, Utkin, will perish, and that any hand can deal a blow at those thus going to perdition, Otkin. During the several years of Babur Zaman Mirza's rule in Asterabad, his coterie and his following, his bear Yaling, braves even, were in full splendor and adornment. He had many gold and silver drinking cups and utensils, much silken plenishing and countless tippachak horses. He now lost everything. He hurled himself in his flight down a mountain track, leading to a precipitous fall. He himself got down the fall, with great difficulty, but many of his men perished there. After defeating Babur Zaman Mirza, Sl. Letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza moved on to Balkh. It was in charge of Sheikh Ali Taghai. He, not able to defend it, surrendered and made his submission. The Mirza gave Balkh to Ibrahim letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza, left Mu letter 1E25 Adi Wali Beg and Shah letter 1E25 Ḥusain, the page, with him and went back to Khurasan. Defeated and destitute, with his braves Bear and his barefoot soldiers, Babur Zaman Mirza drew off to Khusrau Shah in Quinduz. Khusrau Shah, for his part, did him good service, such service indeed, such kindness with horses and camels, tents and pavilions and warlike equipment of all sorts, both for himself and those with him, that eyewitnesses said between this and his former equipment the only difference might be in the gold and silver vessels. See dissension between Sl. Mas'ud Mirza and Khusrau Shah. Ill-feeling and squabbles had arisen between Sl. Mas'ud Mirza and Khusrau Shah because of the injustices of the one and the self-magnifyings of the other. Now therefore Khusrau Shah joined his brothers, Wali and Baki, to Babur Zaman Mirza and sent the three against letter 1E25 Isar. They could not even get near the fort. In the outskirts swords were crossed once or twice. One day at the birdhouse on the north of letter 1E25 Isar, Mu letter 1E25 Ibb Ali, the armorer, Quchi, outstripped his people and struck in well. He fell from his horse, but at the moment of his capture, his men attacked and freed him. A few days later, a somewhat compulsory peace was made and Khusrau Shah's army retired. Shortly after this, Babur Zaman Mirza drew off by the mountain road to letter 1E95 Nun Argun and his son, Shuja, Argun in Kandahar and Zaman Dawar. Stingy and miserly as letter 1E95UN none was, he served the Mirza well, in one single present offering 40,000 sheep. Amongst curious happenings of the time one was this. Wednesday was the day Sl. Letter 1E25 Usain Mirza beat Badi Zaman Mirza. Wednesday was the day Muzaffar letter 1E25 Usain Mirza beat Mu letter 1E25 Adi Mumin Mirza. Wednesday, more curious still, was the name of the man who unhorsed and took prisoner Mu letter 1E25 Adi Mumin Mirza. Og. 30th, 1497 to Og. 19th. 1498 ad. A resumed account of Babur's second attempt on Samarkand. When we had dismounted in the Kulba plough meadow, behind the Bagai maiden garden of the plain, the Samarkandis came out in great numbers to near Mu letter 1E25 Adi Chaps Bridge. Our men were unprepared, and before they were ready, Baba Ali's son, Baba Quli, had been unhorsed and taken into the fort. A few days later, we moved to the top of Kulba at the back of Kohik. That day, Syed Yusuf, having been sent out of the town, came to our camp and did me obeisance. The Samarkandis, fancying that our move from the one ground to the other meant, "He has given it up," came out, soldiers and townsmen in alliance, through the Turquoise Gate, as far as the Mirza's Bridge, and through the Sheikhzada's Gate as far as Mu letter 1E25 Adi Chaps. We ordered our braves to arm and ride out. They were strongly attacked from both sides, from Mu letter 1E25 Adi Chaps Bridge and from the Mirzas, but God brought it right, our foes were beat. Begs of the best and the boldest of braves our men unhorsed and brought in. Amongst them, letter 1E25 Fi letter 1E93 Duldais, son, Mu letter 1E25 Adi Miskin was taken, after his index finger had been struck off. Mu letter 1E25 Adi Qasim Nabira also was unhorsed and brought in by his own younger brother, letter 1E25 N Nabira. There were many other such soldiers and known men. Of the town rabble, were brought in Diwana, the tunic weaver and Kalkashuk, headlong leaders both, in brawl and tumult. They were ordered to death with torture in blood retaliation for our foot soldiers, killed at the Lovers' Cave. This was a complete reverse for the Samarkandis. They came out no more even when our men used to go to the very edge of the ditch and bring back their slaves and slave women. The sun entered the balance and cold descended on us. I therefore summoned the begs admitted to council, and it was decided after discussion that although the townspeople were so enfeebled that, by God's grace, we should take Samarkand, it might be today, it might be tomorrow, still, rather than suffer from cold in the open, we ought to rise from near it and go for winter quarters into some fort, and that, even if we had to leave those quarters later on, this would be done without further trouble. As AHJune seemed a suitable fort, we marched there, and having dismounted in the meadow lying before it, went in, fixed on sites for the winter houses and covered shelters, left overseers and inspectors of the work, and returned to our camp in the meadow. There we lay during the few days before the winter houses were finished. Meantime, Ḥusain Mirza had sent again and again to ask help from Shaibaq Khan. On the morning of the very day on which our quarters being ready, we had moved into AHJune. The Khan, having ridden light from Turkestan, stood over against our camping ground. Our men were not all at hand. Some, for winter quarters, had gone to AHJune a letter 1E6 Fi, some to Kabul, some to Shiraz. Nonetheless, we formed up those there were and rode out. Shaibaq Khan made no stand but drew off towards Samarkand. He went right up to the fort, but because the affair had not gone as Ḥusain Mirza wished, did not get a good reception. He therefore turned back for Turkestan a few days later, in disappointment, with nothing done. Ḥusain Mirza had sustained a 7-month siege. His one hope had been in Shaibaq Khan. This he had lost, and he now, with 200 or 300 of his hungry suite, drew off from Samarkand for Khusrau Shah in Kunduz. When he was near Tirmi letter 1E95, at the Amu ferry, the governor of Tirmi letter 1E95, Sayyid letter 1E25 Usain Akbar, kinsman and confidant both of Sl. Mas'ud Mirza heard of him and went out against him. The Mirza himself got across the river, but Miram Tarkin was drowned and all the rest of his people were captured, together with his baggage and the camels loaded with his personal effects. Even his page, Mu letter 1E25 Adi Tahir, falling into Sayyid letter 1E25 Usain Akbar's hands. Khusrau Shah, for his part, looked kindly on the Mirza. When the news of his departure reached us, we got to horse and started from KAHJudidar for Samarkand. To give us honorable meeting on the road were nobles and braves, one after another. It was on one of the last 10 days of the first rabbi, end of November 1497 ad, that we entered the citadel and dismounted at the Bustan Sarai. Thus, by God's favor, were the town and the country of Samarkand taken and occupied. B. Description of Samarkand. Few towns in the whole habitable world are so pleasant as Samarkand. It is of the 5th climate and situated in lat. 40 degrees 6 and long, 99 degrees. The name of the town is Samarkand. Its country people used to call Babur-nāma, Transoxania. They used to call it Baldat-ima letter 1E25 fu letter 1E93 because no foe laid hands on it with storm and sack. It must have become Muselman in the time of the commander of the faithful, His Highness Usman. Qasim ibn Abbas, one of the companions, must have gone there. His burial place, known as the tomb of Shah-i-Zinda, the living Shah, i.e. Fakir, is outside the Iron Gate. Iskandar must have founded Samarkand. The Turk and Mughal hordes call it Simiskint. Timur Beg made it his capital. No ruler so great will ever have made it a capital before Kilgan Amazdur. I ordered people to pace round the ramparts of the walled town. It came out at 10,000 steps. Samarkandis are all orthodox Sunni, pure in the faith, law-abiding, and religious. The number of leaders of Islam said to have arisen in Babur-nāma since the days of His Highness the Prophet are not known to have arisen in any other country. From the Madarid suburb of Samarkand came Sheikh Abul Mansur, one of the expositors of the word. Of the two sects of expositors, the Madaridiya and the Ash'ariya, the first is named from this Sheikh Abul Mansur. Of Babur-nāma also was Khwaja Isma il Kartank, the author of the letter 1E63, A letter 1E25, I letter 1E25 I Bukhari. From the Fargana district, Marganan Fargana, though at the limit of settled habitation, is included in Babur-nāma, came the author of the Hidayat, a book than which few on jurisprudence are more honored in the sect of Abu letter 1E25, a Nif. On the east of Samarkand are Fargana and Kashgar, on the west, Bukhara and Khwarizm, on the north, Tashkent and Sharakiya, in books written Shash and Banakat, and on the south, Balkh and Tirm I letter 1E95. The Kohik water flows along the north of Samarkand, at the distance of some 4 miles 2 kuro. It is so called because it comes out from under the upland of the little hill Kohik, lying between it and the town. The Darigam water canal flows along the south, at the distance of some 2 miles 1 shari. This is a large and swift torrent, indeed it is like a large river, cut off from the Kohik water. All the gardens and suburbs and some of the tumans of Samarkand are cultivated by it. By the Kohik water a stretch of from 30 to 40 yighach, by road, is made habitable and cultivated, as far as Bukhara and Karakul. Large as the river is, it is not too large for its dwellings and its culture. During 3 or 4 months of the year, indeed, its waters do not reach Bukhara. Grapes, melons, apples, and pomegranates, all fruits indeed, are good in Samarkand. 2 are famous, its apple and its a letter 1E25 IBI grape. Its winter is mightily cold. Snow falls, but not so much as in Kabul. In the heats its climate is good, but not so good as Kabul's. In the town and suburbs of Samarkand are many fine buildings and gardens of Timur Beg and Aulug Beg Mirza. In the citadel, Timur Beg erected a very fine building, the great 4-storied kiosk known as the Guksarai. In the wall town again, near the Iron Gate, he built a Friday mosque of stone, Sangin. On this worked many stonecutters brought from Hindustan. Round its frontal arch is inscribed in letters large enough to be read 2 miles away, the Quran verse, Wa'az Yurfa, Ibrahim al-Kawa Idi Ali Akara. This also is a very fine building. Again, he laid out 2 gardens on the east of the town, one, the more distant, the Bagai Bulandi, the other and nearer, the Bagai Dilkusha. From Dilkusha to the Turquoise Gate, he planted an avenue of white poplar, and in the garden itself erected a great kiosk, painted inside with pictures of his battles in Hindustan. He made another garden, known as the Nakshai Jahan World's Picture, on the skirt of Kohik, above the Karasu, or as people also call it, the Abayura letter 1E25 Emeti, Water of Mercy of Kanigil. It had gone to ruin when I saw it, nothing remaining of it except its name. His also are the Bagai Channer, near the walls and below the town on the south, also the Bagai Shamal North Garden and the Bagai Bihisht Garden of Paradise. His own tomb and those of his descendants who have ruled in Samarkand are in a college built at the exit Chakar of the walled town by Mu letter 1E25 a MM a D Sul letter 1E6F a N Mirza, the son of Timur Beg's son, Jahangir Mirza. Amongst Aulug Beg Mirza's buildings inside the town are a college and a monastery Kanka. The dome of the monastery is very large, few so large are shown in the world. Near these two buildings he constructed an excellent hot bath, letter 1E25 a MM, known as the Mirza's bath. He had the pavements in this made of all sorts of stone, mosaic. Such another bath is not known in Khurasan or in Samarkand. Side note, Fall 46b. Again, to the south of the college is his mosque, known as the Masjid-i letter 1E6 Sefa, carved mosque, because its ceiling and its walls are all covered with Islami and Chinese pictures formed of segments of wood. There is great discrepancy between the Qibla of this mosque and that of the college. That of the mosque seems to have been fixed by astronomical observation. Another of Aulug Beg Mirza's fine buildings is an observatory, that is, an instrument for writing astronomical tables. This stands 3 stories high, on the skirt of the Kohik upland. By its means the Mirza worked out the Kirkani tables, now used all over the world. Less work is done with any others. Before these were made, people used the Ailkhani tables, put together at Maragha by Khwaja Nasir Tusi in the time of Hulaku Khan. Hulaku Khan it is, people call Ailkhani. Author's note: not more than 7 or 8 observatories seem to have been constructed in the world. Mamam Khalifa, Caliph, made one with which the Mamumi tables were written. Batalmas Ptolemy constructed another. Another was made in Hindustan in the time of Raja Vikramaditya Hindu in Ujjain and Bihar, that is, the Malwa country, now known as Mandu. The Hindus of Hindustan used the tables of this observatory. They were put together 1,584 years ago. Compared with others, they are somewhat defective. Aulug Beg Mirza again made the garden known as the Bagai Maiden Garden of the Plain on the skirt of the Kohik upland. In the middle of it he erected a fine building they call Chihil Sitan, 40 pillars. On both stories are pillars, all of stone Tashtan. 4 turrets like minarets stand on its 4 corner towers, the way up into them being through the towers. Everywhere there are stone pillars, some fluted, some twisted, some many-sided. On the 4 sides of the upper story are open galleries enclosing a 4-doored hall, Chardera. Their pillars also are all of stone. The raised floor of the building is all paved with stone. He made a smaller garden, out beyond Chihil Sitan and towards Kohik, also having a building in it. In the open gallery of this building he placed a great stone throne, some 14 or 15 yards kari long, some 8 yards wide and perhaps 1 yard high. They brought a stone so large by a very long road. There is a crack in the middle of it which people say must have come after it was brought here. In the same side note Fall 47b. Garden he also built a 4-doored hall, known as the Chini Khana porcelain house, because its izara are all of porcelain. He sent to China for the porcelain used in it. Inside the walls again is an old building of his, known as the Masjid-i-Laklaka, Mosque of the Echo. If anyone stamps on the ground under the middle of the dome of this mosque, the sound echoes back from the whole dome. It is a curious matter of which none know the secret. In the time also of Sl. A letter 1E25 M. Adi Mirza the Great and Lesser Begs laid out many gardens, large and small. For beauty and air and view, few will have equaled Darwesh Mu letter 1E25 a MM Adi Tarkin's Charbagh, 4 gardens. It lies overlooking the whole of Kulba Meadow, on the slope below the Bagai Maiden. Moreover, it is arranged symmetrically, terrace above terrace, and is planted with beautiful narwhal and cypresses and white poplar. A most agreeable sojourning place, its one defect is the want of a large stream. Samarkand is a wonderfully beautified town. One of its specialities, perhaps found in few other places, is that the different trades are not mixed up together in it, but each has its own bazaar, a good sort of plan. Its bakers and its cooks are good. The best paper in the world is made there. The water for the paper mortars all comes from Kanigil, a meadow on the banks of the Karasu, Blackwater, or Abai letter 1E25 Emeti, Water of Mercy. Another article of Samarkand trade, carried to all sides and quarters, is Kramuzi velvet. Excellent meadows lie round Samarkand. One is the famous Kanigil, some 2 miles east and a little north of the town. The Karasu or Abai letter 1E25 Emeti flows through it, a stream with driving power for perhaps 7 or 8 mills. Some say the original name of the meadow must have been Can-i-Abgir, mine of quagmire, because the river is bordered by quagmire, but the histories all write Can-i-Gil, mine of clay. It is an excellent meadow. The Samarkand, Sul letter 1e6f, a NS always made it their reserve, going out to camp in it each year for a month or two. Higher up on the river than Can-i-Gil and to the SC of it is a meadow some 4 miles east of the town, known as Khan-Uity, Khan's camping ground. The Karasu flows through this meadow before entering Can-i-Gil. When it comes to Khan-Uity, it curves back so far that it encloses, with a very narrow outlet, enough ground for a camp. Having noticed these advantages, we camped there for a time during Sidenote Fall. 48b. The Siege of Samarkand. Another meadow is the Budana Qurug, Quail Reserve, lying between Dilkusha and the town. Another is the Kalai Maghak Meadow of the Deep Pool, at some 4 miles from the town. This also is a round meadow. People call it Kalai Maghak Meadow because there is a large pool on one side of it. Sl. Ali Mirza lay here during the siege, when I was in Khan-Uity. Another and smaller meadow is Quilba Plough. It has Quilba village and the Kohik water on the north, the Bagai Maiden and Darwesh Mu letter 1e25, a D Tarkin's Charbagh on the south, and the Kohik upland on the west. Samarkand has good districts and tumans. Its largest district, and one that is its equal, is Bukhara, 25 yigach to the west. Bukhara in its turn has several tumans. It is a fine town. Its fruits are many and good, its melons excellent, none in Mawara and Nar matching them for quality and quantity. Although the mere Timuri melon of Aksi is sweeter and more delicate than any Bukhara melon, still in Bukhara many kinds of melon are good and plentiful. The Bukhara plum is famous, no other equals it. They skin it, dry it, and carry it from land to land with rarities, tabaraklar bila. It is an excellent laxative medicine. Fowls and geese are much looked after parwari in Bukhara. Bukhara wine is the strongest made in Mawara and Nar. It was what I drank when drinking in those countries at Samarkand. Kesh is another district of Samarkand, 9 yigach by road to the south of the town. A range called the Eightmak Pass, Dabin, lies between Samarkand and Kesh. From this are taken all the stones for building. Kesh is called also Shar-Rai-Sabs, Greentown, because its barren waste, sar, and roofs and walls become beautifully green in spring. As it was Timur Beg's birthplace, he tried hard to make it his capital. He erected noble buildings in it. To seat his own court, he built a great arched hall, and in this seated his commander begs and his diwan begs, on his right and on his left. For those attending the court, he built 2 smaller halls, and to seat petitioners to his court, built quite small recesses on the 4 sides of the courthouse. Few arches so fine can be shown in the world. It is said to be higher than the Kisri Arch. Timur Beg also built in Kesh a college and a mausoleum, in which are the tombs of Jahangir Mirza and others of his descendants. As Kesh did not offer the same facilities as Samarkand for becoming a town and a capital, he at last made clear choice of Samarkand. Another district is Karshi, known also as Nashaf and Nakshab. Karshi is a Mughal name. In the Mughal tongue they call a Kurkhana Karshi. The name must have come in after the rule of Chinggis Khan. Karshi is somewhat scantily supplied with water. In spring, it is very beautiful and its grain and melons are good. It lies 18 yigach by road south and a little inclined to west of Samarkand. In the district, a small bird, known as the Kilquirug, and resembling the Bagrikara, is found in such countless numbers that it goes by the name of the Karshi birdie, Murgak. Khazar is another district, Karmana another, lying between Samarkand and Bukhara, Karakul another, 7 yigach and W of Bukhara, and at the furthest limit of the water. Samarkand has good tumans. One is sogged with its dependencies. Its head Yaryalak, its foot Bukhara, there may be not one single yigach of earth without its village and its cultivated lands. So famous is it that the saying attributed to Timur Beg, "I have a garden 30 yigach long," must have been spoken of sogged. Another tuman is Shavdar Var. Shadwar, an excellent one adjoining the town suburbs. On one side it has the range, Eightmak Dabin, lying between Samarkand and Sidenote Fall. 50. Shar-Rai-Sabs, on the skirts of which are many of its villages. On the other side is the Kohik water, i.e. the Dar-Raigam Canal. There it lies. An excellent tuman with fine air, full of beauty, abounding in waters, its good things cheap. observers of Egypt and Syria have not pointed out its match. Though Samarkand has other tumans, none rank with those enumerated. With so much, enough has been said. Timur Beg gave the government of Samarkand to his eldest son, Jahangir Mirza, in 776 AH 1375 AD. When Jahangir Mirza died, 805 AH minus 1403 AD. He gave it to the Mirza's eldest son, Mu letter 125 a mm a dsul letter 126f ani Jahangir. When Mu letter 125 a mm a dsul letter 126f a n Mirza died, it went to Shaibaq Mirza, Timur Beg's youngest son. Shaibaq Mirza gave the whole of Babur-nāma in 872 AH minus 1467 AD to his eldest son, Aulug Beg Mirza. From him, his own son, Abdullah letter 126fif Mirza took it, 853 AH 1449 AD. For the sake of this 5 days fleeting world, martyring a father so full of years and knowledge. The following chronogram gives the date of Aulug Beg Mirza's death. Aulug Beg, an ocean of wisdom and science, the pillar of realm and religion, sipped from the hand of Abbas, the mead of martyrdom, and the date of the death is Abbas cashed, Abbas slew. Though Abdullah letter 126fif Mirza did not rule more than 5 or 6 months, the following couplet was current about him. Ill does sovereignty befit the parricide, should he rule, be it for no more than 6 months. This chronogram of the death of Abdullah letter 126fif Mirza is also well done. Abdullah letter 126fif, in Gloria Khusrau and Jamshid, in his train of Faridun and Zardusht, Baba letter 125 USAI and slew on the Friday eve with an arrow. Right as its date, Baba letter 125 USAI and cashed, Baba letter 125 USAI and slew. After Abdullah letter 126fif Mirza's death, Jumada I 22 855 AHJune 22nd 1450 AD. His cousin, Abdullah Mirza, the grandson of Shaibaq Mirza through Ibrahim Mirza, seated himself on the throne and ruled for 18 months to 2 years. From him Sl. Abusa id Mirza took it 855 AH minus 1451 AD. He in his lifetime gave it to his eldest son, Sl. A letter 125 M. Adi Mirza, Sl. A letter 125 M. Adi Mirza continued to rule it after his father's death, 873 AH 1469 AD. On his death, 899 AH 1494 AD. Sl. M. A letter 125 Mud Mirza was seated on the throne, and on his death, 900 AH 1495 AD. Bābur Mirza. Bābur Mirza was made prisoner for a few days during the Tarkin Rebellion 901 AH 1496 AD, and his younger brother, Sl. Ali Mirza was seated on the throne, but Bābur Mirza, as has been related in this history, took it again directly. From Bābur Mirza, I took it 903 AH 1497 AD. Further details will be learned from the ensuing history. See Babur's rule in Samarkand. When I was seated on the throne, I showed the Samarkand begs precisely the same favor and kindness they had had before. I bestowed rank and favor also on the begs with me, to each according to his circumstances, the largest share falling to Sl. A letter 1E25 M. A D, he had been in the household beg circle. I now raised him to that of the great begs. We had taken the town after a 7 months' hard siege. Things of one sort or other fell to our men when we got in. The whole country, with exception of Samarkand itself, had come in earlier either to me or to Sl. Ali Mirza and consequently had not been overrun. In any case, however, what could have been taken from districts so long subjected to raid and rapine? The booty our men had taken, such as it was, came to an end. When we entered the town, it was in such distress that it needed seed corn and money advances. What place was this to take anything from? On these accounts our men suffered great privation. We ourselves could give them nothing. Moreover, they yearned for their homes and by ones and twos set their faces for flight. The first to go was Bayan Quli's son Khan Quli, Ibrahim Begshik was another. All the Mughals went off, and a little later, Sl. A letter 1E25 M. A DT, a letter 1E43 B. A L. Azan letter 1E25 A S A N counted himself a very sincere and faithful friend of KHJune a letter 1E93 I. We therefore, to put a stop to these desertions, sent the KHJune to him, in Andijan, so that they, in agreement, might punish some of the deserters and send others back to us. But that very Ozan letter 125 a S a N, that traitor to his salt, may have been the stirrer-up of the whole trouble and the spurt-weevil of the deserters from Samarkand. Directly SL, a letter 1E25 M a D had gone, all the rest took up a wrong position. D. Andijan demanded of Babur by the Khan, and also for Jahangir Mirza. Although, during the years in which, coveting Samarkand, I had persistently led my army out, SL. M. a letter 1E25 MUD Khan had provided me with no help whatever, yet now it had been taken, he wanted Andijan. Moreover, Ozan letter 1E25 a S a N and SL. A letter 1E25 M a DT a letter 1E43 B a L, just when soldiers of ours and all the Mughals had deserted to Andijan and Aksi, wanted those two districts for Jahangir Mirza. For several reasons, those districts could not be given to them. One was that though not promised to the Khan, yet he had asked for them and, as he persisted in asking, an agreement with him was necessary if they were to be given to Jahangir Mirza. A further reason was that to ask for them just when deserters from us had fled to them was very like a command. If the matter had been brought forward earlier, some way of tolerating a command might have been found. At the moment, as the Mughals and the Andijan army and several even of my household had gone to Andijan, I had with me in Samarkand, beg for beg, good and bad, somewhere about 1,000 men. When Ozan letter 1E25 a S a N and SL, a letter 1E25 M a D did not get what they wanted, they invited all those timid fugitives to join them. Just such a happening, those timid people, for their own sakes, had been asking of God in their terror. Hereupon, Ozan letter 1E25 a S a N and SL, a letter 1E25 M a DT a letter 1E43 B a L, becoming openly hostile and rebellious, led their army from Aksi against Andijan. Chalun KHJune was a bold, dashing, eager brave of the Baran Mughals. My father had favored him and he was still in favor, I myself having raised him to the rank of beg. In truth, he deserved favor, a wonderfully bold and dashing brave. He, as being the man I favored amongst the Mughals, was sent, after them, when they began to desert from Samarkand, to counsel the clans and to chase fear from their hearts so that they might not turn their heads to the wind. Those two traitors, however, those false guides, had so wrought on the clans that nothing availed, promise or entreaty, counsel or threat. Chalun KHJune's march lay through Akisu Arasi, known also as Rab a letter 1E6F Ikeo Achini. Ozan letter 1E25 a S a N sent a skirmishing party against him. It found him off his guard, seized and killed him. This done, they took Jahangir Mirza and went to besiege Andijan. Babur loses Andijan. In Andijan, when my army rode out for Samarkand, I had left Ozan letter 1E25 a S a N and Ali Dus Taghai R a M letter 1E93 a N 902 a May 1497 ad. KHJQ letter 1E93I had gone there later on, and there too were many of my men from Samarkand. During the siege, the KHJune, out of goodwill to me, apportioned 18,000 of his own sheep to the garrison and to the families of the men still with me. While the siege was going on, letters kept coming to me from my mothers and from the KHJune saying in effect, "They are besieging us in this way. If at our cry of distress you do not come, things will go all to ruin. Samarkand was taken by the strength of Andijan. If Andijan is in your hands, God willing, Samarkand can be had again." One after another came letters to this purport. Just then I was recovering from illness, but not having been able to take due care in the days of convalescence, I went all to pieces again, and this time became so very ill that for 4 days my speech was impeded, and they used to drop water into my mouth with cotton. Those with me, begs and bare braves alike, despairing of my life, began each to take thought for himself. While I was in this condition, the begs, by an error of judgment, showed me to a servant of Ozan letter 1E25 a S a NS, a messenger come with wild proposals, and then dismissed him. In 4 or 5 days, I became somewhat better but still could not speak. In another few days was myself again. Such letters, so anxious, so beseeching, coming from my mother's, that is from my own and hers, Asandalet Bajim, and from my teacher and spiritual guide, that is, KHJune Malan IQ letter 1E93I, with what heart would a man not move? We left Samarkand for Andijan on a Saturday in Rajab, Feb, March, when I had ruled 100 days in the town. It was side note, fall. 53b. Saturday again, when we reached Qujend, and on that day a person brought news from Andijan, that 7 days before, that is on the very day we had left Samarkand, Ali Dust Taghai had surrendered Andijan. These are the particulars. The servant of Azan letter 1225 ASAN who, after seeing me was allowed to leave, had gone to Andijan and there said, "The Pacha cannot speak, and they are dropping water into his mouth with cotton." Having gone and made these assertions in the ordinary way, he took oath in Ali Dust Taghai's presence. Ali Dust Taghai was in the Kakan gate. Becoming without footing through this matter, he invited the opposite party into the fort, made covenant and treaty with them, and surrendered Andijan. Of provisions and of fighting men, there was no lack whatever. The starting point of the surrender was the cowardice of that false and faithless mannikin. What was told him, he made a pretext to put himself in the right. When the enemy, after taking possession of Andijan, heard of my arrival in Qujand, they martyred KHJune Maulana IQ letter 193I by hanging him, with dishonor, in the gate of the citadel. He had come to be known as KHJune Maulana IQ letter 193I, but his own name was Abdullah. On his father's side, his line went back to Sheikh Burhanuddin Ali Kilik, on his mother's to Sl Alik M a letter 193I. This family had come to be the religious guides, Muqtada, and Pontiff, Sheikh al-Islam, and Judge Q a letter 193I in the Fargana country. He was a disciple of His Highness Ubidullah, a letter 1225 RRI, and from him had his upbringing. I have no doubt he was a saint wali. What better witnesses to his sanctity than the fact that within a short time, no sign or trace remained of those active for his death? He was a wonderful man. It was not in him to be afraid. In no other man was seen such courage as his. This quality is a further witness to his sanctity. Other men, however bold, have anxieties and tremors. He had none. When they had killed him, they seized and plundered those connected with him, retainers and servants, tribesmen and followers. In anxiety for Andijan, we had given Samarkand out of our hands, then heard we had lost Andijan. It was like the saying, "In ignorance made to leave this place, shut out from that. Gaffel as in ya randa, as in ya manda." It was very hard and vexing to me, for why? Never since I had ruled had I been cut off like this from my retainers and my country. Never since I had known myself had I known such annoyance and such hardship. Babur's action from Qujand as his base. On our arrival in Qujand, certain hypocrites, not enduring to see Khalifa in my gate, had so wrought on MU letter 1225 a D letter 1225 USAIN Mirza Duglat, and others that he was dismissed towards Tashkent. To Tashkent also Qasim Beg Quichin had been sent earlier, in order to ask the Khan's help for a move on Andijan. The Khan consented to give it, and came himself by way of the Ahingaran Dale to the foot of the Kinderlik Pass. There I went also, from Qujand, and saw my Khan Dada. We then crossed the pass and halted on the Axi side. The enemy, for their part, gathered their men and went to Axi. Just at that time, the people in Pap sent me word they had made fast the fort, but owing to something misleading in the Khan's advance, the enemy stormed and took it. Though the Khan had other good qualities and was in other ways businesslike, he was much without merit as a soldier and commander. Just when matters were at the point that if he made one more march, it was most probable the country would be had without fighting, at such a time. He gave ear to what the enemy said with alloy of deceit, spoke of peace, and as his messengers, sent them Khwaja Abul Makaram and his own lord of the gate, Beg Tilba fool, Tia letter 143b a ls elder brother. To save themselves those others, i.e. letter 125 a s a n and Tia letter 143b a l, mixed something true with what they fabled, and agreed to give gifts and bribes either to the Khan or to his intermediaries. With this, the Khan retired. As the families of most of my begs and household and braves were in Andijan, 700 or 800 of the great and lesser begs and bare braves left us in despair of our taking the place. Of the begs were Ali Darwesh Beg, Ali Mazid Quichin, Mu letter 125 a D Bakir Beg, Sheikh Abdullah, Lord of the Gate, and Miram Laghari. Of men choosing exile and hardship with me, there may have been, of good and bad, between 200 and 300. Of begs there were Qasim Quichin Beg, Wise Laghari Beg, Ibrahim Saru Minglig Beg, Shiram Taghai, Sidi Kara Beg. And of my household, Mir Shah Quichin, Syed Qasim Jalir, Lord of the Gate, Qasim Ajab, Ali Dust Taghais, son Mu letter 125 AMMAD Dost, Mu letter 125 AMM Adi Ali Mubashir, Qudai Birdi Tugsha Mughal, Yarik Taghai, Baba Ali's son Babaquili, Peer Wise, Sheikh Wise, Yar Ali Balal, Qasim Mir Akbar, Chief Equerry, and Letterwani 25 a ID a R Rikabdar stirrupholder. It came very hard on me. I could not help crying a good deal. Back I went to Qugend, and thither they sent me my mother and my grandmother and the families of some of the men with me. That R a M letter 193 a N April-May we spent in Qugend, then mounted for Samarkand. We had already sent to ask the Khan's help. He assigned to act with us against Samarkand his son Sl Mu letter 125 a MM a D, Sul letter 166 a NIM Konica and his son's guardian, a letter 125 M a D Beg with 4,000 or 5,000 men, and rode himself as far as Oratipa. There I saw him, and from there went on by way of Yaryalak, past the Burkialak fort, the headquarters of the sub-governor Darugha of the district. Sl Mu letter 125 a MM a D Sul letter 166 a N and a letter 125 M a D Beg, riding light and by another road, got to Yaryalak first, but on their hearing that Shaibaq Khan was raiding Shiraz and thereabouts, turned back. There was no help for it. Back I too had to go. Again I went to Qugend. As there was in me ambition for rule and desire of conquest, I did not sit at gaze when once or twice an affair had made no progress. Now I myself, thinking to make another move for Andijan, went to ask the Khan's help. Over and above this, it was 7 or 8 years since I had seen Shah Bajim and other relations. They also were seen under the same pretext. After a few days, the Khan appointed Sayyid Mu letter 125 a MM a D letter 125 US a IN Duglat, and Ayub Begshik and Jan letter 125 SN Barin with 7,000 or 8,000 men to help us. With this help we started, rode light, through Qugend without a halt, left Kandai Badam on the left and so to Nasuk, 9 or 10 yighatch of road beyond Qugend and 3 yighatch, 1218 M from Kandai Badam, there set our ladders up and took the fort. It was the melon season. One kind grown here, known as Ismail Sheikai, has a yellow rind, feels like shagreen leather, has seeds like an apple's and flesh 4 fingers thick. It is a wonderfully delicate melon, no other such grows thereabout. Next day the Mughal begs represented to me, our fighting men are few, to what would holding this one fort lead on? In truth they were right. Of what use was it to make that fort fast and stay there? Back once more to Qugend. Affairs of Khusrau Shah and the Timurid Mirzas. This year Khusrau Shah, taking Baisunghar Mirza with him, led his army, from Qunduz to Chaganian and with false and treacherous intent, sent this message to letter 125 ISAR for SL. Mas Ud Mirza, come betake yourself to Samarkand. If Samarkand is taken, one Mirza may seat himself there, the other in letter 125 ISAR. Just at the time, the Mirza's begs and household were displeased with him, because he had shewn excessive favor to his father-in-law, Sheikh Abdullah Barlas, who from Baisunghar Mirza had gone to him. Small district though letter 125 ISAR is, the Mirza had made the Sheikh's allowance 1,000 tumans of fulus, and had given him the whole of Cutlin, in which were the holdings of many of the Mirza's begs and household. All this Sheikh Abdullah had, he and his sons took also in whole and in part, the control of the Mirza's gate. Those angered began, one after the other, to desert to Baisunghar Mirza. By those words of false alloy, having put Sl Mas Ud Mirza off his guard, Khusrau Shah and Baisunghar Mirza moved light out of Chaganian, surrounded letter 125 ISAR, and at beat of morning drum took possession of it. Sl Mas Ud Mirza was in Daulat Saray, a house his father had built in the suburbs. Not being able to get into the fort, he drew off towards Cutlin with Sheikh Abdullah Barlas, parted from him halfway, crossed the river at the Abaj ferry and betook himself to Sl letter 125 US a IN Mirza. Khusrau Shah, having taken letter 125 ISAR, set Baisunghar side note. Fall 57. Mirza on the throne, gave Cutlin to his own younger brother, Wali, and rode a few days later, to lay siege to Balkh where, with many of his father's begs, was Ibrahim letter 125 US a IN Mirza Bukhara. He sent a letter 195 a R Bahadur, his chief retainer, on an advance with 300 or 400 men to near Balkh, and himself taking Baisunghar Mirza with him, followed and laid the siege. Wali he sent off with a large force to besiege Shabargan and raid and ravage thereabouts. Wali, for his part, not being able to lay close siege, sent his men off to plunder the clans and hordes of the Zardak Chul, and they took him back over 100,000 sheep and some 3,000 camels. He then came, plundering the Sangkaric country on his way, and raiding and making captive the clans fortified in the hills to join Khusrau Shah before Balkh. One day during the siege, Khusrau Shah sent the N a letter 1E95 A.R. Bahadur already mentioned to destroy the water channels of Balkh. Out on him sallied Tingri Birdi Samanchi, SL. Letter 1E25 US A.I.N. Mirzas' favorite beg, with 70 or 80 men, struck him down, cut off his head, carried it off, and went back into the fort. A very bold sally, and he did a striking deed. G. Affairs of SL. Letter 1E25 US A.I.N. Mirza and Badi Az-Zaman Mirza. This same year, SL. Letter 1E25 US A.I.N. Mirza led his army out to Bast, and there encamped, for the purpose of putting down letter 1E95 UN Nun Argun and his son, Shah Shuja, because they had become Badi Az-Zaman Mirza's retainers, had given him a daughter of letter 1E95 UN Nun in marriage, and taken up a position hostile to himself. No corn for his army coming in from any quarter, it had begun to be distressed with hunger when the sub-governor of Bast surrendered. By help of the stores of Bast, the Mirza got back to Khurasan. Since such a great ruler as SL. Letter 1E25 USAIN Mirza had twice led a splendid and well-appointed army out, and twice retired, without taking Quinduz, or letter 1E25 ISAR or Kandahar, his sons and his begs waxed bold in revolt and rebellion. In the spring of this year, he sent a large army under MU letter 1E25 a Diwali beg to put down his son, MU letter 1E25 a D letter 1E25 USAIN Mirza, who, supreme in Asterabad, had taken up a position hostile to himself. While SL. Letter 1E25 USAIN Mirza was still lying in the Nishan meadow, near Herat. He was surprised by Badi Az-Zaman Mirza and Shah Shuja, Beg Argun. By unexpected good fortune, he had been joined that very day by SL. Mas-Ud Mirza, a refugee after bringing about the loss of letter 1E25 ISAR, and also rejoined by a force of his own returning from Asterabad. There was no question of fighting. Badi Az-Zaman Mirza and Shah Beg, brought face to face with these armies, took to flight. SL, letter 1E25 USAIN Mirza looked kindly on SL. Mas-Ud Mirza made him kneel as a son-in-law and gave him a place in his favor and affection. Nonetheless, SL. Mas-Ud Mirza, at the instigation of Baki Chaganiani, who had come earlier into SL. Letter 1E25 USAIN Mirza's service, started off on some pretext, without asking leave, and went from the presence of SL. Letter 1E25 USAIN Mirza to that of Khusrau Shah. Khusrau Shah had already invited and brought from letter 1E25 ISAR, Bai Sunghar Mirza. To him had gone Aulug Beg Mirza's son, Miran Shah Mirza, who, having gone amongst the Hazara in rebellion against his father, had been unable to remain amongst them because of his own immoderate acts. Some short-sighted persons were themselves ready to kill these three, Timurid, Mirzas, and to read Khusrau Shah's name in the KHU letter 1E6FB, but he himself did not think this combination desirable. The ungrateful mannequin, however, for the sake of gain in this 5 days' fleeting world, it was not true to him, nor will it be true to any man soever. Seized that SL. Mas-Ud Mirza, whom he had seen grow up in his charge from childhood, whose guardian he had been, and blinded him with the lancet. Some of the Mirza's foster brethren and friends of affection and old servants took him to Kesh, intending to convey him to his half-brother SL. Ali Mirza in Samarkand, but as that party also, i.e. Ali's, became threatening, they fled with him, crossed the river at the Aubaj ferry and went to SL. Letter 1E25 USAIN Mirza. 100,000 curses light on him who planned and did a deed so horrible. Up to the very verge of resurrection, let him who hears of this act of Khusrau Shah curse him, and may he who hearing curses not, no cursing equally deserved. This horrid deed done, Khusrau Shah made Bai Sunghar Mirza ruler in letter 1E25 ISAR and dismissed him. Miran Shah Mirza he dispatched for Bamiyan with Sayyid Qasim to help him. Aug. 19th, 1498 to Aug. 8th, 1499 add. A Babur borrows Pashakar and leaves Qujend. Twice we had moved out of Qujend, once for Andijan, once for Samarkand, and twice we had gone back to it because our work was not opened out. Qujend is a poor place, A man with 200 or 300 followers would have a hard time there. With what outlook would an ambitious man set himself down in it? As it was our wish to return to Samarkand, we sent people to confer with M.U. letter 1225, a M.M., a D letter 1225, U.S. a I.N. Kirkin Duglat in Oratipa, and to ask of him the loan for the winter of Pashakar, where we might sit, till it was practicable to make a move on Samarkand. He consenting, I rode out from Qujend for Pashakar. Author's note on Pashakar. Pashakar is one of the villages of Yaryalek. It had belonged to His Highness the KHJune, but during recent interregna, it had become dependent on M.U. letter 1225, a M.M., a D letter 1225, U.S. a I.N. Mirza. I had fever when we reached Zaman, but spite of my fever we hurried off by the mountain road till we came over against R.A.B.A. letter 126 FIKHJune, the headquarters of the sub-governor of the Shavdar Tumen, where we hoped to take the garrison at unawares, set our ladders up and so get into the fort. We reached it at dawn, found its men on guard, turned back and rode without halt to Pashakar. The pains and misery of fever notwithstanding, I had ridden 14 or 15 yighatch, 70 to 80 miles. After a few days in Pashakar, we appointed Ibrahim Saru, side note Fall, 59B, Wise Laghari, Sharam Taghai and some of the household and braves to make an expedition amongst the Yaryalek forts and get them into our hands. Yaryalek at that time was Sayyid Yusuf Beg's, he having remained in Samarkand at the Exodus and been much favored by Sl Ali Mirza. To manage the forts, Sayyid Yusuf had sent his younger brother's son, A letter 1225 Madi Yusuf, now governor of Sialkot, and A letter 1225 Madi Yusuf was then in occupation. In the course of that winter, our begs and braves made the round, got possession of some of the forts peacefully, fought and took others, gained some by ruse and craft. In the whole of that district, there is perhaps not a single village without its defenses because of the Mughals and the Ozbegs. Meantime, Sl Ali Mirza became suspicious of Sayyid Yusuf and his nephew on my account and dismissed both towards Khurasan. The winter passed in this sort of tug-of-war. With the oncoming heats, they sent KHJune a letter 1225 to treat with me, while they, urged on by the Samarkand army, marched out to near Shiraz and Kabul. I may have had 200 or 300 soldiers, Sipahi. Powerful foes were on my every side. Fortune had not favored me when I turned to Andijan. When I put a hand out for Samarkand, no work was opened out. Of necessity, some sort of terms were made, and I went back from Pashakar. Qujend is a poor place. One beg would have a hard time in it. There we and our families and following had been for half a year, and during the time the Musalmans of the place had not been backward in bearing our charges and serving us to the best of their power. With what face could we go there again? And what, for his own part, could a man do there? To what home to go? For what gain to stay? In the end, and with the same anxieties and uncertainty, we went to the summer pastures in the south of Oratipa. There we spent some days in amazement at our position, not knowing where to go or where to stay, our heads in a whirl. On one of those days, KHJune Abul Makaram came to see me. He, like me, a wanderer driven from his home. He questioned us about our goings and stayings, about what had or had not been done, and about our whole position. He was touched with compassion for our state and recited the F.A.T.I. letter 1225 for me before he left. I also was much touched. I pitied him. Babur recovers Marganan. Near the afternoon prayer of that same day, a horseman appeared at the foot of the valley. He was a man named Yulchuk, presumably Ali Das Taghai's own servant, and had been sent with this written message. Although many great misdeeds have had their rise in me, yet, if you will do me the favor and kindness of coming to me, I hope to purge my offenses and remove my reproach by giving you Marganan and by my future submission and single-minded service. Such news, coming on such despair and whirl of mind. Off we hurried that very hour, it was sunset, without reflecting, without a moment's delay, just as if for a sudden raid straight for Marganan. From where we were to Marganan may have been 24 or 25 yighatch of road. Through that night it was rushed without delaying anywhere, and on next day till at the midday prayer, halt was made at Tangub Narrow Water, one of the villages of Qujend. There we cooled down our horses and gave them corn. We rode out again at beat of twilight drum, and on through that night till shoot of dawn, and through the next day till sunset, and on through that night till just before dawn we were one yighatch from Marganan. Here Wise Beg and others represented to me with some anxiety what sort of an evildoer Ali Dust was. No one, they said, has come and gone time and again between him and us. No terms and compact have been made, trusting to what are we going? In truth, their fears were just. After waiting a while to consult, we at last agreed that reasonable as anxiety was, it ought to have been earlier. That there we were after coming 3 nights and 2 days without rest or halt, in what horse or in what man was any strength left? From where we were, how could return be made? And if made, where were we to go? That, having come so far, on we must, and that nothing happens without God's will. At this we left the matter and moved on, our trust set on him. At the sun at prayer, we reached Fort Marganan. Ali Dust Taghai kept himself behind Arka, the closed gate, and asked for terms. These granted, he opened it. He did me obeisance between the 2 gates. After seeing him, we dismounted at a suitable house in the walled town. With me, great and small, were 240 men. As Azan letter 1E25 a S a N and T a letter 1E43 B a L had been tyrannical and oppressive, all the clans of the country were asking for me. We therefore, after 2 or 3 days spent in Marganan, joined to Qasim Beg over 100 men of the Pashakaris, the new retainers of Marganan and of Ali Dast's following, and sent them to bring over to me, by force or fair words, such hill people of the south of Andijan as the Ashpuri, Tirukshar Chikrak and others round about. Ibrahim Saru and Wise Laghari and Sayyidi Kara were also sent out, to cross the Qujand water, and, by whatever means, to induce the people on that side to turn their eyes to me. Azan letter 1E25 a S a N and T a letter 1E43 B a L, for their parts, gathered together what soldiers and Mughals they had, and called up the men accustomed to serve in the Andijan and Axi armies. Then, bringing Jahangir Mirza with them, they came to Sapan, a village 2 m east of Marganan, a few days after our arrival, and dismounted there with the intention of besieging Marganan. They advanced a day or 2 later, formed up to fight as far as the suburbs. Though after the departure of the commanders, Qasim Beg, Ibrahim Saru and Wise Laghari, few men were left with me, those there were formed up, sallied out and prevented the enemy from advancing beyond the suburbs. On that day, Page Khalil, the turban twister, went well forward and got his hand into the work. They had come, they could do nothing. On 2 other days they failed to get near the fort. When Qasim Beg went into the hills on the south of Andijan, all the Ashpuri, Tirukshar, Chikrak, and the peasants and highland and lowland clans came in for us. When the commanders, Ibrahim Saru and Wise Laghari, crossed the river to the Axi side, Pap and several other forts came in. Azan letter 1E25 a S a N and T a letter 1E43 B a L being the heathenish and vicious tyrants they were, had inflicted great misery on the peasantry and clansmen. One of the chief men of Axi, letter 1E25 Asan Diksha by name, gathered together his own following and a body of the Axi mob and rabble. Black bludgeoned Azan letter 1E25 a S a N S and T a letter 1E43 B a L S men in the outer fort and drubbed them into the citadel. They then invited the commanders, Ibrahim Saru, Wise Laghari and Sayyidi Kara, and admitted them into the fort. Sl a letter 1E25 Mud Khan had appointed to help us, letter 1E25 a ID a R Kukul dashes. Son, Banda Ali and letter 1E25 a J I Ghazi Manghit, the latter just then a fugitive from Shaibaq Khan, and also the Baran Tuman with its begs. They arrived precisely at this time. These news were altogether upsetting to Azan letter 1E25 a S a N. He at once started off his most favored retainers and most serviceable braves to help his men in the citadel of Axi. His force reached the brow of the river at dawn. Our commanders and the Tashkent, Mughals had heard of its approach, and had made some of their men strip their horses and cross the river to the Andijan side. Azan letter 1E25 a S a N S men in their haste did not draw the ferry boat upstream. They consequently went right away from the landing place, could not cross for the fort and went downstream. Here, upon our men in the Tashkent, Mughals began to ride bareback into the water from both banks. Those in the boat could make no fight at all. Karlikach, Var Karbikach Bakshi, paymaster, called one of Mughal Beg's sons to him, took him by the hand, chopped at him and killed him. Of what use was it? The affair was past that. His act was the cause why most of those in the boat went to their death. Instantly our men seized them all, Eric, and killed all but a few. Of Ozan letter 1225 a NS confidants escaped Karlakach Bakshi and Khalil Diwan and Q a letter 193 I Gulem, the last getting off by pretending to be a slave Gulem. And of his trusted braves, Sayyid Ali, now in trust in my own service, and letter 1225 Aidar Raikwali and Kilka Keshgari escaped. Of his 70 or 80 men, no more than this same poor 5 or 6 got free. On hearing of this affair, Ozan letter 1225 a S a N and T a letter 1243 B a L, not being able to remain near Marganan, marched in haste and disorder for Andijan. There they had left Nasir Beg, the husband of Ozan letter 1225 a S a N-S sister. He, if not Ozan letter 1225 a S a N-S second, what question is there he was his third? He was an experienced man, brave too. When he heard particulars, he knew their ground was lost, made Andijan fast, and sent a man to me. They broke up in disaccord when they found the fort made fast against them. Ozan letter 1225 a S a N drew off to his wife in Aksi, T a letter 1243 B a L to his district of Osh. A few of Jahangir Mirza's household and braves fled with him from Ozan letter 1225 a S a N, and joined T a letter 1243 B a L before he had reached Osh. See Babur recovers Andijan. Directly we heard that Andijan had been made fast against them. I rode out, at sunrise, from Marganan and by midday was in Andijan. There I saw Nasir Beg and his 2 sons, that is to say, Dust Beg and Miram Beg, questioned them and uplifted their heads with hope of favor and kindness. In this way, by God's grace, my father's country, lost to me for 2 years, was regained and repossessed. In the month letter 1E95 UL Qada of the date 904, June 1498. SL, a letter 1E25 M a DT a letter 1E43 B a L, after being joined by Jahangir Mirza, drew away for Osh. On his entering the town, the red rabble Kizil Ayak there, as in Aksi, black-bludgeoned Karatiak Kilib and drubbed his men out, blow upon blow, then kept the fort for me and sent me a man. Jahangir and T a letter 1E43B a L went off confounded, with a few followers only, and entered Oskint fort. Of Ozan letter 1E25 a S a N news came that after failing to get into Andijan, he had gone to Aksi, and, it was understood, had entered the citadel. He had been head and chief in the rebellion. We therefore, on getting this news, without more than 4 or 5 days' delay in Andijan, set out for Aksi. On our arrival, there was nothing for him to do but ask for peace and terms and surrender the fort. We stayed in Aksi a few days in order to settle its affairs and those of Kassan and that countryside. We gave the Mughals who had come in to help us leave for return to Tashkent, then went back to Andijan, taking with us Ozan letter 1E25 a S a N and his family and dependents. In Aksi was left, for a time, Qasim-i Ajab, wonderful Qasim, formerly one of the household circle, now arrived at Beg's rank. D. Renewed rebellion of the Mughals. As terms had been made, Ozan letter 1E25 a S a N, without hurt to life side note, fall. 64, or goods, was allowed to go by the Karatijan road for letter 1E25 IS a R. A few of his retainers went with him, the rest parted from him and stayed behind. These were the men who in the throneless times had captured and plundered various Musalman dependents of my own and of the KHJune. In agreement with several begs, their affair was left at this. This very band have been the captors and plunderers of our faithful Musalman dependents. What loyalty have they shown to their own, Mughal, begs that they should be loyal to us? If we had them seized and stripped bare, where would be the wrong? And this especially because they might be going about, before our very eyes, riding our horses, wearing our coats, eating our sheep. Who could put up with that? If, out of humanity, they are not imprisoned and not plundered, they certainly ought to take it as a favor if they get off with the order to give back to our companions of the hard guerrilla times whatever goods of theirs are known to be here. In truth, this seemed reasonable. Our men were ordered to take what they knew to be theirs. Reasonable, and just though the order was, I now understand that it was a little hasty. With a worry like Jahangir seated at my side, there was no sense in frightening people in this way. In conquest and government, though many things may have an outside appearance of reason and justice, yet 100,000 reflections are right and necessary as to the bearings of each one of them. From this single incautious order of ours, what troubles, what rebellions arose? In the end, this same ill-considered order was the cause of our second exile from Andijan. Now, through it, the Mughuls gave way to anxiety and fear, marched through RABA letter 1E6F IKAHJune, that is, Akisu Arasi, for Oskant, and sent a man to Tia letter 1E43B AL. In my mother's service were 1,500 to 2,000 Mughuls from the horde. As many more had come from letter 1E25 ISAR with letter 1E25 AMZ ASL, and Mahdi SL, and MU letter 1E25 AMM AD Duglat letter 1E25 ISARI. Mischief and devastation must always be expected from the Mughal horde. Up to now, they have rebelled 5 times against me. It must not be understood that they rebelled through not getting on with me. They have done the same thing with their own Khans, again and again. SL. Quili Chunak brought me the news. His late father, Qudai Berdi Bukak I, had favored amongst the Mughuls. He was himself with the rebel Mughuls, and he did well in thus leaving the horde and his own family to bring me the news. Well as he did then, however, he, as will be told, did a thing so shameful later on that it would hide 100 such good deeds as this if he had done them. His later action was the clear product of his Mughal nature. When this news came, the begs, gathered for council, represented to me, "This is a trifling matter. What need for the Padshah to ride out? Let Qasim Beg go with the begs and men assembled here." So it was settled. They took it lightly. To do so must have been an error of judgment. Qasim Beg led his force out that same day. A letter 1E43B AL meantime must have joined the Mughuls. Our men crossed the Alaish River early next morning by the Yasikijit, broad crossing, and at once came face to face with the rebels. Well did they chop at one another, Chapquilasherler. Qasim Beg himself came face to face with MU letter 1E25 a D Argun, and did not desist from chopping at him in order to cut off his head. Most of our braves exchanged good blows, but in the end were beat. Qasim Beg, Alidas Taghai, Ibrahim Saru, Waislaghari, Sayyidi Kara, and 3 or 4 more of our begs and household got away, but most of the rest fell into the hands of the rebels. Amongst them were Ali Darwesh Beg and Miram Laghari and Sharim, Taghai Beg's son Tuka and Ali Dust's son, MU letter 1E25 AMMAD Dost, and Mir Shah Quichin and Miram Diwan. 2 braves chopped very well at one another. On our side, Samed, Ibrahim Saru's younger brother, and on their side, Shahsuwar, one of the letter 1E25 ISARI Mughuls. Shahsuwar struck so that his sword drove through Samed's helm and seated itself well in his head. Samed, spite of his wound, struck so that his sword cut off Shahsuwar's head a piece of bone as large as the palm of a hand. Shahsuwar must have worn no helm. They trepanned his head and it healed. There was no one to trepan Samed's, and in a few days he departed simply through the wound. Amazingly unseasonable was this defeat, coming as it did just in the respite from guerrilla fighting and just when we had regained the country. One of our great props, a letter 1E43B R Ali Mughal, the Skinner, had gone to his district when Andijan was occupied and therefore was not with us. A letter 1E43B L attempts to take Andijan. Having effected so much, a letter 1E43B L, bringing Jahangir Mirza with him, came to the east of Andijan and dismounted 2 miles off, in the meadow lying in front of the Hill of Pleasure, Aish. Once or twice he advanced in battle array, past Chihil Dukhtaran to the town side of the hill, but as our braves went out arrayed to fight, beyond the gardens and suburbs, he could not advance further and return to the other side of the hill. On his first coming to those parts, he killed 2 of the begs he had captured, Miram Laghari and Tuka Beg. For nearly a month he lay round about without effecting anything. After that he retired, his face set for Osh. Osh had been given to Ibrahim Saru, and his man in it now made it fast. Og. 8th, 1499 to July 28th, 1500 AD. Babur's campaign against a letter 1E25 M a DT, a letter 1E43B a Al Mughal. Commissaries were sent galloping off at once, some to call up the horse and foot of the district armies, others to urge return on a letter 1E43B a R Ali, and whoever else was away in his own district, while energetic people were told off to get together mantelets, tura, shovels, axes, and the whatnot of war material and stores for the men already with us. As soon as the horse and foot, called up from the various districts to join the army, and the soldiers and retainers who had been scattered to this and that side on their own affairs, were gathered together, I went out, on MU letter 1E25 a RR a M 18th. August 25th. Putting my trust in God, to letter 1E25 a FI letter 1E93 begs 4 gardens, and there stayed a few days in order to complete our equipment. This done, we formed up an array of right and left, center and van, horse and foot, and started direct for Osh against our foe. On approaching Osh, news was had that a letter 1E43 a L, unable to make stand in that neighborhood, had drawn off to the north, to the RABA letter 1E6 FI Sarhang subdistrict. It was understood. That night we dismounted in Latkint. Next day, as we were passing through Osh, news came that a letter 1E43 a L was understood to have gone to Andijan. We, for our part, marched on as for Oskint, detaching raiders ahead to overrun those parts. Our opponents went to Andijan, and at night got into the ditch, but being discovered by the garrison when they set their ladders up against the ramparts, could effect no more and retired. Our raiders retired also after overrunning round about Oskint without getting into their hands anything worth their trouble. A letter 1E43 a L had stationed his younger brother Khalil with 200 or 300 men in a letter 1E0 FU, one of the forts of Osh, renowned in that center, Ara, for its strength. We turned back on the Oskint road to assault it. It is exceedingly strong. Its northern face stands very high above the bed of a torrent. Arrows shot from the bed might perhaps reach the ramparts. On this side is the water thief, made like a lane, with ramparts on both sides carried from the fort to the water. Towards the rising ground, on the other sides of the fort, there is a ditch. The torrent being so near, those occupying the fort had carried stones in from it as large as those for large mortars. From no fort of its class we have ever attacked have stones been thrown so large as those taken into a letter 1E0 FU. They dropped such a large one on Abdul Qasim Kober, Kidda Little Beg's elder brother, when he went up under the ramparts, that he spun head over heels and came rolling and rolling, without once getting to his feet, from that great height down to the foot of the glacis Kakres. He did not trouble himself about it at all, but just got on his horse and rode off. Again, a stone flung from the double waterway hit Yar Ali Balal so hard on the head that in the end it had to be trepanned. Many of our men perished by their stones. The assault began at dawn. The water thief had been taken before breakfast time. Fighting went on till evening. Next morning, as they could not hold out after losing the water thief, they asked for terms and came out. We took 60 or 70 or 80 men of Khalil's command and sent them to Andijan for safekeeping. As some of our begs and household were prisoners in their hands, the a letter 1E0 FU affair fell out very well. From there we went to Unjutupa, one of the villages of Osh, and there dismounted. When a letter 1E43 a L retired from Andijan and went into the RABA letter 1E6 FI Sarhang subdistrict, he dismounted in a village called Abai Khan. Between him and me may have been 1 Yighatch 5 At such a time as this, a letter 1E43 a R Ali, the skinner, on account of some sickness, went into Osh. It was lain in Unjutupa a month or 40 days without a battle, but day after day our foragers and theirs got to grips. All through the time our camp was mightily well watched at night. A ditch was dug. Where no ditch was, branches were set close together. We also made our soldiers go out in their mail along the ditch. Spite of such watchfulness, a night alarm was given every 2 or 3 days, and the cry to arms went up. One day, when Sayyidi Beg Taghai had gone out with the foragers, the enemy came up suddenly in greater strength and took him prisoner right out of the middle of the fight. Bai Sanghar Mirza, murdered by Khusrau Shah. Khusrau Shah, having planned to lead an army against Balkh, in this same year invited Bai Sanghar Mirza to go with him, brought him to Quinduz and rode out with him for Balkh. But when they reached the Abaj ferry, that ungrateful infidel, Khusrau Shah, in his aspiration to sovereignty, and to what sort of sovereignty, pray, could such a nobody attain? A person of no merit, no birth, no lineage, no judgment, no magnanimity, no justice, no legal-mindedness, laid hands on Bai Sanghar Mirza with his begs and bowstrung the Mirza. It was upon the 10th of the month of Mu letter 1E25 a August 17th, that he martyred that scion of sovereignty, so accomplished, so sweet-natured, and so adorned by birth and lineage. He killed also a few of the Mirza's begs and household. See Bai Sanghar Mirza's birth and descent. He was born in 882, 1477 AD, in the letter 1E25 ISAR district. He was SL, a letter 1E25 MUD Mirza's second son, younger than SL, Mas'ud and older than SL, Ali and SL, letter 1E25 US a INM and SL, Wise M known as Khan Mirza. His mother was Pasha Bijim. D. His appearance and characteristics. He had large eyes, a fleshy face and Turkmen features, was of middle height and altogether an elegant young man, eat. 22. E. His qualities and manners. He was just, humane, pleasant-natured, and a most accomplished scion of sovereignty. His tutor, Syed M. a letter 1E25 MUD, presumably was a Shia. Through this he himself became infected by that heresy. People said that latterly, in Samarkand, he reverted from that evil belief to the pure faith. He was much addicted to wine, but on his non-drinking days, used to go through the prayers. He was moderate in gifts and liberality. He wrote the Naskhtalik character very well. In painting also his hand was not bad. He made Adali his pen name and composed good verses but not sufficient to form a diwan. Here is the opening couplet, M a letter 1E6FL, of one of them. Like a wavering shadow I fall here and there. If not propped by a wall, I drop flat on the ground. In such repute are his odes held in Samarkand, that they are to be found in most houses. F. His battles. He fought 2 ranged battles. 1, fought when he was first seated on the throne, 900 off 1495 ad, was with SL, M a letter 1E25 MUD Khan, who incited and stirred up by SL. Junaid Barlas and others to desire Samarkand, drew an army out, crossed the Akhutal and went to Raba letter 1E6Fi Sogd and Kanbai. Baisunghar Mirza went out from Samarkand, fought him near Kanbai, beat him and beheaded 3 or 4,000 Mughals. In this fight died letter 1E25 a ID a R Kukaldash, the Khan's looser and binder, letter 1E25 a LLU Akdi. His second battle was fought near Bukhara with SL. Ali Mirza 901 off 1496 ad. In this he was beat. G. His countries. His father SL. M a letter 1E25 MUD Mirza gave him Bukhara. When SL. M a letter 1E25 MUD died, his begs assembled and an agreement made Baisunghar M ruler in Samarkand. For a time, Bukhara was included with Samarkand in his jurisdiction, but it went out of his hands after the Tarkin rebellion, 901 off 1496 ad. When he left Samarkand to go to Khusrau Shah and I got possession of it, 903 off 1497 ad. Khusrau Shah took letter 1E25 ISAR and gave it to him. H. Other details concerning him. He left no child. He took a daughter of his paternal uncle, SL. Khalil Mirza. When he went to Khusrau Shah, he had no other wife or concubine. He never ruled with authority so independent that any beg was heard of as promoted by him to be his confidant. His begs were just those of his father and his paternal uncle, a letter 1E25 MAD. I resumed account of Babur's campaign against T, a letter 1E43 BAL. After Baisunghar Mirza's death, SL. A letter 1E25 MAD Carol, the father of Quich Beg, sent us word of his intention, and came to us from letter 1E25 ISAR through the Karatijan country, together with his brethren, elder and younger, and their families and dependents. From Osh too came Q a letter 1E43 BAR Ali, risen from his sickness. Arriving, as it did, at such a moment, we took the providential help of SL. A letter 1E25 MAD and his party for a happy omen. Next day we formed up at dawn and moved direct upon our foe. He made no stand at Abai Khan, but marched from his ground, leaving many tents and blankets and things of the baggage for our men. We dismounted in his camp. That evening T, a letter 1E43 BAL, having Jahangir with him, turned our left and went to a village called Cuban, Var. Kunnan, some 3 yighatch from us 15 m, and between us and Andijan. Next day we moved out against him, formed up with right and left, center and van, our horses in their mail, our men in theirs, and with foot soldiers bearing mantelets flung to the front. Our right was Ali Dust and his dependents, our left Ibrahim Saru, Wise Laghari, Sayyidi Kara, MU letter 1E25 a Adi Ali Mubashir, and KHJI Kallan's elder brother, Kichik Beg, with several of sidenote fall. 70. The household. In the left were inscribed also SL. A letter 1E25 Adi Carol and Quich Beg with their brethren. With me in the center was Qasim Beg Quichin. In the van were Q a letter 1E43 Bar Ali, the skinner, and some of the household. When we reached Saka, a village 2 miles east of Kuban, the enemy came out of Kuban arrayed to fight. We, for our part, moved on the faster. At the time of engaging, our foot soldiers, provided how laboriously with the mantlets, were quite in the rear. By God's grace, there was no need of them. Our left had got hands in with their right before they came up. Kichik Beg chopped away very well. Next to him ranked Mu letter 1E25 a MM a D Ali Mubashir. Not being able to bring equal zeal to oppose us, the enemy took to flight. The fighting did not reach the front of our van or right. Our men brought in many of their braves. We ordered the heads of all to be struck off. Favoring caution and good generalship, our begs, Qasim Beg, and especially Ali Dus, did not think it advisable to send far in pursuit. For this reason, many of their men did not fall into our hands. We dismounted right in Kuban village. This was my first ranged battle. The Most High God, of his own favor and mercy, made it a day of victory and triumph. We accepted the omen. On the next following day, my father's mother, my grandmother, Shah Sul letter 1E6F, a NB Jim arrived from Andijan, thinking to beg off Jahangir Mirza if he had been taken. J. Babur goes into winter quarters in between the two rivers. As it was now almost winter, and no grain or fruits remained in the open country, it was not thought desirable to move against T, a letter 1E43B a L in Oskant, but return was made to Andijan. A few days later, it was settled after consultation that for us to winter in the town would in no way hurt or hamper the enemy, rather that he would wax the stronger by it through raids and guerrilla fighting. Moreover, on our own account, it was necessary that we should winter where our men would not become enfeebled through want of grain, and where we could straiten the enemy by some sort of blockade. For these desirable ends, we marched out of Andijan, meaning to winter near Armian and Nushab in the RABA letter 1E6F, Ikaoachini, known also as between the two rivers. On arriving in the two villages above mentioned, we prepared winter quarters. The hunting grounds are good in that neighborhood. In the jungle near the Alaish River is much bughumeril and pig. The small scattered clumps of jungle are thick with hare and pheasant, and on the near rising ground are many foxes of fine color and swifter than those of any other place. While we were in those quarters, I used to ride hunting every 2 or 3 days. We would beat through the great jungle and hunt bughumeril, or we would wander about, making a circle round scattered clumps and flying our hawks at the pheasants. The pheasants are unlimited there. Pheasant meat was abundant as long as we were in those quarters. While we were there, Qutaiberdi Tugshai, then newly favored with Beg's rank, fell on some of T a letter 1E43B a LS raiders and brought in a few heads. Our braves went out also from Osh and Andijan and raided untiringly on the enemy, driving in his herds of horses and much enfeebling him. If the whole winter had been passed in those quarters, the more probable thing is that he would have broken up simply without a fight. KQ a letter 1E43B, a R Ali again asks leave. It was at such a time, just when our foe was growing weak and helpless, that Q a letter 1E43B a R Ali asked leave to go to his district. The more he was dissuaded by reminder of the probabilities of the position, the more stupidity he showed. An amazingly fickle and veering mannequin he was. It had to be. Leave for his district was given him. That district had been Qujand formerly, but when Andijan was taken this last time, Asfara and Kandai Badam were given him in addition. Amongst our begs, he was the one with large districts and many followers. No one's land or following equaled his. We had been 40 or 50 days in those winter quarters. At his recommendation, leave was given also to some of the clans in the army. We, for our part, went into Andijan. LSL. M a letter 1E25 MUD Khan sends Mughals to help T a letter 1E43B a L. Both while we were in our winter quarters and later on in Andijan T, a letter 1E43B a LS people came and went unceasingly between him and the Khan in Tashkent. His paternal uncle of the full blood, a letter 1E25M a D-Beg, was guardian of the Khan's son, SL. MU letter 1E25 a MM a DSL, and high in favor. His elder brother of the full blood, Beg Tilba Fool, was the Khan's lord of the gate. After all the comings and goings, these two brought the Khan to the point of reinforcing T a letter 1E43B a L. Beg Tilba, leaving his wife and domestics and family in Tashkent, came on ahead of the side note. Fall, 72. Reinforcement and joined his younger brother, T a letter 1e43 Bal, Beg Tilba, who from his birth up had been in Mughalistan, had grown up amongst Mughals, had never entered a cultivated country or served the rulers of one, but from first to last had served the Khans. Just then a wonderful, ajab thing happened. Qasim I ajab wonderful Qasim, when he had been left for a time in Aksi, went out one day after a few marauders, crossed the Qujand water by Bukhara, met in with a few of T a letter 1e43 B a ls men, and was made prisoner. When T a letter 1e43 B a l heard that our army was disbanded, and was assured of the Khan's help by the arrival of his brother, Beg Tilba, who had talked with the Khan, he rode from Oskant into between the two rivers. Meantime safe news had come to us from Qasim that the Khan had appointed his son, Sl Mu letter 1e25. Konica, commonly known as Sul letter 1e6f a nim, and a letter 1e25 m a d-beg, with 5 or 6,000 men, to help T a letter 1e43 Bal, that they had crossed by the Archakant road and were laying siege to Qasim. Hereupon we, without delay, without a glance at our absent men, just with those there were, in the hard cold of winter, put our trust in God, and rode off by the Bandai Salar road to oppose them. That night we stopped nowhere. On we went through the darkness till at dawn we dismounted in Aksi. So mightily bitter was the cold that night that it bit the hands and feet of several men, and swelled up the ears of many, each ear like an apple. We made no stay in Aksi, but leaving there Yarak Taghai, temporarily also, in Qasim-i Ajab's place, passed on for Qasim. 2 miles from Qasim news came that on hearing of our approach, a letter 1e25 m a d-beg, and Sul letter 1e6f, a nim had hurried off in disorder. Babur and T a letter 1e43, Bal again opposed. T a letter 1e43 Bal must have had news of our getting to horse, for he had hurried to help his elder brother. Somewhere between the two prayers of the day, his blackness became visible towards Newkent. Astonished and perplexed by his elder brother's light departure and by our quick arrival, he stopped short. Said we, "It is God has brought them in this fashion. Here they have come with their horses' necks at full stretch. If we join hands and go out, and if God bring it right, not a man of them will get off." But wise Laghari and some others said, "It is late in the day. Even if we do not go out today, where can they go tomorrow? Wherever it is, we will meet." Sidenote, Fall 73. Them at dawn. So they said, not thinking it well to make the joint effort there and then, so too the enemy, come so opportunely, broke up and got away without any hurt whatever. The Turkey proverb is, "Who does not snatch at a chance will worry himself about it till old age." Persian couplet, "Work must be snatched at betimes, vain is the slacker's mistimed work." Seizing the advantage of a respite till the morrow, the enemy slipped away in the night, and without dismounting on the road, went into Fort Archean. When a morrow's move against a foe was made, we found no foe. After him we went, and not thinking it well to lay close siege to Archean, dismounted 2 miles off, one shar-I in Ghaznanamangan. We were in camp there for 30 or 40 days, T a letter 1e43 Bal being in Fort Archean. Every now and then a very few would go from our side and come from theirs, fling themselves on one another midway and return. They made one night attack, rained arrows in on us and retired. As the camp was encircled by a ditch or by branches close set, and as watch was kept, they could effect no more. NQ a letter 1e43 Bar Ali, the Skinner, again gives trouble. 2 or 3 times while we lay in that camp, Q a letter 1e43 Bar Ali, sidenote, Fall 73b. In ill temper was for going to his district. Once he even had got to horse and started in a fume, but we sent several begs after him who, with much trouble, got him to turn back. O further action against T, a letter 1e43 Bal, and an accommodation made. Meantime Syed Yusuf of Macham had sent a man to T a letter 1e43 Bal and was looking towards him. He was the head man of one of the 2 foothills of Andijan, Macham and Awikar. Latterly he had become known in my gate, having outgrown the head man and put on the beg, though no one ever had made him a beg. He was a singularly hypocritical mannequin, of no standing whatever. From our last taking of Andijan, June 1499, till then Feb 1500, he had revolted 2 or 3 times from T a letter 1e43 Bal and come to me, and 2 or 3 times had revolted from me and gone to T a letter 1e43 Bal. This was his last change of side. With him were many from the Mughal, horde and tribesmen and clansmen. Don't let him join T a letter 1E43B we said, and rode in between them. We got to Bishkaran with one night's halt. T a letter 1E43B men must have come earlier and entered the fort. A party of our begs, Ali Darwesh Beg and Quich Beg, with his brothers, went close up to the gate of Bishkaran and exchanged good blows with the enemy. Quich Beg and his brothers did very well there, their hands getting in for most of the work. We dismounted on a height some 2 miles from Bishkaran. T a letter 1E43B having Jahangir with him, dismounted with the fort behind him. 3 or 4 days later, Begs unfriendly to us, that is to say, Ali Dust and Q a letter 1E43B Ali, the Skinner with their followers and dependents began to interpose with talk of peace. I and my well-wishers had no knowledge of a peace, and we all were utterly averse from the project. Those 2 mannikins, however, were our 2 great begs. If we gave no ear to their words, and if we did not make peace, other things from them were probable. It had to be. Peace was made in this fashion. The districts on the Axi side of the Kujund water were to depend on Jahangir, those on the Andijan side on me. Oskant was to be left in my jurisdiction after they had removed their families from it. When the districts were settled and I and Jahangir had made our agreement, we Biz should march together against Samarkand. And when I was in possession of Samarkand, Andijan was to be given to Jahangir. So the affair was settled. Next day, it was one of the last of Rajab, end of Feb. 1500, Jahangir Mirza and T a letter 1E43B came and did me obeisance. The terms and conditions were ratified as stated above leave, for Axi was given to Jahangir, and I betook myself to Andijan. On our arrival, Khalil of T a letter 1E43BL and our whole band of prisoners were released. Robes of honor were put on them and leave to go was given. They, in their turn, set free our begs and household, viz. The commanders Sharam, Taghai Beg, MU letter 1E25 AMMAD Dost, Mir Shakwachin, Sayyidi Kara Beg, Kasamai Ajab, Mir Wise, Miram Diwan, and those under them. P. The self-aggrandizement of Ali Dust Taghai. After our return to Andijan, Ali Dust's manners and behavior changed entirely. He began to live ill with my companions of the guerrilla days and times of hardship. First, he dismissed Khalifa, next seized and plundered Ibrahim Saru and Wise Laghari, and for no fault or cause deprived them of their districts and dismissed them. He entangled himself with Qasim Beg and he was made to go. He openly declared, Khalifa and Ibrahim are in sympathy about KHJQ letter 1E93I, they will avenge him on me. His son, MU letter 1E25 AMMAD Dost set himself up on a regal footing, starting receptions and a public table and a side note. Fall, 75. Court and workshops, after the fashion of SUL letter 1E6F ANS. Like father, like son, they set themselves up in this improper way because they had T a letter 1E43B at their backs. No authority to restrain their unreasonable misdeeds was left to me. For why? Whatever their hearts desired, that they did because such a foe of mine as T a letter 1E43B was their backer. The position was singularly delicate. Not a word was said, but many humiliations were endured from that father and that son alike. Q. Babur's first marriage. Aisha Sul letter 1E6FN Bajim whom my father and hers, i.e. my uncle, SL. A letter 1E25M Adi Mirza had betrothed to me, came this year to Kujund and I took her in the month of Sha'ban. Though I was not ill-disposed towards her, yet this being my first marriage, out of modesty and bashfulness, I used to see her once in 10, 15, or 20 days. Later on, when even my first inclination did not last, my bashfulness increased. Then my mother Khanim used to send me, once a month or every 40 days, with driving, dunnings and worryings. Are a personal episode and some verses by Babur. In those leisurely days I discovered in myself a strange inclination, nay, as the verse says, I maddened and afflicted myself for a boy in the camp bazaar, his very name Baburi fitting in. Up till then I had had no inclination for anyone, indeed of love and desire, either by hearsay or experience I had not heard, I had not talked. At that time I composed Persian couplets, 1 or 2 at a time, this is one of them. May none be as I, humbled and wretched and lovesick, no beloved as thou art to me, cruel and careless. From time to time Baburi used to come to my presence, but out of modesty and bashfulness, I could never look straight at him. How then could I make conversation, IKHTIL a letter 1E6F, and recital Hikyat? In my joy and agitation, I could not thank him for coming. How was it possible for me to reproach him with going away? What power had I to command the duty of service to myself? One day, during that time of desire and passion when I was going with companions along a lane and suddenly met him face to face, I got into such a state of confusion that I almost went right off. To look straight at him or to put words together was impossible. With 100 torments and shames, I went on. A. Persian, couplet of MU letter 1E25, a MM, a D letter 1E63, a LI letter 1E25, S came into my mind. I am abashed with shame when I see my friend. My companions look at me, I look the other way. That couplet suited the case wonderfully well. In that frothing up of desire and passion, and under that stress of youthful folly, I used to wander, barehead, barefoot, through street and lane, orchard and vineyard. I showed civility neither to friend nor stranger, took no care for myself or others. Turkey out of my self-desire rushed me, unknowing that this is so with the lover of a fairy face. Sometimes, like the madmen, I used to wander alone over hill and plain. Sometimes I betook myself to gardens and the suburbs, lane by lane. My wandering was not of my choice, not I decided whether to go or stay. Turkey, nor power to go was mine, nor power to stay. I was just what you made me, O thief of my heart. SSL, Ali Mirza's quarrels with the Tarkins. In this same year, SL. Ali Mirza fell out with MU letter 1E25, a MM a D Mazid Tarkin for the following reasons. The Tarkins had risen to overmuch predominance and honor. Baki had taken the whole revenue of the Bukhara government and gave not a halfpenny, dang, to anyone else. MU letter 1E25, a MM a D Mazid, for his part, had control in Samarkand and took all its districts for his sons and dependents. A small sum only accepted, fixed by them, not a farthing fils from the town reached the Mirza by any channel. SL. Ali Mirza was a grown man. How was he to tolerate such conduct as theirs? He and some of his household formed a design against MU letter 1E25. Mazid Tarkin, the latter, came to know of it and left the town with all his following and with whatever begs and other persons were in sympathy with him, such as SL. Letter 1E25 US a IN Argun, per a letter 1E25 M a D, Ozan letter 1E25 a S a NS younger brother, KHJune letter 1E25 US a IN, Kara Barlas, letter 1E63 a LI letter 1E25, MU letter 1E25 a MM a D, and some other begs and braves. At the time the Khan had joined to Khan Mirza a number of Mughal begs with MU letter 1E25. Letter 1E25 US a IN Duglat and a letter 1E25 M a D beg, and had appointed them to act against Samarkand. Khan Mirza's guardians were letter 1E25, a FI letter 1E93 beg Duldai and his son, Tahir beg. Because of relationship to them, MU letter 1E25. Siles, grandson, letter 1E25 a S a N, and Hindu beg fled with several braves from SL. Ali Mirza's presents to Khan Mirzas. MU letter 1E25 a MM a D Mazid Tarkin invited Khan Mirza and the Mughal army, moved to near Shavdar, there saw the Mirza and met the begs of the Mughals. No small useful friendlinesses, however, came out of the meeting between his begs and the Mughals. The latter indeed seemed to have thought of making him a prisoner. Of this he and his begs, coming to know, separated themselves from the Mughal army. As without him the Mughals could make no stand, they retired. Here, upon SL. Ali Mirza hurried light out of Samarkand with a few men and caught them up where they had dismounted in Yaryalak. They could not even fight but were routed and put to flight. This deed, done in his last days, was SL. Ali Mirza's one good little affair. MU letter 1E25. Mazid Tarkin and his people, despairing both of the Mughals and of these Mirzas, sent Mir Mughal, son of Abdul Wahab Shaghawal, to invite me to Samarkand. Mir Mughal had already been in my service. He had risked his life in good accord with KHJune letter 1E93I during the siege of Andijan, 903 off 1498 ad. This business hurt us also, and as it was for that purpose we had made peace with Jahangir, we resolved to move on Samarkand. We sent Mir Mughal off at once to give rendezvous to Jahangir Mirza and prepared to get to horse. We rode out in the month of letter 1E95 AHJune, and with 2 halts on the way, came to Kaaba and there dismounted. At the mid-afternoon prayer of that day, news came that a letter 1E43 Bā's brother, Khalil, had taken Osh by surprise. The particulars are as follows. As has been mentioned, Khalil and those under him were set free when peace was made. A letter 1E43 Bāl then sent Khalil to fetch away their wives and families from Oskant. He had gone and he went into the fort on this pretext. He kept saying untruthfully, "We will go out today," or "We will go out tomorrow," but he did not go. When we got to horse, he seized the chance of the emptiness of Osh to go by night and surprise it. For several reasons, it was of no advantage for us to stay and entangle ourselves with him. We went straight on, therefore. One reason was that as, for the purpose of making ready military equipment, all my men of name had scattered, heads of houses to their homes, we had no news of them because we had relied on the peace, and were by this off our guard against the treachery and falsity of the other party. Another reason was that for some time, as has been said, the misconduct of our great begs, Ali Dost and a letter 1E43 Ali, had been such that no confidence in them was left. A further reason was that the Samarkand begs, under letter 1E25, Mazid Tarkhan, had sent Mir Mughal to invite us, and so long as a capital such as Samarkand stood there, what would incline a man to waste his days for a place like Andijan? From Kaaba we moved on to Marganan, 20 Marganan had been given to Quichbeg's father, Sl, a letter 1E25 a D Carol, and he was then in it. As he, owing to various ties and attachments, could not attach himself to me, he stayed behind while his son, Quichbeg, and one or two of his brethren, older and younger, went with me. Taking the road for Asfara, we dismounted in one of its villages, called Mahan. That night there came and joined us in Mahan, by splendid chance, just as if to a rendezvous, Qasim Beg Quichin with his company, Ali Dust with his, and Syed Qasim with a large body of braves. We rode from Mahan by the Caspian Var. Yasin Plain, crossed the Chupan, Shepherd, Bridge, and so to Oratipa. A letter 1E43 Ali punishes himself. Trusting to a letter 1E43 Al, a letter 1E43 Ali went from his own district, Qjand, to Aksi in order to discuss army matters with him. Such an event happening, a letter 1E43 Al laid hands on a letter 1E43 Ali, marched against his district and carried him along. Here the Turkey proverb fits, distrust your friend, he'll stuff your hide with straw. While a letter 1E43 Ali was being made to go to Qjand, he escaped on foot and after 100 difficulties reached Oratipa. News came to us there that Shaibaq Khan had beaten Baki Tarkhan in Dabusi and was moving on Bukhara. We went on from Oratipa, by way of Burkialak, to Sangzar, which the sub-governor surrendered. There we placed a letter 1E43 Ali, as, after effecting his own capture and betrayal, he had come to us. We then passed on. Affairs of Samarkand, and the end of Ali Dust. On our arrival in Continuity, the Samarkand begs under letter 1E25. Mazid Tarkhan came and did me obeisance. Conference was held with them as to details for taking the town. They said, KHJY a letter 1E25 also is wishing for the Pacha. With his consent, the town may be had easily without fighting or disturbance. The KHJY did not say decidedly to our messengers that he had resolved to admit us to the town, but at the same time, he said nothing likely to lead us to despair. Leaving Continuity, we moved to the bank of the Darigam Canal, and from there sent our librarian, KHJMU letter 1E25 Adi Ali to KHJY a letter 1E25 He brought word back, let them come, we will give them the town. Accordingly, we rode from the Darigam straight for the town, at nightfall, but our plan came to nothing because Sl. Mu letter 1E25 Adi Duldai's father, Sl. A letter 1E25 Mud had fled from our camp and given such information to Sl. Ali's party, as put them on their guard. Back we went to the Darigam bank. While I had been in Yaryalak, one of my favored begs, Ibrahim Saru, who had been plundered and driven off by Ali Dust, came and did me obeisance, together with Mu letter 1E25. Yusuf, the elder son of Syed Yusuf al-Akshi, coming in by ones and twos, old family servants and begs and some of the household gathered back to me there. All were enemies of Ali Dust, some he had driven away, others he had plundered, others again he had imprisoned. He became afraid. For why? because with T a letter 1E43B a LS backing, he had harassed and persecuted me and my well-wishers. As for me, my very nature sorted ill with the mannequins. From shame and fear, he could stay no longer with us. He asked leave. I took it as a personal favor. I gave it. On this leave, he and his son, MU letter 1E25 AMMAD Dost, went to T a letter 1E43B a LS presence. They became his intimates. Side note, Fall, 79b. And from father and son alike, much evil and sedition issued. Ali Dust died a few years later from ulceration of the hand. MU letter 1E25 AMMAD Dost went amongst the Ozbegs. That was not altogether bad, but after some treachery to his salt, he fled from them and went into the Andijan foothills. There he stirred up much revolt and trouble. In the end, he fell into the hands of Ozbeg people, and they blinded him. The meaning of the salt took his eyes is clear in his case. After giving this pair their leave, we sent Guri Barlas toward Bukhara for news. He brought word that Shaibaq Khan had taken Bukhara and was on his way to Samarkand. Here, upon seeing no advantage in staying in that neighborhood, we set out for Kesh where, moreover, were the families of most of the Samarkand begs. When we had been a few weeks there, news came that Sl Ali Mirza had given Samarkand to Shaibaq Khan. The particulars are these. The Mirza's mother, Zurabaji Agha Ozbeg, in her ignorance and folly, had secretly written to Shaibaq Khan that if he would take her to wife, her son should give him Samarkand, and that when Shaibani had taken her son's father's country, he should give her son a country. Syed Yusuf Argun must have known of this plan, indeed will have been the traitor inventing it. July 28th, 1500 to July 17th, 1501 ad. A Samarkand in the hands of the Ozbegs. When, acting on that woman's promise, Shaibaq Khan went to Samarkand, he dismounted in the garden of the plain. About midday Sl Ali Mirza went out to him through the Four Roads Gate, without a word to any of his begs or unmailed braves, without taking counsel with anyone soever, and accompanied only by a few men of little consideration from his own close circle. The Khan, for his part, did not receive him very favorably. When they had seen one another, he seated him on his less honorable hand. KHJY a letter 1E25Y on hearing of the Mirza's departure, became very anxious, but as he could find no remedy, went out also. The Khan looked at him without rising and said a few words in which blame had part, but when the KHJY rose to leave, showed him the respect of rising. As soon as KHJY, Ali Bey's son, Jan Ali heard in Raba letter 1E6 KHJY of the Mirza's going to Shaibaq Khan, he also went. As for that calamitous woman who, in her folly, gave her son's side note, fall, ADB. House and possessions to the winds in order to get herself a husband, Shaibaq Khan cared not one atom for her, indeed did not regard her as the equal of a mistress or a concubine. Confounded by his own act, Sl Ali Mirza's repentance was extreme. Some of his close circle, after hearing particulars, planned for him to escape with them, but to this he would not agree. His hour had come. He was not to be freed. He had dismounted in Timur, Sul letter 1E6F, NS quarters. 3 or 4 days later they killed him in Plough-Meadow. For a matter of this 5 days' mortal life, he died with a bad name. Having entered into a woman's affairs, he withdrew himself from the circle of men of good repute. Of such people's doings no more should be written. Of acts so shameful, no more should be heard. The Mirza having been killed, Shaibaq Khan sent Jan Ali after his Mirza. He had apprehensions also about KHJY a letter 1E25Y, and therefore dismissed him with his 2 sons, KHJY Mu letter 1E25. Zachariah and KHJY Baki, towards Khurasan. A few Ozbegs followed them, and near KHJY Khardzin martyred both the KHJY and his 2 young sons. Though Shaibani's words were, not through me the KHJY's affair. Q a letter 1E43B a Arbai and Qpuk Bai did it. This is worse than that. There is a proverb, his excuse is worse than his fault. For if begs, out of their own heads, start such deeds, unknown to their khans or paches, what becomes of the authority of khanship and sovereignty? Babur leaves Kesh and crosses the Mura Pass. Since the Ozbegs were in possession of Samarkand, we left Kesh and went in the direction of letter 1E25 ISAR. With us started off MU letter 1E25. Mazid Tarkhan and the Samarkand begs under his command, together with their wives and families and people, but when we dismounted in the Chultu meadow of Chaganian, they parted from us, went to Khusrau Shah and became his retainers. cut off from our own abiding town and country, not knowing where else to go or where to stay, we were obliged to traverse the very heart of Khusrau Shah's districts, spite of what measure of misery he had inflicted on the men of our dynasty. One of our plans had been to go to my younger Khan Dada, i.e. Alacha Khan, by way of Kara-Tijan and the Alai, but this was not managed. Next, we were for going up the valley of the Kam torrent and over the Saratak Pass Dabin. When we were near Nundek, a servant of Khusrau Shah brought me one set of 9 horses and one of 9 pieces of cloth. When we dismounted at the mouth of the Kam Valley, Shur Ali. The page deserted to Khusrau Shah's brother, Wali, and next day, Quich Beg parted from us and went to letter 1E25 ISAR. We entered the valley and made our way up it. On its steep and narrow roads and at its sharp and precipitous saddles, many horses and camels were left. Before we reached the Saratak Pass, we had in 25 m to make 3 or 4 night halts. A pass? And what a pass! Never was such a steep and narrow pass seen, never were traversed such ravines and precipices. Those dangerous narrows and sudden falls, those perilous heights and knife-edge saddles, we got through with much difficulty and suffering, with countless hardships and miseries. Amongst the Fan Mountains is a large lake Iskandar. It is 2 miles in circumference, a beautiful lake and not devoid of marvels. News came that Ibrahim Tarkhan had strengthened Fort Shiraz and was seated in it. Also that Q a letter 1E43 B a R Ali, the Skinner, and Abul Qasim Kober, the latter not being able to stay in KHJune with the Ozbegs in Samarkand, had both come into Yaryalak, strengthened its lower forts and occupied them. Leaving Fan on our right, we moved on for Keshtad. The head man of Fan had a reputation for hospitality, generosity, serviceableness, and kindness. He had given tribute of 70 or 80 horses to Sl. Mas'ud Mirza at the time the Mirza, when Sl. Letter 1E25 USAIN Mirza made attack on letter 1E25 ISAR, went through Fan on his way to his younger brother, Baisunghar Mirza in Samarkand. He did like service to others. To me, he sent 1 second-rate horse. Moreover, he did not wait on me himself. So it was. Those renowned for liberality became misers when they had to do with me, and the politeness of the polite was forgotten. Khusrau Shah was celebrated for liberality and kindness. What service he did Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza has been mentioned. To Baki Tarkhan and other begs he showed great generosity also. Twice I happened to pass through his country. Not to speak of courtesy shewn to my peers, what he showed to my lowest servants he did not show to me. Indeed, he showed less regard for us than for them. Turkey who, O my heart, has seen goodness from worldlings, look not for goodness from him who has none. Under the impression that the Ozbegs were in Keshtad, we made an excursion to it after passing Fan. Of itself it seemed side note, fall 82b. To have gone to ruin, no one seemed to be occupying it. We went on to the bank of the Kohik water Zarafshan and there dismounted. From that place we sent a few begs under Qasim Quichin to surprise Raba letter 1E6 Fikh. That done, we crossed the river by a bridge from opposite Yari, went through Yari and over the Shankarkhana, Falcon's home, range into Yaryalak. Our begs went to Raba letter 1E6 Fikh and had set up ladders when the men within came to know about them and forced them to retire. As they could not take the fort, they rejoined us. See Babur renews attack on Samarkand. Q a letter 1E43 B a R Ali, the Skinner, was still holding Sangzar. He came and saw us. Abul Qasim Kober and Ibrahim Tarkhan showed loyalty and attachment by sending efficient men for our service. We went into Isfidik Var, Isfindik, one of the Yaryalak villages. At that time, Shaibaq Khan lay near KHJune with 3,000 or 4,000 Ozbegs and as many more soldiers gathered in locally. He had given the government of Samarkand to Janwafa, and Janwafa was then in the fort with 500 or 600 men. Letter 1E25 a MZ a SL and Mahdi SL were lying near the fort in the Quail Reserve. Our men, good and bad, were 240. Having discussed the position with all my begs and unmailed braves, we left it at this: that as Shaibani Khan had taken possession of Samarkand so recently, the Samarkandis would not be attached to him nor he to them, that if we made an effort at once, we might do the thing, that if we set ladders up and took the fort by surprise, the Samarkandis would be for us. How should they not be? Even if they gave us no help, they would not fight us for the Ozbegs. and that Samarkand once in our hands, whatever was God's will would happen. Acting on this decision, we rode out of Yarylak after the midday prayer, and on through the dark till midnight when we reached Kanyuadi. Here we had word that the Samarkandis knew of our coming. For this reason, we went no nearer to the town, but made straight back from Kanyuadi. It was dawn when, after crossing the Kohik water below Raba letter 16 Fikh, we were once more in Yarylak. One day in Fort Asfidik, a household party was sitting in my presence. Dostai Nasir and Nuyan Kukuldash and Konkwali Karim Dad and Sheikh Darwesh and Miramai Nasir were all there. Words were crossing from all sides when I said, "Come now, Saywin, if God bring it right, we shall take Samarkand." Some said, "We shall take it in the heats." It was then late in autumn. Others said, "In a month, 40 days, 20 days." Nuyan Kukuldash said, "We shall take it in 14. God showed him right. We did take it in exactly 14 days. Just at that time, I had a wonderful dream. His Highness KHJune Ubidullah, a letter 1225 RI seemed to come. I seemed to go out to give him honorable meeting. He came in and seated himself. People seemed to lay a tablecloth before him, apparently without sufficient care, and on account of this, something seemed to come into His Highness KHJune's mind. Mullah Baba, Pashaghari, made me a sign. I signed back, "Not through me. The table layer is in fault." The KHJune understood and accepted the excuse. When he rose, I escorted him out. In the hall of that house, he took hold of either my right or left arm and lifted me up till one of my feet was off the ground, saying, in Turkey, "Sheikh M. a SL a letter 1225 a T has given Samarkand." I really took Samarkand a few days later. Babur takes Samarkand by surprise. In 2 or 3 days' move was made from Fort Asfidik to Fort Wasmand. Although by our first approach, we had let our plan be known, we put our trust in God and made another expedition to Samarkand. It was after the midday prayer that we rode out of Fort Wasmand, KHJune Abul Makaram accompanying us. By midnight, we reached the deep Foss Bridge in the avenue. From there, we sent forward a detachment of 70 or 80 good men who were to set up ladders opposite the Lover's Cave, mount them and get inside, stand up to those in the Turquoise Gate, get possession of it and send a man to me. Those braves went, set their ladders up opposite the Lover's Cave, got in without making anyone aware, went to the gate, attacked a letter 1093 Il Tarkin, chopped at him and his few retainers, killed them, broke the lock with an axe and opened the gate. At that moment, I came up and went in. Author's note on a letter 1093 Il Tarkin. He was not one of those Samarkand Tarkans. He was a merchant Tarkan of Turkestan. He had served Shaibaq Khan in Turkestan and had found favor with him. Abul Qasim Kober himself had not come with us, but had sent 30 or 40 of his retainers under his younger brother, a letter 1225 Adi Qasim. No man of Ibrahim Tarkans was with us. His younger brother, a letter 1225 Adi Tarkan, came with a few retainers after I had entered the town and taken post in the monastery. The townspeople were still slumbering. A few traders peeped out of their shops, recognized me and put up prayers. When, a little later, the news spread through the town, there was rare delight and satisfaction for our men and the townsfolk. They killed the Ozbegs in the lanes and gullies with clubs and stones like mad dogs. 400 or 500 were killed in this fashion. Jan Waffa, the then governor, was living in KHJune a letter 1025 S house. He fled and got away to Shaibaq Khan. On entering the Turquoise Gate, I went straight to the college and took post over the arch of the monastery. There was a hubbub and shouting of down, down, till daybreak. Some of the notables and traders, hearing what was happening, came joyfully to see me, bringing what food was ready and putting up prayers for me. At daylight, we had news that the Ozbegs were fighting in the Iron Gate, where they had made themselves fast between the outer and inner doors. With 10, 15, or 20 men, I at once set off for the gate, but before I came up, the town rabble, busy ransacking every corner of the newly taken town for loot, had driven the Ozbegs out through it. Shaibaq Khan, on hearing what was happening, hurried at sunrise to the Iron Gate with 100 or 140 men. His coming was a wonderful chance, but as has been said, my men were very few. Seeing that he could do nothing, he rode off at once. From the Iron Gate, I went to the citadel and there dismounted at the Bustan Palace. Men of rank and consequence and various headmen came to me there, saw me and invoked blessings on me. Samarkand for nearly 140 years had been the capital of our dynasty. An alien and of what stamp, An Ozbeg foe had taken possession of it. It had slipped from our hands, God gave it again. Plundered and ravaged, our own returned to us. SL. Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirzas took Herat as we took Samarkand, by surprise, but to the experienced and discerning, and just, it will be clear that between his affair and mine there are distinctions and differences, and that his capture and mine are things apart. Firstly, there is this: he had ruled many years, passed through much experience, and seen many affairs. Secondly, he had for opponent Yadgar Mu letter 1225. Nasir Mirza, side note, Fall 85b. An inexperienced boy of 17 or 18. Thirdly, Yadgar Mirzas, head equerry, Mir Ali, a person well acquainted with the particulars of the whole position, sent a man out from amongst Sl. Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirzas' opponents to bring him to surprise them. Fourthly, his opponent was not in the fort but was in the Raven's Garden. Moreover, Yadgar Mu letter 1225. Nasir Mirza and his followers are said to have been so prostrate with drink that 3 men only were in the gate, they also drunk. Fifthly, he surprised and captured Herat the first time he approached it. On the other hand, firstly, I was 19 when I took Samarkand. Secondly, I had as my opponent such a man as Shaibaq Khan, of mature age and an eyewitness of many affairs. Thirdly, no one came out of Samarkand to me. Though the heart of its people was towards me, no one could dream of coming, from dread of Shaibaq Khan. Fourthly, my foe was in the fort. Not only was the fort taken, but he was driven off. Fifthly, I had come once already. My opponent was on his guard about me. The second time we came, God brought it right. Samarkand was won. In saying these things, there is no desire to belittle the reputation of any man. The facts were as here stated. In writing these things, there is no desire to magnify myself. The truth is set down. The poets composed chronograms on the victory. This one remains in my memory. Wisdom answered. Know that its date is the victory, Fat letter 1225, of Babur Bahadur. Samarkand being taken, Shavdar and Sogd and the Tumans and nearer forts began, one after another, to return to us. From some their Ozbeg commandants fled in fear and escaped. From others the inhabitants drove them and came into us. In some they made them prisoner and held the forts for us. Just then the wives and families of Shaibaq Khan and his Ozbegs arrived from Turkestan. He was lying near KAHJudar and Aliabad, but when he saw the forts and people returning to me, marched off towards Bukhara. By God's grace, all the forts of Sogd and Miyankal returned to me within 3 or 4 months. Over and above this, Baki Tarkin seized this opportunity to occupy Karshi, Quzar and Karshi. Kesh both went out of Ozbeg hands. Karakul also was taken from them by people of Abul Emulator 1225 Sin Mirza, Baikara, coming up from Merv. My affairs were in a very good way. Birth of Babur's first child. After our departure, last year from Andijan, my mother's and my wife and relations came, with 100 difficulties and hardships, to Oratipa. We now sent for them to Samarkand. Within a few days after their arrival, a daughter was born to me by Yisha Sul letter 16Fn Bijim, my first wife, the daughter of Sl. A letter 1225 Adi Mirza. They named the child Fakran Nisa, ornament of women. She was my firstborn, I was 19. In a month or 40 days, she went to God's mercy. Babur in Samarkand. On taking Samarkand, envoys and summoners were sent off at once, and sent again and again, with reiterated request for aid and reinforcement, to the Khans and Sul letter 16F, NS and begs and marchers on every side. Some, though experienced men, made foolish refusal. Others whose relations towards our family had been discourteous and unpleasant were afraid for themselves and took no notice. Others again, though they sent help, sent it insufficient. Each such case will be duly mentioned. When Samarkand was taken the second time, Ali Sherbeg's side note, Fall 87, was alive. We exchanged letters once. On the back of mine to him I wrote one of my Turkey couplets. Before his reply reached me, separations, tafarka and disturbances, Gua had happened. Mullah Bainai had been taken into Shaibaq Khan's service when the latter took possession of Samarkand. He stayed with him until a few days after I took the place, when he came into the town to me. Qasim Beg had his suspicions about him and consequently dismissed him towards Shahrai Sabs, but as he was a man of parts, and as no fault of his came to light, I had him fetched back. He constantly presented me with odes, Kasida u ghazal. He brought me a song in the Nawa mode composed to my name, and at the same time the following quatrain. No grain gala have I by which I can be fed nashid. No rhyme of grain mala nankeen, wherewith I can be clad pashid. The man who lacks both food and clothes, in art or science where can he compete kashid? In those days of respite, I had written 1 or 2 couplets but had not completed an ode. As an answer to Mullah Bainai, I made up and set this poor little turkey quatrain. As is the wish of your heart, so shall it be, Bulgusidyr. For gift and stipend both in order shall be made by your Bulgusidyr. I know the grain and its rhyme you write of the garments, you, your house, the corn shall fill, Tulgusidyr. The mullah in return wrote and presented a quatrain to me in side note, fall, 87b, which for his refrain, he took a rhyme to the Tulgusidyr of my last line and chose another rhyme. Mirza of mine, the lord of sea and land shall be, your Bulgusidyr. His art and skill, world o'er, the evening tale shall be, Samar Bulgusidyr. If gifts like these reward one rhyming or pointless, word for words of sense, what guerdon will there be, niller Bulgusidyr? A Bulbarka, known as Fareki, parted, who just then had come to Samarkand from Sharai Sabs, said Bainai ought to have rhymed. He made this verse. Into time's wrong to you quest shall be made, Surl Gusidyr. Your wish the sul letter 1e6f, a ns grace from time shall ask, quil Gusidyr. O Ganymede, our cups, ne'er filled as yet, in this new age, brimmed up, filled full shall be Tulgusidyr. Though this winter our affairs were in a very good way, and Shaibaq Khans were on the wane, 1 or 2 occurrences were somewhat of a disservice. 1, the Merv men who had taken Karakul could not be persuaded to stay there, and it went back into the hands of the Ozbegs. 2, Shaibaq Khan besieged Ibrahim Tarkin's younger brother, a letter 1e25m a d in Dabusi, stormed the place, and made a general massacre of its inhabitants before the army we were collecting was ready to march. With 240 proved men I had taken Samarkand, in the next side note, fall 88. 5 or 6 months, things so fell out by the favor of the Most High God that, as will be told, we fought the arrayed battle of Saraipul with a man like Shaibaq Khan. The help those roundabout gave us was as follows. From the Khan had come, with 4 or 5,000 barons, Ayub Begshik and Kashka M, a letter 1e25 mud. From Jahangir Mirza had come Khalil's T, a letter 1e43b, a ls younger brother, with 100 or 200 men. Not a man had come from SL. Letter 1e25 us a in Mirza, that experienced ruler, than whom none knew better the deeds and dealings of Shaibaq Khan. None came from Badi uz-Zaman Mirza, none from Khusrau Shah, because he, the author of what evil done, as has been told, to our dynasty, feared us more than he feared Shaibaq Khan. Babur defeated at Saraipul. I marched out of Samarkand, with the wish of fighting Shaibaq Khan, in the month of Shawwal, and went to the new garden where we lay 4 or 5 days for the convenience of gathering our men and completing our equipment. We took the precaution of fortifying our camp with ditch and branch. From the new garden we advanced, march by march, to beyond Saraipul bridgehead, and there dismounted. Shaibaq Khan came from the opposite direction and dismounted at KAHJune, perhaps 1 yaghatch away, 5m. We lay there for 4 or 5 days. Every day our people went from our side, and his came from theirs and fell on one another. One day when they were in unusual force, there was much fighting, but neither side had the advantage. Out of that engagement, one of our men went rather hastily back into the entrenchments. He was using a standard. Some said it was Sayyidi Kara Beg's standard, who really was a man of strong words but weak sword. Shaibaq Khan made one night attack on us, but could do nothing because the camp was protected by ditch and close-set branches. His men raised their war cry, rained in arrows from outside the ditch, and then retired. In the work for the coming battle I exerted myself greatly and took all precautions. A letter 1e43b R. Ali also did much. In Kesh lay Baki Tarkin with 1,000 to 2,000 men in a position to join us after a couple of days. In Deal, 4 Yaghatchoff, 20m, lay Syed Mu letter 1e25. Mirza Duglat, bringing me 1,000 to 2,000 men from my Khan Dada. He would have joined me at dawn. With matters in this position, we hurried on the fight. Who lays with haste his hand on the sword, shall lift to his teeth the backhand of regret. The reason I was so eager to engage was that on the day of battle, The 8 stars were between the two armies. They would have been in the enemy's rear for 13 or 14 days if the fight had been deferred. I now understand that these considerations are worth nothing and that our haste was without reason. As we wished to fight, we marched from our camp at dawn, we in our mail, our horses in theirs, formed up in array of right and left, center and van. Our right was Ibrahim Saru, Ibrahim Jani, Abul Qasim Kober and other begs. Our left was Mu letter 1E25. Mazid Tarkin, Ibrahim Tarkin and other Samarkandi begs, also SL. Letter 1E25 USAIN Argan, Kara Black, Barlas, Per a letter 1E25 M a D and KHJune letter 1E25 USAIN. Qasim Beg was with me in the center and also several of my close circle and household. In the van were inscribed Q a letter 1E43 B a R Ali the Skinner, Banda Ali, KHJune Ali, Mir Shah Quachin, Sayyid Qasim, Lord of the Gate, Banda Ali's younger brother Kaldar, mole marked and letter 1E25 Aidari Qasim's son Quich, together with all the good braves there were, and the rest of the household. Thus arrayed, we marched from our camp. The enemy, also in array, marched out from his. His right was M, a letter 1E25 MUD and Jani and Timur, SUL letter 1E6F, a NS, his left, letter 1E25 a MZ, a and Mahdi and some other SUL letter 1E6F, a NS. When our two armies approached one another, he wheeled his right towards our rear. To meet this, I turned. This left our van, in which had been inscribed what not of our best braves and tried swordsmen, to our right and bared our front, i.e. the front of the center. Nonetheless, we fought those who made the front attack on us, turned them and forced them back on their own center. So far did we carry it that some of Shaibaq Khan's old chiefs said to him, "We must move off, it is past a stand." He however held fast. His right beat our left, then wheeled again to our rear. As has been said, the front of our center was bare through our vans being left to the right. The enemy attacked us front and rear, raining in arrows on us. Ayub Begshik's Mughal army, come for our help, was of no use in fighting. It set to work forthwith to unhorse and plunder our men. Not this once only. This is always the way with those illumined Mughals. If they win, they grab at booty. If they lose, they unhorse and pilfer their own side. We drove back the Ozbegs who attacked our front by several vigorous assaults, but those who had wheeled to our rear came up and rained arrows on our standard. Falling on us in this way, from the front and from the rear, they made our men hurry off. This same turning movement is one of the great merits of Ozbeg fighting. No battle of theirs is ever without it. Another merit of theirs is that they all, begs and retainers, from their front to their rear, ride, loose rein at the gallop, shouting as they come and in retiring, do not scatter but ride off, at the gallop, in a body. 10 or 15 men were left with me. The Kohik water was close by, the point of our right had rested on it. We made straight for it. It was the season when it comes down in flood. We rode right into it, man and horse in mail. It was just fordable for halfway over. After that, it had to be swum. For more than an arrow's flight, we, man and mountain mail, made our horses swim and so got across. Once out of the water, we cut off the horse armor and let it lie. By thus passing to the north bank of the river, we were free of our foes, but at once Mughal wretches were the captors and pillagers of one after another of my friends. Ibrahim Tarkin and some others, excellent braves all, were unhorsed and killed by Mughals. We moved along the north bank of the Kohik River, recrossed it near Kulba, entered the town by the Sheikh Zada's gate, and reached the citadel in the middle of the afternoon. Begs of our greatest, braves of our best, and many men perished in that fight. There died Ibrahim Tarkin, Ibrahim Saru, and Ibrahim Jani. Oddly enough, 3 great begs named Ibrahim perished. There died also letter 1E25 Aidari Qasim's eldest son, Abul Qasim Kober, and Qutaiberdi Tugshayan Khalil, T a letter 1E43B a LS younger brother, spoken of already several times. Many of our men fled in different directions, MU letter 1E25. Mazid Tarkin went towards Quinduz and letter 1E25 ISAR for Khusrau Shah. Some of the household and of the braves, such as Karim Dadai Qutaiberdi Turkmen and Janaka Kukuldash and Mullah Bābur of Pashikar, got away to Oratipa. Mullah Baba at that time was not in my service, but had gone out with me in a guest's fashion. Others again did what Sharam Taghai and his band did. Though he had come back with me into the town, and though when consultation was had, he had agreed with the rest to make the fort fast, looking for life or death within it, yet spite of this, and although my mothers and sisters, elder and younger, stayed on in Samarkand, he sent off their wives and families to Oratipa and remained himself with just a few men, all unencumbered. Not this once only. Whenever hard work had to be done, low and double-minded action was the thing to expect from him. Babur besieged in Samarkand. Next day, I summoned KHJune Abul Makaram, Qasim and the other begs, the household and such of the braves as were admitted to our councils, when after consultation, we resolved to make the fort fast and to look for life or death within it. I and Qasim Beg with my close circle and household were the reserve. For convenience in this I took up quarters in the middle of the town, in tents pitched on the roof of Shaibaq Beg Mirzas college. To other begs and braves posts were assigned in the gates or on the ramparts of the walled town. 2 or 3 days later, Shaibaq Khan dismounted at some distance from the fort. On this, the town rabble came out of lanes and wards in crowds to the college gate, shouted good wishes for me, and went out to fight in mob fashion. Shaibaq Khan had got to horse but could not so much as approach the town. Several days went by in this fashion. The mob and rabble, knowing nothing of sword and arrow wounds, never witnesses of the press and carnage of a stricken field, through these incidents, became bold and began to sally further and further out. If warned by the braves against going out so incautiously, they broke into reproach. One day when Shaibaq Khan had directed his attack towards the iron gate, the mob, grown bold, went out, as usual, daringly and far. To cover their retreat, we sent several braves towards the Camel's Neck foster brethren and some of the close household circle, such as Nuyan Kukuldash, Quillenaletter 1E95R, son of Sharam, Taghai Beg, and Mazid. An Ozbeg or two put their horses at them, and with Quillenaletter 1E95R swords were crossed. The rest of the Ozbegs dismounted and brought their strength to bear on the rabble, hustled them off and rammed them in through the iron gate. Quich Beg and Mir Shah Quichin had dismounted at the side of KHJune, KHI letter 1E93RS mosque, and were making a stand there. While the townsmen were being moved off by those on foot, a party of mounted Ozbegs rode towards the mosque. Quich Beg came out when they drew near and exchanged good blows with them. He did distinguished work, all stood to watch. Our fugitives below were occupied only with their own escape. For them the time to shoot arrows and make a stand had gone by. I was shooting with a slur bow from above the gate, and some of my circle were shooting arrows awk. Our attack from above kept the enemy from advancing beyond the mosque. From there, he retired. During the siege, the round of the ramparts was made each night. Sometimes I went, sometimes Qasim Beg, sometimes one of the household begs. Though from the turquoise to the Sheikhzada's gate may be ridden, the rest of the way must be walked. When some men went the whole round on foot, it was dawn before they had finished. One day Shaibaq Khan attacked between the iron gate and the Sheikhzada's. I, as the reserve, went to the spot without anxiety about the bleaching ground and needle-makers' gates. That day, in a shooting wager Akakita, I made a good shot with a slur bow at a centurion's horse. It died at once Akbardi with the arrow Akbila. They made such a vigorous attack this time that they got close under the ramparts. Busy with the fighting and the stress near the iron gate, we were entirely off our guard about the other side of the town. There, opposite the space between the needle-makers and bleaching ground gates, the enemy had posted 700 or 800 good men in ambush, having with them 24 or 25 ladders so wide that 2 or 3 could mount abreast. These men came from their ambush when the attack near the iron gate, by occupying all our men, had left those other posts empty, and quickly set up their ladders between the 2 gates, just where a road leads from the ramparts to MU letter 1E25, Mazid Tarkan's houses. That post was Quich Beg's, and MU letter 1E25 AMMA Dequally Quichin's, with their detachment of braves, and they had their quarters in MU letter 1E25, Mazid's houses. In the needle-maker's gate was posted Kara, Black, Barlas in the bleaching ground gate, Quitluk KHJune Kukuldash with Sharam Taghai and his brethren, older and younger. As attack was being made on the other side of the town, the men attached to these posts were not on guard but had scattered to their quarters or to the bazaar for necessary matters of service and servants' work. Only the begs were at their posts, with 1 or 2 of the populace. Quich Beg and Muhammad Quli and Shah letter 1E63 UFI and one other brave did very well and boldly. Some Ozbegs were on the ramparts, some were coming up, when these 4 men arrived at a run, dealt them blow upon blow, and by energetic drubbing, forced them all down and put them to flight. Quichbeg did best. This was his outstanding and approved good deed. Twice during this siege he got his hand into the work. Kara Barlas had been left alone in the needle-maker's gate. He also held out well to the end. Quitluk KHJune and Quilenaletter 1E95R Mirza were also at their posts in the bleaching ground gate. They held out well too, and charged the foe in his rear. Another time Qasim Beg led his braves out through the side note. Fall 93b. Needle-maker's gate pursued the Ozbegs as far as KHJune capture, unhorsed some, and returned with a few heads. It was now the time of ripening rain, but no one brought new corn into the town. The long siege caused great privation to the townspeople. It went so far that the poor and destitute began to eat the flesh of dogs and asses, and as there was little grain for the horses, people fed them on leaves. Experience showed that the leaves best suiting were those of the mulberry and elm, Karayakach. Some people scraped dry wood and gave the shavings, damped, to their horses. For 3 or 4 months, Shaibaq Khan did not come near the fort but had it invested at some distance and himself moved round it from post to post. Once when our men were off their guard, at midnight, the enemy came near to the turquoise gate, beat his drums and flung his war cry out. I was in the college, undressed. There was great trepidation and anxiety. After that, they came night after night, disturbing us by drumming and shouting their war cry. Although envoys and messengers had been sent repeatedly to all sides and quarters, no help and reinforcement arrived from anyone. No one had helped or reinforced me when I was in strength and power, and had suffered no sort of defeat or loss. On what score would anyone help me now? No hope in anyone would ever recommended us to prolong the siege. The old saying was that to hold a fort there must be a head, 2 hands and 2 legs, that is to say, the commandant is the head. Help and reinforcement coming from 2 quarters are the 2 arms and the food and water in the fort are the 2 legs. While we looked for help from those round about, their thoughts were elsewhere. That brave and experienced ruler, Sl Ḥusain Mirzas, gave us not even the help of an encouraging message. But nonetheless, he sent Kamaluddin Letter 125 Gazargahai as an envoy to Shaibaq Khan. It a Letter 143b, a LS proceedings in Fargana. This year, a Letter 143b a L marched from Andijan to near Bishkent. A Letter 125 a D-Beg and his party, thereupon, made the Khan move out against him. The 2 armies came face to face near Laklakan and the Turak 4 Gardens, but separated without engaging. Sl a Letter 125 Mud was not a fighting man. Now when opposed to a Letter 143b a L, he showed want of courage in word and deed. A Letter 125 a D-Beg was unpolished but brave and well-meaning. In his very rough way, he said, "What's the measure of this person, a Letter 143b a L, that you are so tormented with fear and fright about him? If you are afraid to look at him, bandage your eyes before you go out to face him." July 17th, 1501 to July 7th, 1502 ad. A surrender of Samarkand to Shaibani. The siege drew on to great length. No provisions and supplies came in from any quarter, no succor and reinforcement from any side. The soldiers and peasantry became hopeless, and by ones and twos began to let themselves down outside the walls and flee. On Shaibaq Khan's hearing of the distress in the town, he came and dismounted near the Lover's Cave. I, in turn, went to Malakhemuletter 125 Mmd Mirzas' dwellings in Low Lane, over against him. On one of those days, KHJune Letter 125 Ins brother, Ozan Letter 125 N came into the town with 10 or 15 of his men. He who, as has been told, had been the cause of Jahangir Mirza's rebellion, of my exodus from Samarkand, 903 March 1498 ad. And again, of what an amount of sedition and disloyalty. That entry of his was a very bold act. The soldiery and townspeople became more and more distressed. Trusted men of my close circle began to let themselves down from the ramparts and get away. Begs of known name and old family servants were amongst them, such as Pir Wise, Sheikh Wise, and Wise Laghari. Of help from any side we utterly despaired. No hope was left in any quarter. Our supplies and provisions were wretched. What there was coming to an end. No more came in. Meantime Shaibaq Khan interjected talk of peace. Little ear would have been given to his talk of peace if there had been hope or food from any side. It had to be. A sort of peace was made and we took our departure from the town by the Sheikhzada's gate somewhere about midnight. Babur leaves Samarkand. I took my mother Khanum out with me. 2 other womenfolk went too. One was Bishka Var Peshka I Khalifa, the other Minglik Kukuldash. At this exodus, my elder sister, Khanzada Bijim, fell into Shaibaq Khan's hands. In the darkness of that night, we lost our way and wandered about amongst the main irrigation channels of Sogd. At shoot of dawn, after 100 difficulties, we got past KHJune. At the sun-at prayer, we scrambled up the rising ground of Karabug. From the north slope of Karabug, we hurried on past the foot of Juduk village and dropped down into Yelanadi. On the road I raced with Qasim Beg and Q a letter 143 Bar Ali, the Skinner. My horse was leading when I, thinking to look at theirs behind, twisted myself round. The girth may have slackened, for my saddle turned and I was thrown on my head to the ground. Although I at once got up and remounted, my brain did not steady till the evening. Till then this world and what went on appeared to me like things felt and seen in a dream or fancy. Towards afternoon we dismounted in Yelanadi, there killed a horse, spitted and roasted its flesh, rested our horses a while and rode on. Very weary, we reached Kalila village before the dawn and dismounted. From there it was gone on to Dizak. In Dizak just then was letter 1E25, a Fi letter 1E93, Mu letter 1E25. Duldai's son, Tahir. There in Dizak were fat meats, loaves of fine flour, plenty of sweet melons and abundance of excellent grapes. From what privation we came to such plenty, from what stress to what repose. From fear and hunger rest we won Amani Tapduk, a fresh world's newborn life we won Jahani Tapduk. From out our minds, death's dread was chased, Rafa Buldi. From our men the hunger pang kept back Dafa Buldi. Never in all our lives had we felt such relief. Never in the whole course of them have we appreciated security and plenty so highly. Joy is best and more delightful when it follows sorrow, ease after toil. I have been transported 4 or 5 times from toil to rest and from hardship to ease. This was the first. We were set free from the affliction of such a foe and from the pangs of hunger, and had reached the repose of security and the relief of abundance. See Babur and Dikkat. After 3 or 4 days of rest in Dizak, we set out for Oratipa. Pashaghar is a little off the road, but as we had occupied it for some time, 904 ah. We made an excursion to it in passing by. In Pashaghar we chanced on one of Khanum's old servants, a teacher who had been left behind in Samarkand from want of a mount. We saw one another, and on questioning her, I found she had come there on foot. Kubnigar Khanum, my mother Khanum's younger sister, already must have bidden this transitory world farewell, for they let Khanum and me know of it in Oratipa. My father's mother also must have died in Andijan. This too they let us know in Oratipa. Since the death of my grandfather, Yunus Khan, 892 ah, Khanum had not seen her step, mother or her younger brother and sisters, that is to say, Shah Bijim, SL. M a letter 1E25, MUD Khan, SUL letter 1E6F, AN Nigar Khanum, and Dalat SUL letter 1E6FN Khanum. The separation had lasted 13 or 14 years. To see these relations she now started for Tashkent. After consulting with MU letter 1E25, letter 1E25 Usain Mirza, it was settled for us to winter in a place called Dikkat, one of the Oratipa villages. There I deposited my impedimenta, Orak, then set out myself in order to visit Shah Bijim and my Khandada and various relatives. I spent a few days in Tashkent and waited on Shah Bijim and my Khandada. My mother's elder full sister, Mihirnigar Khanum, had come from Samarkand and was in Tashkent. There my mother Khanum fell very ill. It was a very bad illness. She passed through mighty risks. His Highness Khwaja, having managed to get out of Samarkand, had settled down in Farkat. There I visited him. I had hoped my Khandada would show me affection and kindness and would give me a country or a district pargana. He did promise me Oratipa, but MU letter 1E25. Letter 1E25 Usain Mirza did not make it over, whether acting on his own account or whether upon a hint from above is not known. After spending a few days with him, in Oratipa, I went on to Dikkat. Dikkat is in the Oratipa hill tracts, below the range on the other side of which is the Macha country. Its people, though Sart, settled in a village, are, like Turks, herdsmen and shepherds. Their sheep are reckoned at 40,000. We dismounted at the houses of the peasants in the village. I stayed in a headman's house. He was old, 70 or 80, but his mother was still alive. She was a woman on whom much life had been bestowed, for she was 111 years old. Some relation of hers may have gone, as was said, with Timur Beg's army to Hindustan. She had this in her mind and used to tell the tale. In Dikkat alone were 96 of her descendants, hers and her grandchildren, great-grandchildren and grandchildren's grandchildren. Counting in the dead, 200 of her descendants were reckoned up. Her grandchild's grandson was a strong young man of 25 or 26, with full black beard. While in Dikkat, I constantly made excursions amongst the mountains round. Side note, Fall 97b. About. Generally I went barefoot, and from doing this so much, my feet became so that rock and stone made no difference to them. Once in one of these wanderings, a cow was seen, between the afternoon and evening prayers, going down by a narrow, ill-defined road. Said I wonder which way that road will be going. Keep your eye on that cow, don't lose the cow till you know where the road comes out. KAHJune Asadullah made his joke. If the cow loses her way, he said, what becomes of us? In the winter, several of our soldiers asked for leave to Andijan because they could make no raids with us. Qasim Beg said, with much insistence, as these men are going, send something special of your own wear by them to Jahangir Mirza. I sent my ermine cap. Again he urged, what harm would there be if you sent something for T a letter 1E43BL also? Though I was very unwilling, yet as he urged it, I sent T a letter 1E43B, a L a large broadsword which Nuyan Kukuldash had made for himself in Samarkand. This very sword it was which, as will be told with the events of next year, came down on my own head. A few days later, my grandmother, Asandalet Bajim, who, when I left Samarkand had stayed behind, arrived in Dikkat with our families and baggage Orak, and a few lean and hungry followers. Shaibaq Khan raids in the Khan's country. That winter Shaibaq Khan crossed the Kujin River on the ice and plundered near Sharakia and Bishkent. On hearing news of this, we galloped off, not regarding the smallness of our numbers, and made for the villages below Kujin, opposite Hashtyak 1/8. The cold was mightily bitter, a wind not less than the Hadarwesh raging violently the whole time. So cold it was that during the 2 or 3 days we were in those parts, several men died of it. When, needing to make ablution, I went into an irrigation channel, frozen along both banks but because of its swift current, not icebound in the middle, and bathed, dipping under 16 times, the cold of the water went quite through me. Next day we crossed the river on the ice from opposite Koslar and went on through the dark to Bishkent. Shaibaq Khan, however, must have gone straight back after plundering the neighborhood of Sharakia. Death of Nuyan Kukuldash. Bishkent at that time was held by Mullah letter 1E25 Rs son, Abdul Minan, a younger son named Mumin, a worthless and dissipated person, had come to my presence in Samarkand and had received all kindness from me. This sodomite Mumin, for what sort of quarrel between them is not known, cherished rancor against Nuyan Kukuldash. At the time when we, having heard of the retirement of the Ozbegs, sent a man to the Khan and marched from Bishkent to spend 2 or 3 days amongst the villages in the Blacksmithsdale, Mullah letter 1E25 Rs son, Mumin invited Nuyan Kukuldash and A letter 1E25 Madi Qasim, and some others in order to return them hospitality received in Samarkand. When I left Bishkent, therefore they stayed behind. Mumin's entertainment to this party was given on the edge of a ravine jar. Next day news was brought to us in Samsarak, a village in the Blacksmithsdale, that Nuyan was dead through falling when drunk into the ravine. We sent his own mother's brother, letter 1E25 AQN letter 1E95R and others, who searched out where he had fallen. They committed Nuyan to the earth in Bishkent and came back to me. They had found the body at the bottom of the ravine, an arrow's flight from the place of the entertainment. Some suspected that Mumin, nursing his trumpery rancor, had taken Nuyan's life. None knew the truth. His death made me strangely sad, for few men have I felt such grief. I wept unceasingly for a week or 10 days. The chronogram of his death was found in Nuyan is dead. With the heats came the news that Shaibaq Khan was coming up into Oratipa. Hereupon, as the land is level about Dikkat, we crossed the Abburden Pass into the Macha Hill country. Abburden is the last village of Macha. Just below it, a spring sends its water down to the Zarafshan. Above the stream is included in Macha, below it depends on Palgar. There is a tomb at the spring head. I had a rock at the side of the spring head shaped, Katirib, and these 3 couplets inscribed on it. I have heard that Jamshid, the Magnificent, inscribed on a rock at a fountain head, Many men like us have taken breath at this fountain, and have passed away in the twinkling of an eye. We took the world by courage and might, but we took it not with us to the tomb. There is a custom in that hill country of cutting verses and things on the rocks. While we were in Macha, Mullah Hidri, the poet, came from letter 1225 ISAR and waited on me. At that time I composed the following opening lines. Let your portrait flatter you never so much, than it you are more and an Articson. Men call you their life, Jan, than life without doubt, you are more Jandan Articson. After plundering roundabout in Oratipa, Shaibaq Khan retired. While he was up there, we, disregarding the Funis side note, fall 99b. Of our men and their lack of arms, left our impedimenta Oruk in Macha, crossed the Ab-Burden Pass and went to Dikkat so that, gathered together close at hand, we might miss no chance on one of the next nights. He, however, retired straightway. We went back to Macha. It passed through my mind that to wander from mountain to mountain, homeless and houseless, without country or abiding place, had nothing to recommend it. Go you right off to the Khan, I said to myself. Qasim Beg was not willing for this move, apparently being uneasy because, as has been told, he had put Mughuls to death at Karabulak, by way of example. However much we urged it, it was not to be. He drew off for letter 1225 ISAR with all his brothers and his whole following. We for our part crossed the Ab-Burden Pass and set forward for the Khan's presence in Tashkent. Babur with the Khan. In the days when a letter 1243 BAL had drawn his army out and gone into the blacksmith's dale, men at the top of his army, such as Mu letter 1225, Duglat, known as letter 1225 ISARI, and his younger brother letter 1225 USAIN, and also Q a letter 1243 BAR Ali, the Skinner, conspired to attempt his life. When he discovered this weighty matter, they, unable to remain with him, had gone to the Khan. The Feast of Sacrifices, Idiakwaban, fell for us in Sharakia, letter 1295 UL letter 1225 IJJ, 10th June 16th, 1502. I had written a quatrain in an ordinary measure, but was in some doubt about it, because at that time I had not studied poetic idiom so much as I have now done. The Khan was good-natured, and also he wrote verses, though one somewhat deficient in the requisites for odes. I presented my quatrain, and I laid my doubts before him, but got no reply so clear as to remove them. His study of poetic idiom appeared to have been somewhat scant. Here is the verse. One hears no man recall another in trouble, I letter 1225 Nat Takishi. None speak of a man as glad in his exile, Gurbat Takishi. My own heart has no joy in this exile, called glad is no exile, man though he be, albeit Akishi. Later on I came to know that in Turkey verse, for the purpose of rhyme, ta and du are interchangeable and also gain, kaf and kaf. G the acclaiming of the standards. When a few days later, the Khan heard that a letter 1243 BAL had gone up into Oratipa, he got his army to horse and rode out from Tashkent. Between Bishkent and Samsurak, he formed up into array of right and left and saw the count of his men. This done, the standards were acclaimed in Mughal fashion. The Khan dismounted, and 9 standards were set up in front of him. A Mughal tied a long strip of white cloth to the thigh bone of a cow and took the other end in his hand. 3 other long strips of white cloth were tied to the staves of 3 of the 9 standards, just below the yak tails, and their other ends were brought for the Khan to stand on one, and for me and SL. Mu letter 1225, Konica to stand each on one of the 2 others. The Mughal who had hold of the strip of cloth fastened to the cow's leg then said something in Mughal while he looked at the standards and made signs towards them. The Khan and those present sprinkled quimiz in the direction of the standards. Hautbois and drums were sounded towards them. The army flung the war cry out 3 times towards them, mounted, cried it again, and rode at the gallop round them. Precisely as Chinggis Khan laid down his rules, so the Mughals still observe them. Each man has his place, just where his ancestors had it, right, right, left, left, center, center. The most reliable men go to the extreme points of the right and left. The Kairas and Begshik clans always demand to go to the point in the right. At that time, the Beg of the Kairas Tuman was a very bold brave, Kashka, mole-marked, a letter 1225 MUD, and the Beg of the renowned Begshik Tuman was Ayub Begshik. These 2, disputing which should go out to the point, drew swords on one another. At last, it seems to have been settled that one should take the highest place in the hunting circle, the other, in the battle array. Next day after making the circle, it was hunted near Samsarak, thence move was made to the Turak Four Gardens. On that day and in that camp, I finished the first ode I ever finished. Its opening couplet is as follows. Except my soul, no friend worth trust found I, Wafadar tap met him. Except my heart, no confidant found I, Asrar tap met him. There were 6 couplets. Every ode I finished later was written just on this plan. The Khan moved, march by march, from Samsarak to the bank of the Kujund River. One day we crossed the water by way of an excursion, cooked food, and made merry with the braves and pages. That day someone stole the gold clasp of my girdle. Next day Bayan, Quilly's Conquilly, and SL. MU letter 1E25. Wise fled to Tia letter 1E43 BAL. Everyone suspected them of that bad deed. Though this was not ascertained, A letter 1E25M, a Di Qasim Kober asked leave and went away to Oratipa. From that leave he did not return. He too went to Tia letter 1E43 BAL. July 7th, 1502 to June 26th, 1503 ad. A Babur's poverty in Tashkent. This move of the Khan's was rather unprofitable. To take no fort, to beat no foe, he went out and went back. During my stay in Tashkent, I endured much poverty and humiliation. No country or hope of one, most of my retainers dispersed, those left, unable to move about with me because of their destitution. If I went to my Khan Dada's gate, I went sometimes with 1 man, sometimes with 2. It was well he was no stranger but one of my own blood. Side note, Fall. 101b. After showing myself in his presence, I used to go to Shah Bajim's, entering her house, bareheaded and barefoot, just as if it were my own. This uncertainty and want of house and home drove me at last to despair. Said I, it would be better to take my head and go off than live in such misery, better to go as far as my feet can carry me than be seen of men in such poverty and humiliation. Having settled on China to go to, I resolved to take my head and get away. From my childhood up, I had wished to visit China, but had not been able to manage it because of ruling and attachments. Now sovereignty itself was gone. And my mother, for her part, was reunited to her step-mother and her younger brother. The hindrances to my journey had been removed. My anxiety for my mother was dispelled. I represented to Shah Bajim and the Khan, through KAHJune Abul Makaram, that now such a foe as Shaibaq Khan had made his appearance, Mughal and Turk alike must guard against him. That thought about him must be taken while he had not well mastered the Ozbeg, horde, or grown very strong, for as they have said, today, while thou canst, quench the fire. Once ablaze it will burn up the world, let thy foe not fix string to his bow, while an arrow of thine can pierce him. That it was 20 or 25 years since they had seen the younger Khan, a letter 1E25M Adia Lacha, and that I had never seen him. Should I be able, if I went to him, not only to see him myself, but to bring about the meeting between him and them? Under this pretext, I proposed to get out of those surroundings. Once in Mughalistan and Turfan, my reins would be in my own hands, without check or anxiety. I put no one in possession of my scheme. Why not? Because it was impossible for me to mention such a scheme to my mother, and also because it was with other expectations that the few of all ranks who had been my companions in exile and privation had cut themselves off with me, and with me suffered change of fortune. To speak to them also of such a scheme would be no pleasure. The KAHJune, having laid my plan before Shah Bajim and the Khan, understood them to consent to it, but later it occurred to them that I might be asking leave a second time because of not receiving kindness. That touching their reputation, they delayed a little to give the leave. The younger Khan comes to Tashkent. At this crisis, a man came from the younger Khan to say that he was actually on his way. This brought my scheme to naught. When a second man announced his near approach, we all went out to give him honorable meeting, Shah Bajim and his younger sisters, Sul letter 1E6F, An Nigger Khanim and Dalat Sul letter 1E6FN Khanim, and I and SL. Mu letter 1E25. Khanika and Khan Mirza, wise. Between Tashkent and Saram is a village called Yagha Var. Yagma, with some smaller ones, where are the tombs of Father Abraham and Father Isaac. So far we went out. Knowing nothing exact about his coming, I rode out for an excursion with an easy mind. All at once, he descended on me face to face. I went forward. When I stopped, he stopped. He was a good deal perturbed. Perhaps he was thinking of dismounting in some fixed spot and there seated, of receiving me ceremoniously. There was no time for this. When we were near each other, I dismounted. He had not time even to dismount. I bent the knee, went forward and saw him. Hurriedly and with agitation, he told Sl Ḥusain Khan and Baba Khan Sl to dismount, bend the knee with Bila me and make my acquaintance. Just these two of his sons had come with him. They may have been 13 or 14 years old. When I had seen them, we all mounted and went to Shaibaq's presence. After he had seen her and his sisters, and had renewed acquaintance, they all sat down and for half the night told one another particulars of their past and gone affairs. Next day, my younger Khan Dada bestowed on me arms of his own and one of his own special horses saddled, and a Mughal head-to-foot dress, a Mughal cap, a long coat of Chinese satin with broidering of stitchery and Chinese armor. In the old fashion, they had hung on the left side a haversack, chant, and an outer bag, and 3 or 4 things such as women usually hang on their collars, perfume holders, and various receptacles. In the same way, 3 or 4 things hung on the right side also. From there, we went to Tashkent. My elder Khan Dada also had come out for the meeting, some 3 or 4 yighats, 12 to 15 m, along the road. He had had an awning set up in a chosen spot and was seated there. The younger Khan went up directly in front of him, on getting near, fetched a circle from right to left round him, then dismounted before him. After advancing to the place of interview Kurusher, he 9 times bent the knee. That done, went close and saw his brother. The elder Khan, in his turn, had risen when the younger Khan drew near. They looked long at one another, Kurushtiller, and long stood in close embrace, Quichushub. The younger Khan again bent the knee 9 times when retiring, many times also on offering his gift. After that, he went and sat down. All his men had adorned themselves in Mughal fashion. There they were in Mughal caps, burk, long coats of Chinese satin, broidered with stitchery, Mughal quivers and saddles of green shagreen leather, and Mughal horses adorned in a unique fashion. He had brought rather few men, over 1,000 and under 2,000 maybe. He was a man of singular manners, a mighty master of the sword, and brave. Amongst arms he preferred to trust to the sword. He used to say that of arms there are the Shashpar 6-flanged mace, the Piazzi rugged mace, the Kistan, the Tabarzin saddle hatchet, and the Baltu battle axe. All, if they strike, work only with what of them first touches, but the sword, if it touch, works from point to hilt. He never parted with his keen-edged sword. It was either at his waist or to his hand. He was a little rustic and rough of speech, through having grown up in an out-of-the-way place. When, adorned in the way described, I went with him to the Khan, KAHJune Abul Makaram asked, "Who is this honored Sul letter 1E6F an?" Until I spoke, did not recognize me. See the Khan's march into Fargana against T, a letter 1E43B al. Soon after returning to Tashkent, the Khan led out an army for Andijan direct against Sl. A letter 1E25M a DT, a letter 1E43B al. He took the road over the Kinderlich Pass and from Blacksmithsdale, Ahingaran sent the younger Khan and me on in advance. After the pass had been crossed, we all met again near Zarkin Var. Zabarkin of Karnan. One day, near Karnan, they numbered their men and reckoned them up to be 30,000. From ahead, news began to come that T, a letter 1E43B al, also was collecting a force and going to Aksi. After having consulted together, the Khans decided to join some of their men to me, in order that I might cross the Kujand water, and marching by way of Osh and Oskent, turn T, a letter 1E43B al's rear. Having so settled, they joined to me Ayub Begshik with his Tumen, Jan letter 1E25SN Baran Var. Naran with his Barans, MU letter 1E25. Letter 1E25 IS a RI Duglat, SL. Letter 1E25 US a IN Duglat and SL. A letter 1E25M a D Mirza Duglat, not in command of the Duglat Tumen, and Q a letter 1E43B a R Ali Beg, the Skinner. The commandant, Daragha of their force was Sarig Bash, Yellowhead, Mirza Itarki. Leaving the Khans in Karnan, we crossed the river on rafts near Sakin, traversed the Kukan subdistrict AHJune, crushed side note, fall 104. Kaba and by way of the Alai subdistricts descended suddenly on Osh. We reached it at dawn, unexpected. Those in it could but surrender. Naturally, the country folk were wishing much for us, but they had not been able to find their means, both through dread of T, a letter 1E43B L, and through our remoteness. After we entered Osh, the hordes and the highland and lowland tribes of southern and eastern Andijan came in to us. The Oskint people also, willing to serve us, sent me a man and came in. Author's note on Oskint. Oskint formerly must have been a capital of Fargana. It has an excellent fort and is situated on the boundary of Fargana. The Margananis also came in after 2 or 3 days, having beaten and chased their commandant Daragha. Except Andijan, every fort south of the Kujund water had now come into us. Spite of the return in those days of so many forts, and spite of risings and revolt against him, a letter 1E43BL did not yet come to his senses, but sat down with an army of horse and foot, fortified with ditch and branch, to face the Khans between Karnan and Aksi. Several times over there was a little fighting and pell-mell, but without decided success to either side. In the Andijan country, Wilayat, most of the tribes and side note fall, 104b. Hordes and the forts and all the districts had come into me. Naturally, the Andijanis also were wishing for me. They, however, could not find their means. Babur's attempt to enter Andijan, frustrated by a mistake. It occurred to me that if we went one night close to the town and sent a man in to discuss with the AHJune and notables, they might perhaps let us in somewhere. With this idea, we rode out from Osh. By midnight, we were opposite 40 daughters, Chihil Duktaran, 2 miles 1 kuro from Andijan. From that place, we sent a letter 1E43 via R. Ali Beg forward, with some other begs, who were to discuss matters with the AHJune after by some means or other getting a man into the fort. While waiting for their return, we sat on our horses, some of us patiently humped up, some wrapped away in dream, when suddenly, at about the 3rd watch, there rose a war cry and a sound of drums. Sleepy and startled, ignorant whether the foe was many or few, my men, without looking to one another, took each his own road and turned for flight. There was no time for me to get at them. I went straight for the enemy. Only Mir Shah Quachin and Baba Shirzad Tigerwhelp and Nasir's dust sprang forward. We 4 accepted, every man set his face for flight. I had gone a little way forward, when the enemy rode rapidly up, flung out his war cry and poured arrows on us. One man on a horse with a starred forehead came close to me. I shot at it. It rolled over and died. They made a little as if to retire. The 3 with me said, "In this darkness it is not certain whether they are many or few. All our men have gone off. What harm could we do them? Fighting must be when we have overtaken our runaways and rallied them." Off we hurried, got up with our men and beat and horsewhipped some of them, but do what we would, they would not make a stand. Back the 4 of us went to shoot arrows at the foe. They drew a little back, but when, after a discharge or 2, they saw we were not more than 3 or 4, they busied themselves in chasing and unhorsing my men. I went 3 or 4 times to try to rally my men, but all in vain. They were not to be brought to order. Back I went with my 3 and kept the foe in check with our arrows. They pursued us 2 or 3 kuro, 46 m, as far as the rising ground opposite Karabuk and Pashaman. There we met letter 1E25. Ali Mubashir, said I, "They are only few, let us stop and put our horses at them." So we did. When we got up to them, they stood still. Our scattered braves gathered in from this side and that, but several very serviceable men, scattering in this attack, went right away to Osh. The explanation of the affair seemed to be that some of Ayub Begshik's Mughals had slipped away from Osh to raid near Andijan, and hearing the noise of our troop, came somewhat stealthily towards us. Then there seems to have been confusion about the password. The passwords settled on for use during this movement of ours were Tashkent and Saram. If Tashkent were said, Saram would be answered. If Saram, Tashkent. In this muddled affair, KHJMU letter 1E25. Ali seems to have been somewhat in advance of our party and to have got bewildered. He was a Sart person, when the Mughals came up saying, "Tashkent, Tashkent," for he gave them Tashkent, Tashkent as the countersign. Through this they took him for an enemy, raised their war cry, beat their saddle drums and poured arrows on us. It was through this we gave way, and through this false alarm were scattered. We went back to Osh. Author's note on passwords. Passwords are of 2 kinds. In each tribe there is one for use in the tribe, such as Darwana or Tukai or Lulu, and there is one for the use of the whole army. For a battle, 2 words are settled on as passwords so that of 2 men meeting in the fight, one may give the one, the other give back the second, in order to distinguish friends from foes, own men from strangers. Babur again attempts Andijan. Through the return to me of the forts and the Highland and Lowland clans, letter 1E43BL and his adherents lost heart and footing. His army and people in the next 5 or 6 days began to desert him and to flee to retired places and the open country. Of his household some came and said, "His affairs are nearly ruined. He will break up in 3 or 4 days, utterly ruined." On hearing this, we rode for Andijan. Sl Mu letter 1E25. Galpuk was an Andijan, the younger of T a letter 1E43B a LS cadet brothers. We took the Mulberry Road and at the midday prayer came to the Kokkan Canal, south of the town. A foraging party was arranged. I followed it along Kokkan to the skirt of Aish Hill, when our scouts brought word that Sl Mu letter 1E25. Galpuk had come out with what men he had beyond the suburbs and gardens to the skirt of Aish. I hurried to meet him, although our foragers were still scattered. He may have had over 500 men, we had more but many had scattered to forage. When we were face to face, his men and ours may have been in equal number. Without caring about order or array, down we rode on them, loose rein, at the gallop. When we got near, they could not stand. There was not so much fighting as the crossing of a few swords. My men followed them almost to the Kokkan gate, unhorsing one after another. It was at the evening prayer that, our foe outmastered, we reached KHJune on the outskirts of the suburbs. My idea was to go quickly right up to the gate, but Dust Beg's father, Nasir Beg, and Q a letter 1E43B a R Ali Beg, old and experienced begs both, represented to me, "It is almost night. It would be ill-judged to go in a body into the fort in the dark. Let us withdraw a little and dismount. What can they do tomorrow but surrender the place?" Yielding at once to the opinion of these experienced persons, we forthwith retired to the outskirts of the suburbs. If we had gone to the gate, undoubtedly, Andijan's side note, Fall, 106B, would have come into our hands. F. Babur surprised by T, a letter 1E43B a L. After crossing the Kokkan Canal, we dismounted, near the bedtime prayer, at the side of the village of Raba letter 1E6Fi Zorak, Var. Ruzak. Although we knew that T a letter 1E43B a L had broken camp and was on his way to Andijan, yet, with the negligence of inexperience, we dismounted on level ground close to the village, instead of where the defensive canal would have protected us. There we lay down carelessly, without scouts or rear ward. At the top bash of the morning, just when men are in sweet sleep, Q a letter 1E43B a R Ali Beg hurried past, shouting, "Up with you, the enemy is here." So much he said and went off without a moment's stay. It was my habit to lie down, even in times of peace, in my tunic. Up I got instanter, put on sword and quiver and mounted. My standard-bearer had no time to adjust my standard, he just mounted with it in his hand. There were 10 or 15 men with me when we started toward the enemy. After riding an arrow's flight, when we came up with his scouts, there may have been 10. Going rapidly forward, we overtook him, poured in arrows on him, overmastered his foremost men and hurried them off. We followed them for another arrow's flight and came up with his center where Sl. A letter 1E25M a D himself was, with as many as side note, Fall, 107. 100 men. He and another were standing in front of his array, as if keeping a gate, and were shouting, "Strike, strike." But his men mostly were sidling as if asking themselves, "Shall we run away, shall we not?" By this time 3 were left with me. One was Nasir's Dust, another Mirza Quli Kukuldash, the third Qudai Berdi Turkman's Karimdad. I shot off the arrow on my thumb, aiming at T a letter 1E43B a LS helm. When I put my hand into my quiver, there came out a quite new goshagur given me by my younger Khan Dada. It would have been vexing to throw it away, but before I got it back into the quiver, there had been time to shoot, maybe, 2 or 3 arrows. When once more I had an arrow on the string, I went forward, my 3 men even holding back. One of those 2 in advance, T a letter 1E43B a L seemingly, moved forward also. The high road was between us. I from my side, he from his, got upon it and came face to face, in such a way that his right hand was towards me, mine towards him. His horse's mail accepted, he was fully accoutred, but for sword and quiver, I was unprotected. I shot off the arrow in my hand, adjusting for the attachment of his shield. With matters in this position, they shot my right leg through. I had on the cap of my helm, T a letter 1E43B a L chopped so violently at my head that it lost all feeling under the blow. A large wound was made on my head, though not a thread of the cap was cut. I had not bared my sword, it was in the scabbard and I had no chance to draw it. Single-handed, I was alone amongst many foes. It was not a time to stand still. I turned rein. Down came a sword again, this time on my arrows. When I had gone 7 or 8 paces, those same 3 men rejoined me. After using his sword on me, T a letter 1E43B a L seems to have used it on Nasir's dust. As far as an arrow flies to the butt, the enemy followed us. The Cochin Canal is a great main channel, flowing in a deep cutting, not everywhere to be crossed. God brought it right. We came exactly opposite a low place where there was a passage over. Directly we had crossed, the horse Nasir's dust was on, being somewhat weakly, fell down. We stopped and remounted him, then drew off for Osh, over the rising ground between Faraghinna and Kurabuk. Out on the rise, Mazid Taghai came up and joined us. An arrow had pierced his right leg also, and though it had not gone through and come out again, he got to Osh with difficulty. The enemy unhorsed Tushardiller, good men of mine, Nasir Beg, MU letter 1E25. Ali Mubashir, KH Waja MU letter 1E25. Ali, Khusrau Kukuldash, Na Man the Page, all fell to them, Tushdiller, and also many unmailed braves. G. The Khans moved from Kassan to Andijan. The Khans, closely following on T a letter 1E43B a L, dismounted near Andijan. The elder at the side of the reserve, Quiruk in the garden, known as Birdsmill Quishtigerman, belonging to my grandmother, Asendalet Bijim, the younger, near Baba Tawakkal's almshouse. 2 days later, I went from Osh and saw the elder Khan in Birdsmill. At that interview, he simply gave over to the younger Khan the places which had come into me. He made some such excuse as that for our advantage, he had brought the younger Khan how far? Because such a foe as Shaibaq Khan had taken Samarkand and was waxing greater, that the younger Khan had there no lands whatever, his own being far away, and that the country under Andijan, on the south of the Kujund water, must be given him to encamp in. He promised me the country under Aksi, on the north of the Kujund water. He said that after taking a firm grip of that country, Fargana, they would move, take Samarkand, give it to me, and then the whole of the Fargana country was to be the younger Khan's. These words seem to have been meant to deceive me, since there is no knowing what they would have done when they had attained their object. It had to be, however. Willy-nilly, I agreed. When, leaving him, I was on my way to the younger Khan's presence, Q a letter 1E43B a R Ali, known as the Skinner, joined me in a friendly way and said, "Do you see? They have taken the whole of the country just become yours. There is no opening for you through them. You have in your hands Osh Marganin, Oskint, and the cultivated land and the tribes and the hordes. Go you to Osh, make that fort fast. Send a man to T a letter 1E43B a L, make peace with him, then strike at the Mughal and drive him out. After that, divide the districts into an elder and a younger brother's shares." "Would that be right?" said I. "The Khans are my blood relations. Better serve them than rule for T a letter 1E43B a L." He saw that his words had made no impression, so turned back, sorry he had spoken. I went on to see my younger Khan Dada. At our first interview, I had come upon him without announcement, and he had no time to dismount, so it was all rather unceremonious. This time I got even nearer perhaps, and he ran out as far as the end of the 10 tropes. I was walking with some difficulty because of the wound in my leg. We met and renewed acquaintance. Then he said, "You are talked about as a hero, my young brother," took my arm and led me into his tent. The tents pitched were rather small, and through his having grown up in an out-of-the-way place, he let the one he sat in be neglected. It was like a raider's, melons, grapes, saddlery, every sort of thing in his sitting tent. I went from his presence straight back to my own camp, and there he sent his Mughal surgeon to examine my wound. Mughals call a surgeon also a bakshi. This one was called a takabakshi. He was a very skillful surgeon. If a man's brains had come sidenote fall, 109, out, he would cure it, and any sort of wound in an artery he easily healed. For some wounds, his remedy was in form of a plaister, for some medicines had to be taken. He ordered a bandage tied on the wound in my leg and put no seton in. Once he made me eat something like a fibrous root, Yildiz. He told me himself, a certain man had his leg broken in the slender part, and the bone was shattered for the breadth of the hand. I cut the flesh open and took the bits of bone out. Where they had been, I put a remedy in powder form. That remedy simply became bone where there had been bone before. He told many strange and marvelous things, such as surgeons in cultivated lands cannot match. 3 or 4 days later, Q a letter 1E43B a R Ali, afraid on account of what he had said to me, fled to T a letter 1E43B a L in Andijan. A few days later, the Khans joined to me Ayub Begshik with his 2 men, and Janletter 1E25 SN Baran with the Baran Tuman, and as their army beg, Sarig Bash Mirza. 1,000 to 2,000 men in all, and sent us towards Aksi. Babur's expedition to Aksi. Sheikh Bayezid, a younger brother of a letter 1E43 Bal, was in Aksi. Shaibaq Khan was in Kassan. At the time, Shaibaq was lying before Newkint Fort, crossing the Kujund water opposite by Krata. We hurried to fall upon him there. When, a little before dawn, we were nearing the place, the begs represented to me that as the man would have had news of us, it was advisable not to go on in broken array. We moved on therefore with less speed. Shaibaq may have been really unaware of us until we were quite close, then getting to know of it, he fled into the fort. It often happens so, once having said, "The enemy is on guard." It is easily fancied true, and the chance of action is lost. In short, the experience of such things is that no effort or exertion must be omitted once the chance for action comes. After repentance is useless. There was a little fighting round the fort at dawn, but we delivered no serious attack. For the convenience of foraging, we moved from Newkint towards the hills in the direction of Bishkaran. Seizing his opportunity, Shaibaq Khan abandoned Newkint and returned to Kassan. We went back and occupied Newkint. During those days, the army several times went out and overran all sides and quarters. Once they overran the villages of Aksi, once those of Kassan. Shaibaq and Long Letter 1E25 a NS adopted son, Miram came out of Kassan to fight. They fought, were beaten, and their Miram died. The affairs of Pap. Pap is a strong fort belonging to Aksi. The Papis made it fast and sent a man to me. We accordingly sent Sayyid Qasim with a few braves to occupy it. They crossed the river Darya opposite the upper villages of Aksi and went into Pap. A few days later, Sayyid Qasim did an astonishing thing. There were at the time with Sheikh Bayezid in Aksi, Ibrahim Chapuk /face, Taghai, a letter 1E25 Mad of Qasim Kober, and Qasim Kitika, Argun. To these Sheikh Bayezid joins 200 serviceable braves and one night sends them to surprise Pap. Sayyid Qasim must have lain down carelessly to sleep, without setting a watch. They reach the fort, set ladders up, get up on the gate, let the drawbridge down, and when 70 or 80 good men and male are inside, goes the news to Sayyid Qasim. Drowsy with sleep, he gets into his vest, kunglak, goes out, with 5 or 6 of his men, charges the enemy and drives them out with blow upon blow. He cut off a few heads and sent to me. Though such a careless lying down was bad leadership, yet, with so few, just by force of drubbing, to chase off such a mass of men and mail was very brave indeed. Meantime, the Khans were busy with the siege of Andijan, but the garrison would not let them get near it. The Andijan braves used to make sallies and blows would be exchanged. Babur invited into Aksi. Sheikh Bayezid now began to send persons to us from Aksi to testify to well-wishing and pressingly invite us to Aksi. His object was to separate me from the Khans by any artifice, because without me, they had no standing ground. His invitation may have been given after agreeing with his elder brother, a letter 1E43 Bal, that if I were separated from the Khans, it might be possible, in my presence, to come to some arrangement with them. We gave the Khans a hint of the invitation. They said go, and by whatever means, lay hands on Sheikh Bayezid. It was not my habit to cheat and play false. Here, above all places, when promises would have been made, how was I to break them? It occurred to me, however, that if we could get into Aksi, we might be able, by using all available means, to detach Sheikh Bayezid from a letter 1E43 Bal, when he might take my side or something might turn up to favor my fortunes. We, in our turn, sent a man to him. Compact was made, he invited us into Aksi, and when we went, came out to meet us, bringing my younger brother, Nasir Mirza, with him. Then he took us into the town, gave us ground to camp in yurt, and to me one of my father's houses in the outer fort where I dismounted. A letter 1E43 Bal asks help of Shaibaq Khan. A letter 1E43 Bal had sent his elder brother, Beg Tilba, to Shaibaq Khan with proffer of service and invitation to enter Fargana. At this very time Shaibaq Khan's answer arrived. "I will come," he wrote. On hearing this, the Khans were all upset. They could sit no longer before Andijan and rose from before it. The younger Khan himself had a reputation for justice and orthodoxy, but his Mughuls, stationed, contrary to the expectations of the townspeople, in Osh, Marganan, and other places that had come into me, began to behave ill and oppressively. When the Khans had broken up from before Andijan, the Aushis and Margananis, rising in tumult, seized the Mughals in their forts, plundered and beat them, drove them out, and pursued them. The Khans did not cross the Kujund water for the Kinderlik Pass, but left the country by way of Marganan and Kandai Badam and crossed it at Kujund, T a letter 1E43 B a L pursuing them as far as Marganan. We had had much uncertainty. We had not had much confidence in their making any stand, yet for us to go away, without clear reason, and leave them, would not have looked well. El Babur attempts to defend Aksi. Early one morning, when I was in the hot bath, Jahangir Mirza came into Aksi, from Marganan, a fugitive from T a letter 1E43 B a L. We saw one another, Sheikh Bayazid also being present, agitated and afraid. The Mirza and Ibrahim Beg said, Sheikh Bayazid must be made prisoner and we must get the citadel into our hands. In good sooth, the proposal was wise. Said I, promise has been made, how can we break it? Sheikh Bayazid went into the citadel. Men ought to have been posted on the bridge. Not even there did we post anyone. These blunders were the fruit of inexperience. At the top of the morning came T, a letter 1E43 B a L himself with 2,000 or 3,000 men in mail, crossed the bridge and went into the citadel to begin with. I had had rather few men. When I first went into Aksi, some had been sent to other forts, and some had been made commandants and summoners all round. Left with me in Aksi may have been something over 100 men. We had got to horse with these and were posting braves at the top of one lane after another and making ready for the fight, when Sheikh Bayazid and Q a letter 1E43 B a R Ali, the Skinner, and MU letter 1E25 A M M A D Dost came galloping from T a letter 1E43 B a L with talk of peace. After posting those told off for the fight, each in his appointed place, I dismounted at my father's tomb for a conference, in which I invited Jahangir Mirza to join. MU letter 1E25 A M M A D Dost went back to T a letter 1E43 B a L, but Q a letter 1E43 B a R Ali and Sheikh Bayazid were present. We sat in the south porch of the tomb and were in consultation when the Mirza, who must have settled beforehand with Ibrahim Shaibaq to lay hands on those other two, said in my ear, they must be made prisoner. Said I, don't hurry, matters are past making prisoners. See here, with terms made the affair might be coaxed into something. For why? Not only are they many and we few, but they with their strength are in the citadel, we with our weakness in the outer fort. Sheikh Bayazid and Q a letter 1E43 B a R Ali both being present, Jahangir Mirza looked at Ibrahim Beg and made him a sign to refrain. Whether he misunderstood to the contrary, or whether he pretended to misunderstand, is not known. Suddenly he did the ill deed of seizing Sheikh Bayazid. Braves closing in from all sides, flung those two to the ground. Through this, the affair was taken past adjustment. We gave them into charge and got to horse for the coming fight. One side of the town was put into Jahangir Mirza's charge. As his men were few, I told off some of mine to reinforce him. I went first to his side and posted men for the fight, then to other parts of the town. There is a somewhat level, open space in the middle of Aksi. I had posted a party of braves there and gone on when a large body of the enemy, mounted and on foot, bore down upon them, drove them from their post and forced them into a narrow lane. Just then I came up the lane, galloped my horse at them and scattered them in flight. While I was thus driving them out from the lane into the flat and had got my sword to work, they shot my horse in the leg. It stumbled and threw me there amongst them. I got up quickly and shot one arrow off. My squire Kahil, lazy, had a weakly pony. He got off and led it to me. Mounting this, I started for another lanehead. SL, MU letter 1E25. Wise noticed the weakness of my mount, dismounted and led me his own. I mounted that horse. Just then Qasim Beg's son, Q a letter 1E43 B a R Ali came, wounded, from Jahangir Mirza and said the Mirza had been attacked some time before, driven off in panic, and had gone right away. We were thunderstruck. At the same moment arrived Sayyid Qasim, the commandant of Pap. His was a most unseasonable visit, since at such a crisis it was well to have such a strong fort in our hands. Said I to Ibrahim Beg, what's to be done now? He was slightly wounded. Whether because of this or because of stupefaction, he could give no useful answer. My idea was to get across the bridge, destroy it, and make for Andijan. Baba Shirzad did very well here. We will storm out at the gate and get away at once, he said. At his word, we set off for the gate. AHJune Murin also spoke boldly at that crisis. In one of the lanes, Sayyid Qasim and Nasir's dust chopped away at Bakikiz. I being in front with Ibrahim Beg and Mirza Quli Kukuldash. As we came opposite the gate, we saw Sheikh Bayezid, wearing his pullover shirt above his vest, coming in with 3 or 4 horsemen. He must have been put into the charge of Jahangir's men in the morning when, against my will, he was made prisoner, and they must have carried him off when they got away. They had thought it would be well to kill him. They set him free alive. He had been released just when I chanced upon him in the gate. I drew and shot off the arrow on my thumb. It grazed his neck, a good shot. He came confusedly in at the gate, turned to the right and fled down a lane. We followed him instantly. Mirza Quli Kukuldash got at one man with his rugged mace and went on. Another man took aim at Ibrahim Beg, but when the Beg shouted, "Hi, hi!" let him pass and shot me in the armpit, from as near as a man on guard at a gate. 2 plates of my Kalmak mail were cut. He took to flight, and I shot after him. Next I shot at a man running away along the ramparts, adjusting for his cap against the battlements. He left his cap nailed on the wall and went off, gathering his turban sash together in his hand. Then again, a man was in flight alongside me in the lane down which Sheikh Bayezid had gone. I pricked the back of his head with my sword. He bent over from his horse till he leaned against the wall of the lane, but he kept his seat and with some trouble made good his flight. When we had driven all the enemy's men from the gate, we took possession of it, but the affair was past discussion because they in the citadel were 2,000 or 3,000, we in the outer fort 100 or 200. Moreover, they had chased off Jahangir Mirza, as long before as it takes milk to boil, and with him had gone half my men. This notwithstanding, we sent a man, while we were in the gate, to say to him, "If you are near at hand, come, let us attack again." But the matter had gone past that. Ibrahim Beg, either because his horse was really weak or because of his wound, said, "My horse is done." On this, Suleiman, one of Mu letter 1E25. Ali's Mubashir's servants did a plucky thing, for with matters as they were and none constraining him, while we were waiting in the gate, he dismounted and gave his horse to Ibrahim Beg. Kichik, little, Ali, now the governor of Kol, also showed courage while we were in the gate. He was a retainer of Sl. Mu letter 1E25. Wise and twice did well, here and in Osh. We delayed in the gate till those sent to Jahangir Mirza came back and said he had gone off long before. It was too late to stay there. Off we flung. It was ill-judged to have stayed as long as we did. 20 or 30 men were with me. Just as we hustled out of the gate, a number of armed men came right down upon us, reaching the town side of the drawbridge just as we had crossed. Banda Ali, the maternal grandfather of Qasim Beg's son, letter 1E25 MZ, called out to Ibrahim Beg, "You are always boasting of your zeal. Let's take to our swords." "What hinders? Come along," said Ibrahim Beg from beside me. The senseless fellows were for displaying their zeal at a time of such disaster. Ill-timed zeal, that was no time to make stand or delay. We went off quickly, the enemy following and unhorsing our men. Babur a fugitive before T, a letter 1E43B, a LS men. When we were passing Metodome, GU letter 1E43B AZI Chaman, 2 miles out of Aksi, Ibrahim Beg called out to me. Looking back, I saw a page of Sheikh Bayezid striking at him and turned rein, but Bayanquli's Conquili said at my side, "This is a bad time for going back," seized my rein and pushed ahead. Many of our men had been unhorsed before we reached Sang, 4 miles 2 shar I out of Aksi. Seeing no pursuers at Sang, we passed it by and turned straight up its water. In this position of our affairs there were 8 men of us. Nasir's Dust, Qasim Beg's Q a letter 1E43B a R Ali, Bayanquli's Conquili, Mirza Quli Kukuldash, Nasir's Shaham, Sayyidi Kara's Abdul Qaddis, KHJune letter 1E25 US a INI and myself, the 8th. Turning up the stream, we found in the broad valley a good little road, far from the beaten track. We made straight up the valley, leaving the stream on the right, reached its waterless part, and near the afternoon prayer got up out of it to level land. When we looked across the plain, we saw a blackness on it far away. I made my party take cover and myself had gone to look out from higher ground when a number of men came at a gallop up the hill behind us. Without waiting to know whether they were many or few, we mounted and rode off. There were 20 or 25. We, as has been said, were 8. If we had known their number at first, we should have made a good stand against them, but we thought they would not be pursuing us unless they had good support behind. A fleeing foe, even if he be many, cannot face a few pursuers, for as the saying is, high is enough for the beaten ranks. Conquili said, "This will never do, they will take us all. From amongst the horses there are, you take 2 good ones and go quickly on with Mirza Quli Kukuldash, each with a led horse. Maybe you will get away." He did not speak ill, As there was no fighting to hand, there was a chance of safety in doing as he said, but it really would not have looked well to leave any man alone, without a horse, amongst his foes. In the end they all dropped off, one by one of themselves. My horse was a little tired. Conqually dismounted and gave me his. I jumped off at once and mounted his, he mine. Just then they unhorsed Sayyidi Kara's, Abdul Qaddis and Nasir's Shaham who had fallen behind. Conqually also was left. It was no time to proffer help or defense, on it was gone at the full speed of our mounts. The horses began to flag, dust begs failed and stopped. Mine began to tire. Q a letter 1E43 Bia R Ali got off and gave me his. I mounted his, he was left. KHJune letter 1E25 USAINI was a lame man, he turned aside to the higher ground. I was left with Mirza Quli Kukuldash. Our horses could not possibly gallop, they trotted. His began to flag. Said I, what will become of me if you fall behind? Come along, let's live or die together. Several times I looked back at him, at last he said, my horse is done, it can't go on, never mind me, you go on, perhaps you will get away. It was a miserable position for me. He remained behind, I was alone. Two of the enemy were in sight, one Baba of Saram, the other Banda Ali. They gained on me, my horse was done, the mountains were still 2 miles 1 kuro off. A pile of rock was in my path. Thought I to myself, my horse is worn out and the hills are still somewhat far away. Which way should I go? In my quiver are at least 20 arrows. Should I dismount and shoot them off from this pile of rock? Then again, I thought I might reach the hills and once there, stick a few arrows in my belt and scramble up. I had a good deal of confidence in my feet and went on, with this plan in mind. My horse could not possibly trot, the 2 men came within arrow's reach. For my own sake, sparing my arrows, I did not shoot, they out of caution came no nearer. By sunset I was near the hills. Suddenly they called out, where are you going in this fashion? Jahangir Mirza has been brought in a prisoner, Nasir Mirza also is in their hands. I made no reply and went on towards the hills. When a good distance further had been gone, they spoke again, this time more respectfully, dismounting to speak. I gave no ear to them but went on up a glen till, at the bedtime prayer, I reached a rock as big as a house. Going behind it, I saw there were places to be jumped where no horse could go. They dismounted again and began to speak like servants and courteously. Said they, where are you going in this fashion, without a road and in the dark? SL. A letter 1E25 M a DT a letter 1E43 B a L will make you Pacha. They swore this. Said I, my mind is not easy as to that. I cannot go to him. If you think to do me timely service, years may pass before you have such another chance. Guide me to a road by which I can go to the Khan's presence. If you will do this, I will show you favor and kindness greater than your heart's desire. If you will not do it, go back the way you came, that also would be to serve me well. Said they, would to God we had never come. But since we are here, after following you in the way we have done, how can we go back from you? If you will not go with us, we are at your service, wherever you go. Said I, swear that you speak the truth. They, for their part, made solemn oath upon the holy book. I at once confided in them and said, people have shewn me a road through a broad valley, somewhere near this glen, take me to it. Spite of their oath, my trust in them was not so complete, but that I gave them the lead and followed. After 2 to 4 miles, 1 to Kuro, we came to the bed of a torrent. This will not be the road for the broad valley, I said. They drew back, saying, that road is a long way ahead, but it really must have been the one we were on and they have been concealing the fact in order to deceive me. About half through the night, we reached another stream. This time they said, we have been negligent, it now seems to us that the road through the broad valley is behind. Said I, what is to be done? Said they, the Gawa road is certainly in front, by it people cross for Farkat. They guided me for that and we went on till in the 3rd watch of the night we reached the Karnan gully which comes down from Gawa. Here Baba Sarami said, stay here a little while I look along the Gawa road. He came back after a time and said, some men have gone along that road, led by one wearing a Mughal cap, there is no going that way. I took alarm at these words. There I was, at dawn, in the middle of the cultivated land, far from the road I wanted to take. Said I, guide me to where I can hide today, and tonight when you will have laid hands on something for the horses, lead me to cross the Kujund water and along its further bank. Said they, over there, on the upland, there might be hiding. Banda Ali was commandant in Karnan. There is no doing without food for ourselves or our horses, he said. Let me go into Karnan and bring what I can find. We stopped 2 miles 1 kuro out of Karnan, he went on. He was a long time away, near dawn there was no sign of him. The day had shot when he hurried up, bringing 3 loaves of bread but no corn for the horses. Each of us putting a loaf into the breast of his tunic, we went quickly up the rise, tethered our horses there in the open valley, and went to higher ground, each to keep watch. Near midday, a letter 1E25M Adi the falconer went along the Gawa road for Axi. I thought of calling to him and of saying, with promise and fair word, "You take those horses," for they had had a day and a night's strain and struggle, without corn, and were utterly done. But then again, we were a little uneasy as we did not entirely trust him. We decided that, as the men Baba Sarami had seen on the road would be in Karnan that night, the 2 with me should fetch one of their horses for each of us, and that then we should go each his own way. At midday, a something glittering was seen on a horse, as far away as eye can reach. We were not able to make out at all what it was. It must have been MU letter 1E25. Bakir Beg himself. He had been with us in Axi, and when we got out and scattered, he must have come this way and have been moving then to a hiding place. Banda Ali and Baba Sarami said, "The horses have had no corn for 2 days and 2 nights. Let us go down into the dale and put them there to graze." Accordingly, we rode down and put them to the grass. At the afternoon prayer, a horseman passed along the rising ground where we had been. We recognized him for Kadir Birdi, the head man of Gawa. "Call him," I said. They called, he came. After questioning him, and speaking to him of favor and kindness, and giving him promise and fair word, I sent him to bring rope, and a grass hook, and an axe and material for crossing water, and corn for the horses, and food, and, if it were possible, other horses. We made tryst with him for that same spot at the bedtime prayer. Near the evening prayer, a horseman passed from the direction of Karnan for Gawa. "Who are you?" we asked. He made some reply. He must have been MU letter 1E25. Bakir Beg himself, on his way from where we had seen him earlier, going at nightfall to some other hiding place, but he so changed his voice that, though he had been years with me, I did not know it. It would have been well if I had recognized him and he had joined me. His passing caused much anxiety and alarm. Tryst could not be kept with Kadir Birdi of Gawa. Banda Ali said, "There are retired gardens in the suburbs of Karnan where no one will suspect us of being. Let us go there and send to Kadir Birdi and have him brought there." With this idea, we mounted and went to the Karnan suburbs. It was winter and very cold. They found a worn, coarse sheepskin coat and brought it to me. I put it on. They brought me a bowl of millet porridge. I ate it and was wonderfully refreshed. "Have you sent off the man to Kadir Birdi?" said I to Banda Ali. "I have sent," he said, "but those luckless, clownish mannikins seem to have agreed together to send the man to Tia letter 1E43B a L in Axi." We went into a house, and for a while my eyes closed in sleep. Those mannikins artfully said to me, "You must not bestir yourself to leave Karnan till there is news of Kadir Birdi, but this house is right amongst the suburbs. On the outskirts the orchards are empty. No one will suspect if we go there." Accordingly, we mounted at midnight and went to a distant orchard. Baba Sarami kept watch from the roof of a house. Near midday he came down and said, "Commandant Yusuf is coming." Great fear fell upon me. "Find out," I said, "whether he comes because he knows about me." He went and after some exchange of words came back and said, "He says he met a foot soldier in the gate of Axi who said to him, 'The Padshah is in such a place,' that he told no one, put the man with Wali the treasurer whom he had made prisoner in the fight, and then galloped off here." Said I, "How does it strike you?" "They are all your servants," he said. "You must go. What else can you do?" "They will make you their ruler," said I. "After such rebellion and fighting, with what confidence could I go?" We were saying this when Yusuf knelt before me, saying, "Why should it be hidden, SL? A letter 1E25M a DT a letter 1E43B a L has no news of you, but Sheikh Bayazid has, and he sent me here." On hearing this, my state of mind was miserable indeed, for well is it understood that nothing in the world is worse than fear for one's life. Tell the truth. I said, "If the affair is likely to go on to worse, I will make ablution." Yusuf swore oaths, but who would trust them? I knew the helplessness of my position. I rose and went to a corner of the garden, saying to myself, "If a man live 100 years or 1,000 years, at the last nothing." Translator's note. Friends are likely to have rescued Babur from his dangerous isolation. His presence in Karnan was known both in Gawa and in Axi. MU letter 1E25. Bakir Beg was at hand, F117. Some of those he had dropped in his flight would follow him when their horses had rest. Jahangir was somewhere north of the river with the half of Babur's former force, F112. The Khans, with their long-extended line of march, may have been on the main road through or near Karnan. If Yusuf took Babur as a prisoner along the Aksi road, there were these various chances of his meeting friends. His danger was evaded. He joined his uncles and was with them, leading 1,000 men sh. NP 268, when they were defeated at Archean just before or in the season of Cancer, i.e. circa June, TRP 164. What he was doing between the winter cold of Karnan, F117b, and June might have been known from his lost pages. MU Letter 1025. Letter 1063, a LI Letter 1025 writes at length of one affair falling within the time, Jahangir's occupation of Qujend, its siege, and its capture by Shaibani. This capture will have occurred considerably more than a month before the defeat of the Khans, sh. NP 230. It is not easy to decide in what month of 908 they went into Fargana or how long their campaign lasted. Babur chronicles a series of occurrences previous to the march of the army, which must have filled some time. The road over the Kinderlik Pass was taken, one closed in Babur's time, F1b, though now open through the winter. Looking at the rapidity of his own movements in Fargana, it seems likely that the pass was crossed after and not before its closed time. If so, the campaign may have covered 4 or 5 months. MU Letter 1025. Letter 1063, a LI Letter 1025, S account of Shaibaq's operations strengthens this view. News that a Letter 1025 M a D had joined M, a Letter 1025 MUD in Tashkent, F102, went to Shaibani in Khusrau Shah's territories. He saw his interests in Samarkand threatened by this combination of the Chagatai brothers to restore Babur in Fargana, came north therefore in order to help T a Letter 1043 BAL. He then waited a month in Samarkand, sh. NP 230, besieged Jahangir, went back and stayed in Samarkand long enough to give his retainers time to equip for a year's campaigning. LCP 244, then went to Aksi and so to Archean. Babur's statement, F110b, that the Khans went from Andijan to the Qujand crossing over the Sur attracts attention, because this they might have done if they had meant to leave Fargana by Mirzuarabia Letter 1E6F, but they are next heard of as at Aksi. Why did they make that great detour? Why not have crossed opposite Aksi or at Sang? Or if they had thought of retiring, what turned them east again? Did they place Jahangir in Qujand? Babur's missing pages would have answered these questions, no doubt. It was useful for them to encamp where they did, east of Aksi, because they there had near them a road by which reinforcement could come from Kashgar or retreat be made. The Aksi people told Shaibani that he could easily overcome the Khans if he went without warning, and if they had not withdrawn by the Kulja road, sh. NP 262. By that road the few men who went with a Letter 1E25M a D to Tashkent, F103, may have been augmented to the force, enumerated as his in the battle by MU Letter 1E25. Letter 1E63 a LI Letter 1E25, sh. NCAP, Li. When the Khans were captured, Babur escaped and made for Mughalistan, a vague direction seeming here to mean Tashkent, but finding his road blocked, in obedience to orders from Shaibaq that he and Abul Makaram were to be captured, he turned back and by unfrequented ways went into the hill country of Suk and Hushir. There he spent about a year in great misery, F14 and Letter 1E25. S. Roman 2, 318. Of the wretchedness of the time, Letter 1E25 a ID a R also writes, if anything was attempted in Fargana in the course of those months, record of it has been lost with Babur's missing pages. He was not only homeless and poor, but shut in by enemies. Only the loyalty or kindness of the hill tribes can have saved him and his few followers. His mother was with him, so also were the families of his men. How Quitluk Nigger contrived to join him from Tashkent, though historically a small matter, is one he would chronicle. What had happened there after the Mughal defeat was that the horde had marched away for Kashgar, while Shah Bajim remained in charge of her daughters with whom the Ozbeg chiefs intended to contract alliance. Shaibani's orders for her stay and for the general exodus were communicated to her by her son, the Khan, in what MU Letter 1E25. Letter 1E63 a LI Letter 1E25, quoting its purport, describes as a right beautiful letter, p. 296. By some means, Quitluk Nigger joined Babur, perhaps helped by the circumstance that her daughter, Khanzada was Shaibaq's wife. She spent at least some part of those hard months with him, when his fortunes were at their lowest ebb. A move becoming imperative, the ragged and destitute company started in mid-June 1504, MU letter 1225. 910 Ah. On that perilous mountain journey to which letter 1225 AIDAR applies the prophet's dictum, travel is a foretaste of hell, but of which the end was the establishment of a Timurid dynasty in Hindustan. To look down the years from the destitute Babur to Akbar, Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb is to see a great stream of human life flow from its source in his resolve to win upward, his quenchless courage, and his abounding vitality. Not yet 22, the sport of older men's intrigues, he had been tempered by failure, privation, and dangers. He left Suk intending to go to Sl. Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirzas in Khurasan, but he changed this plan for one taking him to Kabul where a Timurid might claim to dispossess the Arghans, then holding it since the death, in 907 Ah, of his uncle, Ulugh Beg Mirza Kabuli. The Memoirs of Bābur. Section 2, Kabul. 910, June 14, 1504, to June 4, 1505 ad. A. Babur leaves Fargana. In the month of M.U. letter 1225 RR after leaving the Fargana countryside note, letter 1225 ID Adim is fall. 120. Intending to go to Khurasan, I dismounted at Alak, one of the summer pastures of letter 1225 ISAR. In this camp, I entered my 23rd year and applied the razor to my face. Those who, hoping in me, went with me into exile were, small and great, between 200 and 300. They were almost all on foot, had walking staves in their hands, brogues on their feet, and long coats on their shoulders. So destitute were we that we had but 2 tents, chador, amongst us. My own used to be pitched for my mother, and they set in a latchuk at each stage for me to sit in. Though we had started with the intention of going into Khurasan, yet with things as they were something was hoped for from the letter 1225 ISAR country and Khusrau Shah's retainers. Every few days, someone would come in from the country, or a tribe, or the Mughal horde, whose words made it probable that we had growing ground for hope. Just then Mullah Baba of Peshawar came back, who had been our envoy to Khusrau Shah. From Khusrau Shah he brought nothing likely to please, but he did from the tribes and the horde. 3 or 4 marches beyond Alak, when halt was made at a place near letter 1225 ISAR called KAHJune, Imad, MU letter 1225 IBB Ali, the armorer, came to me from Khusrau Shah. Through Khusrau Shah's territories I have twice happened to pass. Renowned though he was for kindness and liberality, he neither time showed me the humanity he had shown to the meanest of men. As we were hoping something from the country and the tribes, we made delay at every stage. At this critical point, Sharam Taghai, than whom no man of mine was greater, thought of leaving me because he was not keen to go into Khurasan. He had sent all his family off and stayed himself unencumbered, when after the defeat at Saraipul, 906 Ah, I went back to defend Samarkand. He was a bit of a coward, and he did this sort of thing several times over. Babur joined by one of Khusrau Shah's kinsmen. After we reached Kabadian, a younger brother of Khusrau Shah, Baki Chaganiani, whose holdings were Chaganian, Sharai Safa, and Tirmi letter 1295, sent the Khatib of Karshi to me to express his good wishes and his desire for alliance. And after we had crossed the Amu at the Abaj ferry, he came himself to wait on me. By his wish we moved down the river to opposite Tirmi letter 1295, where, without fear or without going over himself, he had their families and their goods brought across to join us. This done, we set out together for Kamard and Bamiyan, then held by his son A letter 1225 Madi Qasim, the son of Khusrau Shah's sister. Our plan was to leave the households Awiel, safe in Fortijar of the Kamard Valley, and to take action wherever sidenote, fall. 121. Action might seem well. At Aibak, Yar Ali Balal, who had fled from Khusrau Shah, joined us with several braves. He had been with me before and had made good use of his sword several times in my presence, but was parted from me in the recent throneless times and had gone to Khusrau Shah. He represented to me that the Mughals in Khusrau Shah's service wished me well. Moreover, Q a letter 143b R Ali Beg, known also as Q a letter 143b R Ali Silak, Skinner, fled to me after we reached the Zindan Valley. See occurrences in Kakmard. We reached Kamard with 3 or 4 marches and deposited our households and families in a jar. While we stayed there, Jahangir Mirza married AHJune, the daughter of Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Mirza and Khanzada Begim, who had been set aside for him during the lifetime of the Mirzas. Meantime, Baki Beg urged it upon me, again and again, that 2 rulers in one country, or 2 chiefs in one army are a source of faction and disorder, a foundation of dissension and ruin. For they have said, 10 darwishes can sleep under one blanket, but 2 kings cannot find room in one clime. If a man of God eat half a loaf, he gives the other to a darwish. Let a king grip the rule of a clime he dreams of another to grip. Baki Beg urged further that Khusrau Shah's retainers and followers would be coming in that day or the next to take service with the Padshah, i.e. Babur. That there were such sedition mongers with them as the sons of Ayub Begshik, besides other who had been the stirrers and spurs to disloyalty amongst their Mirzas, and that if, at this point, Jahangir Mirza were dismissed, on good and friendly terms, for Khurasan, it would remove a source of later repentance. Urge it as he would, however, I did not accept his suggestion, because it is against my nature to do an injury to my brethren, older or younger, or to any kinsman soever, even when something untoward has happened. Though formerly between Jahangir Mirza and me, resentments and recriminations had occurred about our rule and retainers, yet there was nothing whatever then to arouse anger against him. He had come out of that country, i.e. Fargana, with me, and was behaving like a blood relation and a servant. But in the end it was just as Baki Beg predicted. Those tempters to disloyalty, that is to say Ayub's Yusuf and Ayub's Bilal, left me for Jahangir Mirza, took up a hostile and mutinous position, parted him from me, and conveyed him into Khurasan. De-cooperation invited against Shaibaq Khan. In those days came letters from Sl. Letter 1225 Usain Mirza, long and far-fetched letters which are still in my possession and in that side note, Fall 122. Of others, written to Badi Zaman Mirza myself, Khusrau Shah and letter 1295 Un Nun Beg, all to the same purport, as follows, when the 3 brothers Sl. A letter 1225 Mud Mirza, Sl. A letter 1225 Adi Mirza, and Aulug Beg Mirza, joined together and advanced against me, I defended the bank of the Murgab in such a way that they retired without being able to effect anything. Now if the Ozbegs advance, I might myself guard the bank of the Murgab again. Let Badi Zaman Mirza leave men to defend the forts of Balkh, Shibargan, and Andikud, while he himself guards Gurziwan, the Zang Valley, and the hill country thereabouts. As he had heard of my being in those parts, he wrote to me also, Do you make fast Kamard ajar, and that hill tract? Let Khusrau Shah place trusty men in letter 1225 Ar and Quinduz. Let his younger brother Wali make fast Bad Action and the Cutlin Hills. Then the Ozbeg will retire, able to do nothing. These letters threw us into despair. For why? Because at that time there was in Timur Beg's territory, Yurt, no ruler so great as Sl. Letter 1225 Usain Mirza, whether by his years, armed strength, or dominions. It was to be expected, therefore, that envoys would go, treading on each other's heels with clear and sharp orders such as, arrange for so many boats at the Termiz, Kilif, and Kiaki ferries, get any quantity of bridge material together, and well watch the ferries above Tukwazalem, so that men whose spirit years of Ozbeg oppression had broken might be cheered to hope again. But how could hope live in tribe or horde when a great ruler like Sl. Letter 1225 Usain Mirza, sitting in the place of Timur Beg, spoke, not of marching forth to meet the enemy, but only of defense against his attack. When we had deposited in a jar what had come with us of hungry train, Aj-Oruk, and household Awiel, together with the families of Baki Beg, his son, Mu letter 1225. Qasim, his soldiers and his tribesmen, with all their goods, we moved out with our men. Increase of Baburs following. One man after another came in from Khusrau Shah's Mughals and said, We of the Mughal horde, desiring the royal welfare, have drawn off from Takhin, Talakin, towards Ishkamish and Fulal. Let the Padshah advance as fast as possible, for the greater part of Khusrau Shah's force has broken up and is ready to take service with him. Just then news arrived that Shaibaq Khan, after taking Andijan, was getting to horse again against letter 1225 Ar and Quinduz. On hearing this, Khusrau Shah, unable to stay in Kunduz, marched out with all the men he had and took the road for Kabul. No sooner had he left than his old servant, the able and trusted Mullah Mu-125, a.D. Turkestani, made Kunduz fast for Shaibaq Khan. 3,000 or 4,000 heads of houses in the Mughal horde, former dependents of Khusrau Shah, brought their families and joined us when, going by way of Shamtu, we were near the Kizil Su. FQ 143B A.R. Ali, the Skinner, dismissed. Q 143B A.R. Ali Beg's foolish talk has been mentioned several times already. His manners were displeasing to Baki Beg. To gratify Baki Beg, he was dismissed. Thereafter his son, Abdul Shukr, was in Jahangir Mirza's service. G. Khusrau Shah waits on Babur. Khusrau Shah was much upset when he heard that the Mughal horde had joined me. Seeing nothing better to do for himself, he sent his son-in-law, Ayub's Yaqub, to make profession of well-wishing and submission to me, and respectfully to represent that he would enter my service if I would make terms and compact with him. His offer was accepted, because Baki Chaganiani was a man of weight, and, however steady in his favorable disposition to me, did not overlook his brother's side in this matter. Compact was made that Khusrau Shah's life should be safe, and that whatever amount of his goods he selected should not be refused him. After giving Yaqub leave to go, we marched down the Kizil Su and dismounted near to where it joins the water of Andarab. Next day, one in the middle of the first Rabbi, end of August 1504 AD. Riding light, I crossed the Andarab water and took my seat under a large plane tree near Dushi, and thither came Khusrau Shah, in pomp and splendor, with a great company of men. According to rule and custom, he dismounted some way off and then made his approach. 3 times he knelt when we saw one another, 3 times also on taking leave. He knelt once when asking after my welfare, once again when he offered his tribute, and he did the same with Jahangir Mirza and with Mirza Khan Wise. That sluggish old mannikin who through so many years had just pleased himself, lacking of sovereignty one thing only, namely, to read the KHU letter 1E6FB in his own name, now knelt 25 or 26 times in succession, and came and went till he was so wearied out that he tottered forward. His many years of begship and authority vanished from his view. When we had seen one another and he had offered his gift, I desired him to be seated. We stayed in that place for 1 or 2 garis, exchanging tale and talk. His conversation was vapid and empty, presumably because he was a coward and false to his salt. 2 things he said were extraordinary for the time when, under his eyes, his trusty and trusted retainers were becoming mine, and when his affairs had reached the point that he, the sovereign-aping mannikin, had had to come, willy-nilly, abased and unhonored, to what sort? Side note. Fall, 124. Of an interview. One of the things he said was this. When condoled with for the desertion of his men, he replied, "Those very servants have 4 times left me and returned." The other was said when I had asked him where his brother Wali would cross the Amu and when he would arrive. If he find a ford, he will soon be here, but when waters rise, fords change. The Persian proverb has it, the waters have carried down the fords. These words God brought to his tongue in that hour of the flowing away of his own authority and following. After sitting a gari or 2, I mounted and rode back to camp, he for his part returning to his halting place. On that day his begs, with their servants, great and small, good and bad, and tribe after tribe began to desert him and come, with their families, to me. Between the 2 prayers of the next afternoon, not a man remained in his presence. Say, O God, who possessest the kingdom, thou givest it to whom thou wilt and thou takest it from whom thou wilt. In thy hand is good, for thou art almighty. Wonderful is his power. This man, once master of 20 or 30,000 retainers, once owning SL. M a letter 1E25 MUDS dominions from Q a letter 1E25 LUGH, known also as the Iron Gate, to the range of Hindu Kush, whose old mannikin of a tax-gatherer, letter 1E25 a S a N Barlas by name, had made us march, had made us halt with all the tax-gatherer's roughness from Alak to Abej. That man he so abased and so bereft of power that, with no blow struck, no sound made, he stood without command over servants, goods, or life. In the presence of a band of 200 or 300 men, defeated and destitute as we were. In the evening of the day on which we had seen Khusrau Shah and gone back to camp, Mirza Khan came to my presence and demanded vengeance on him for the blood of his brothers. Many of us were at one with him, for truly it is right, both by law and common justice, that such men should get their deserts. But as terms had been made, Khusrau Shah was let go free. An order was given that he should be allowed to take whatever of his goods he could convey. Accordingly, he loaded up on 3 or 4 strings of mules and camels all jewels, gold, silver, and precious things he had, and took them with him. Sharam Taghai was told off to escort him, who, after setting Khusrau Shah on his road for Khurasan, by way of Guri and Dahana, was to go to Kamard and bring the families after us to Kabul. Babur marches for Kabul. Marching from that camp for Kabul, we dismounted in KHJune. On that day, letter 125 AMZ Abai Mangfit, at the head of Ozbeg raiders, was overrunning round about Dushi. Syed Qasim, the Lord of the Gate, and a letter 125 Adi Qasim Kober were sent with several braves against him. They got up with him, beat his Ozbegs well, cut off and brought in a few heads. In this camp all the armor jiba of Khusrau Shah's armory was shared out. There may have been as many as 700 or 800 coats of mail, joshan, and horse accoutrements. Kuha. These were the one thing he left behind. Many pieces of porcelain also fell into our hands, but these accepted, there was nothing worth looking at. With 4 or 5 marches we reached Gurbund, and there dismounted in Ushtarshar. We got news there that Mukim's chief beg, Sharak, Var, Shirka Argun, was lying along the Baron, having led an army out, not through hearing of me, but to hinder Abdur-Razak Mirza from passing along the Panjshir road, he having fled from Kabul and being then amongst the Tarkalani Afghans towards Lamgan. On hearing this we marched forward, starting in the afternoon and pressing on through the dark, till with the dawn we surmounted the Hupian Pass. I had never seen Suhail. When I came out of the pass I saw a star, bright and low. "May not that be Suhail?" said I. Said they, "It is Suhail." Baki Chaganiani recited this couplet. "How far dost thou shine, O Suhail, and where dost thou rise? A sign of good luck is thine eye to the man on whom it may light." The sun was a spear's length high when we reached the foot of the Sanjid Jujube valley and dismounted. Our scouting side note, Fall 125b. Braves fell in with Sharak below the Karabagh near Akari Yar and straightway got to grips with him. After a little of some sort of fighting, our men took the upper hand, hurried their adversaries off, unhorsed 70-80 serviceable braves and brought them in. We gave Sharak his life and he took service with us. Death of Wali of Khusrau. The various clans and tribes whom Khusrau Shah, without troubling himself about them, had left in Quinduz and also the Mughal horde were in 5 or 6 bodies Bulak. One of those belonging to Badakhshan, it was the Rusta Hazara, came with Sayyidim Ali Darbin across the Panjshir Pass to this camp, did me obeisance and took service with me. Another body came under Ayub's Yusuf and Ayub's Bihlal, it also took service with me. Another came from Kutlin under Khusrau Shah's younger brother Wali, another consisting of the Mughal tribesmen Amak who had been located in Yilanchak Nikdiri, and the Quinduz country came also. The last named 2 came by Andar Rab and Sarayab, meaning to cross by the Panjshir Pass. At Sarayab the tribesmen were ahead. Wali came up behind, they held the road, fought and beat him. He himself fled to the Ozbegs, and Shaibaq Khan had his head struck off in the square Charsu of Samarkand. His followers, beaten and plundered, came on with the tribesmen, and like these, took service with me. With them came Sayyid Yusuf Beg, the Grey Wolfer.